All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Automall time. I think I actually need a load. What's up, If Expense, J7, Alor, Marky Mark, Gravy, Salsa? How's everybody doing? What is up with the white balance on the camera? Seems off. That's nothing new. Okay. Oh, that's because I don't have that light on. There we go. Hey, Tucker boy. I always see your name, like, in the YouTube comments, and my brain interprets it as Trucker boy, though that is not your name. But that's how I always see it. Ah, that's hot coffee. Too hot, in fact. Too hot to handle. Sounds like a Fast and Furious title right there. Alright, so I want some more chill music actually for this. Let's go to our donuts playlist. It's a bit more relaxing than the synth. Okay, so as far as the pYanodon's base, for those of you that are keeping up with it, there might be a few small spoilers in this stream because I'm a couple episodes ahead of what's been released. I think I'm only 2 ahead of what's been released, and if you haven't watched today's episode, then 3 ahead. So it's not that far, but I've done a couple other things since what you may have seen. I just figured that was better than releasing like 4 episodes a day for a day or 2. So, you know, here we are. We need a couple more logistic spots in the worker food. I'm gonna do a couple minor things before we get started on Automall stuff. Give people a minute to arrive. Backwards on the tracks here. Track backwards. Hey, Grasshopper, you started Pi after watching 10 episodes. Needless to say, you don't understand anything. That is how Pi feels, but it's fun. And yes, Gravy, thank you for the reminder. The belt underneath intermetallics. So you're talking about like way back in the starter base? What did I do with intermetallics recently? I don't remember doing anything. Talking about over here? I don't think you're talking about over here. You might have been. Speaking of intermetallics, it looks like we need to step up our intermetallics game. But that's a problem for a different moment. Yeah, Gravy, I'm not actually sure what you're referring to. I think that's the only place we're making intermetallics. Were you talking about something over here? I don't know. Uh-oh, stainless steel's stopped? We're out of molten stainless because... Oh, right. This is a different problem. Wow, that's really annoying, actually. How do you fix that? Hold on. That's a problem that will show up in the next episode, which is... accidentally got some HCl in my smelter fuel line. But apparently it goes into the smelters. Slightly to the right where I checked, but it looks like it's fixed. Oh, okay. Because I do remember we did something with the antimony oxide. We reversed that belt, so maybe that's related. Maybe you were talking about this belt and you just didn't look like it was connected. Oh, you were talking about the lead antimony not running, I think. But it looks like that's because we're actually out of molten lead, so I'm gonna look into that real quick. That just seems to be a rate issue. We just don't have enough silver lead dust to keep up. So that one can be improved with just basic strategies of making things go better. As far as getting rid of this HCl, I think I might be able to do this. No, are you serious? There's literally no, it accepts something without a fuel value and there's no way to get it out. Which means I'm just gonna have to delete the building, I think. Unless there's something I'm missing. Okay, blueprint shotgun isn't working. What the heck? That was weird. Did the hotkey change? I updated the mod. It might have updated the hotkey. Shotgun. What would it be called? Wait. No, that's just the shoot hotkey. No, it's still working. Weird. I must have been standing in the way or something. Oh, there was items on the ground in the way. Got it, got it. Okay. Alright, just saw further to the right. Looks still broken. Ah, where are we looking? What belt is broken? You're gonna have to be more specific. There could be a lot of things that are broken here. I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, you're talking about this belt? Yeah, that belt looks broken. That'll cause some issues. That might have been what you're talking about. How did that get? I wonder how those got removed. I must have misclicked somewhere. Because can't think of a reason those would have gotten deleted. So our Phoenix production, but that's our extra Phoenix. We've still been producing these, so we've just been missing 60% of our Phoenix production. What's the size of the base relative to Europe? That's a kind of funny question, actually. So let's see here. If we just make it a square, it looks like we've got somewhere in the range of 2.3. I don't know, we're about 5 square kilometers, so pretty tiny compared to Europe. Things in Factorio are very small relative to the real world. Oh, you're right. You're right. It was the corrupted belt from rotation. Now I remember. Good memory. I guess for you it was more recent. A couple days more recent than for me. Which is weird to think about. Okay, so today is going to be focused on the Automall. I feel like there was one other small thing I wanted to do, though, and now I'm forgetting what it was. Oh, shoot. What was it? Is there something that was broken? No. I don't think so. We fixed the urea from blood, so that's the thing. I think we're fine, but back of my brain is tickling and saying there was something I forgot, but I'm not remembering it right now. I can't believe we still aren't making prod modules yet. What's going on here? Uh-oh. How did that happen? That's a problem. Glad we spotted that. Jeez. Jeez, oh jeez. Alright, we'll stick with 50 Mark II utility boxes. How about not 10 billion? How have we not gotten an electronic shipment yet? I thought we basically had 200 already, and that was like hours ago. It looks like we have had the same amount, and none have arrived. Is the bakelite prioritized differently? Priority 0 here. Automall is priority 0 as well. Is bakelite really that slow? Yes, it is. Very excited for that new phenol recipe. Is 1 by 1 tile 1 meter? I think so. I think that's because these move in kilometers per hour. I'm pretty sure. In fact, I'm 100% sure, because when I did all my train braking math and stuff, I was using the tile measurements as direct, like I was comparing trains going kilometers per hour to tiles per second, which was, once I got all the math correct, working out perfectly in sync. So yes, 1 meter is 1 tile, according to the game. But the only thing that measures meters is train speed, as far as I can think. Because like the distances for like wire reach and underground distance don't have units. They're just unitless numbers. Right, like an underground says like its distance is just like 20 or whatever. But that's 20 meters. Okay, so the Automall. In this stream, we're gonna do a few things here. Phase 1 is remembering how the Automall works. So we're gonna have to break this down and remember how the dang thing works. Phase 2 is gonna be kind of rebuilding it from those principles that we have then understood, with vanilla in mind. So we're gonna rebuild it with straight inserters, and we're gonna put it all on one logistics channel. So that will slightly change what happens down here. And it will slightly change how this bit works, which is the request, the shopping list idea. And then, once we've done all that, then we're gonna take a minute to think about how we would structure a guide video for YouTube on how to make an Automall. And we're gonna think about that together. We're gonna storyboard a little bit. And then after that, I'll turn off Twitch chat and the notifications and the camera, and I will record while still streaming so you guys can hang out and chat with each other. And maybe I'll look at chat once in a while if there's a comment that seems extra relevant. And then that will be me recording the pieces that I will then edit to create the actual video on YouTube. So that's where we're going today. It'll be a nice time for my base to catch up, because we'll probably be here for a few hours, good few hours, and so that'll be good for the base to have a minute where I'm not needing to do other things. So there we go. So first step is to remember how the heck this works. The bots are starting to get kind of annoying in areas like this. I'm still okay with, I know it destroys, it's not good for, what's it called, bit rate, to have bots flying around on the screen. So we might be getting close to the point where I make them invisible, which is kind of a bummer. I wish it was a toggle, because I don't want them to be invisible always, but I wish I could toggle worker robot invisibility. Anyone watching, if you're a modder, is that possible? I know the original invisible worker robots mod was actually by one of the Factorio devs. Is it possible to make that a toggle on, toggle off, or is it only possible in like the data stage when things are getting loaded into the game to make that a thing? I wonder if there's something that could switch out the sprites. So you could have 2 different possible sprites for worker bots, and then it would make them invisible with a button. What's up, Cyberboy? Welcome, welcome. Here's the map view base as it currently stands. Got a lot going on here. Okay, so let's kind of dive into the Automall here. So the very broad strokes is that we have our, and I'm not going to call it a shopping list. I need another name for it, because shopping list is more what you think about when you're like, I want to go build this iron smelting build, and I put all that in Hellmod, and then Hellmod gives you this list of stuff, and that's your shopping list, right? And that could be something you plug in, and it puts it all in a buffer chest for you, and you can pick it up and go build it yourself. So that would be the shopping list. So what am I gonna call the overall, here's what I want the maintain list? That's a weird thing to call it. The I don't know what else to call it. The buildings that you just always want to have on hand list. Could call it a wish list, but that's a little too close to a shopping list. Can't think of a better name for it though. I mean, we could call it a checklist. Function list. Doesn't really function. Doesn't really. It doesn't really capture what it is. It's a list of things we want. So, the want list. That's the same as a wish list. I don't know. Maybe I'll just call this the wish list, and I'll call that a shopping list, and I'll just move on from my life. You haven't even beaten the base game yet. Well, I mean, that is an option. I don't always recommend that. If people do know what they're getting into, it can be fine. And if you are able to take the Zen Garden approach, that's fine. I actually might do the Invisible Worker Bots mod. This is gonna, I think, get in the way of the bitrate for the whole video. And I don't actually think it's here, yeah. How does this only have 1,008 downloads? Well, I guess it's probably only content creators downloading it. I would love a toggleable version of that. If anyone knows how to make such a thing, that would be great. PC specs, what are they? I don't know. I've got an i13-700K processor, 4060 GTX for graphics card. I've got some DDR 5000, DDR5, 5000 speed, 64 gigs of RAM, which can't support the 5000 speed, because once you go to 64 gigs of RAM, you got to drop the speed down a little bit or it gets unstable, which is something I found out after the fact. That's why my computer was crashing randomly. That was back when I was playing, well, what game was I playing? I think I was playing Pal World, and I thought Pal World was the problem. Or was it Doom? It was one of those two. I think it was Pal World. And I thought Pal World was the problem. Turns out it was my RAM that was the problem. Anyway, okay, so back to the Automall. Why don't I actually go to the Automall, since we're gonna spend the whole episode there, or at least most of the stream there. Still can't believe I have to reset these every time I load the game. That feels oddly not up to Factorio standards. You enjoyed pYanodon's more than Castorio? I think, ooh, 1,000 chemical science. That means we're almost at enough to do an actual research. And I think we can put prod in labs, right? Or can we not? Pi might be different. I actually haven't checked. No, never mind. That's what vat brains are for. Okay. For some reason, I just assumed you might be able to do both, but not so much. Okay, so we're still gonna have to listen to the bots a lot, but at least they're gonna be invisible. So they won't destroy our bit rate. It is annoying though when they fly past, there's the quick little, like, you can accidentally deconstruct them and stuff, so that is kind of annoying. I wonder if that can be changed. I would love if someone looks into a more robust version of the Invisible Worker Bots mod. Cyberboy, I don't want to sound rude here, but I don't play multiplayer, and If I did, it would be with like like I definitely don't play multiplayer with random people, and that's not even a streamer thing. That's been for most of my life. I just generally don't play multiplayer with random people. But I appreciate the thought. Okay, so we make our wish list, and then we pass it to this guy. This guy, I think, is comparing our wish list to our what we have list. And so this is a only output positive signals. It also is adding a red signal, which we're gonna have to look into what the red signal is doing. Oh, Cyberboy, touche. Touche, you got me. I didn't read carefully. I like your moxie, kid. I like the cut of your jib. All right, okay, so this is taking the positive signals only, not including 0. Is 0 positive is always a fun question. Signals can't be 0, so it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a 0 signal in Factorio, I think, right? 0 of something just means that signal doesn't exist, which is actually kind of annoying because that's the whole null versus 0 in programming, and you actually need both to be possible. And we don't have 0 as an option, which can be a problem. Because like if you wanted to have a list of things and you selected a signal from them and then you added 10 to that signal, well, the problem is if 0 was the signal, you now can't successfully interpret that. So then you get into this weird question of like, yeah, but then how could you take any list of numbers, select something from them without changing the value and have zeros pass through that successfully? Well, I don't even know, honestly, because if something's 0, it just disappears and there's no way to get it back. So you'd have to keep it from ever turning into 0 in the first place, but then undo whatever math you did to it to keep that from happening on the other end. Anyway, that's a totally different topic. Null and 0, as far as the difference, it depends on what you're talking about. Like in specific programming languages, null would be a pointer, but in a general sense is more what I mean. The idea of something not existing and the idea of something having a value of 0 are different concepts. And unfortunately in Factorio, only one of those concepts is allowed to be utilized, is more what I'm getting at. Whatever words you want to use for it are a little bit less important. But, okay, so the path here is we have our wish list of signals. That gets added to what we have, and I'll dive into that part in a minute. But in general, because we're just doing very vague, that gets added to what we have as positive signals, and then, or as negative signals, I guess. So we're negating what we have and adding that to these, so that way we don't have to put negatives in as what we want. And then that gets, we chop off all the negatives, and then we pass that to our blocks. And these blocks are modular. I have 10 of them, but you could have any number of them. And each of these blocks, I'm gonna move these over because these are doing different things. Also, this is not doing anything. That was a test, I think. All right, so then each of these blocks consists of a lot of things. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 if you count this constant combinator. That's a lot of combinators. I'd love if we find a way to ditch 1 or 2 of these as we are working through this. But we might not be able to. What I don't want to do is turn this into a rebuild a new Automall from scratch stream. What I'd rather do is, like, if there's a really simple fix that we see of like, oh, if I just change this one value to a 1 instead of a 0, I can delete that combinator entirely. If I see something like that, we'll change it. But for the most part, I don't think we will change this. So that signal gets passed to this guy. This guy is taking the green signal, which is the output. So that's the green signals our wish list. So it's taking positive wish list items. And then it's ANDing that with the right arrow being positive. And then it's outputting the same signal. So it's passing along whatever signal it got, as long as we have a right arrow signal, and that's it. That's all it's doing. However, we're adding onto the green, we're adding into that same loop a negated version of the red inputs here, which gets complicated. This also has a red output. What's the red output for? Oh god. Yep, this got complicated. Oh goodness. I'm pretty sure Factorio's source code is not publicly available. If it is, that's illegal and should probably be taken down. There are people who have access to the source code, but the source code should not be publicly available at this point. They have said, not officially or legally, but they have said that they plan to publish or make the game open source at some point in the future. Probably when they're at their end of life cycle for like supporting the game as a company. When they're like, hey, we're done with Factorio. Like, it's where we want it to be, and we now want to release it to the public. Well, the Space Age code for the mods of Space Age is available because the Space Age stuff is DLCs. So that's maybe what you're talking about. And that's available on your computer too. You can just open up the zip files. And that's the same for the base mod in Factorio. That code is available. That might be what you're talking about. The actual code for Factorio, the game itself, is not available. That's what people mean when they talk about source code. As far as like code that would help you learn, you know, how they added the sprites to do this, that is available. Okay, so this is the one that I'm just trying to sort of remember this. So talking through, so we've got that guy, which is doing the pass through. This guy is subtracting whatever we're currently making here. Whatever we're making here is getting subtracted, and that's what this part's doing. Then this is selecting every 10 ticks only, so it's not changing. Because we had an issue where, like, when this changed really quick, it would cause an issue, so it needed to be on the same thing for more than one tick, I think. Or I just wanted it to save UPS. I don't know. There's no real reason it needs to update 60 times a second. That could even be once every 5 seconds, and it'd be fine. So then, the thing we want to make is on this red wire here. So that gets passed to this guy. And what it does is it's just turning that into a check signal. No. It's only outputting when we have a check signal. So it's multiplying the red times the check signal, which is probably coming in on green. Yeah, it has to be coming in on green. And then that, and the check signal is saying we're ready. That's the, like, I'm ready to make something signal for this block. So if we're ready to make something, then it outputs whatever that signal was. And I don't think the count of that signal matters. In fact, I think this one, like, if we needed 10 of them, I think this would just be 10, and that's fine. And then that gets passed to what's the output of this building? The output of this building is the red wire only, it seems. Yeah. Okay. Did I just call it a building? It's a condominium. So that red wire goes to a lot of places, unfortunately. Holy crap, what have I done? Wow. This gets complicated. So that red wire goes... Oh, dear. All right. I'll look at that in a second. These are both inputs. So the only... And those are related to subtraction. Because the main thing we're trying to do... Like, where's the set recipe wire coming from? That's the main curiosity that I have. It's coming... Actually, no. This is the set recipe one. Okay. Some comments might have been helpful indeed. When did I do this? How many hundreds of hours ago? It was after trains, I think. But I know it was after trains. Is this around the 150 hour mark, maybe? I don't remember when we did this, but it was a long time ago. Many, many months. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure this combinator out. So we're passing the signal to... Because this guy is the one that actually determines something that then tells the building what to set. This is like a memory combinator, I think. I think this holds in memory what we're making. Good God, what have I done? Looking at all of this almost makes me want to make a whole new Automall from scratch rather than redo this. Because by understanding this, I'm going to understand how ridiculous I made it. Because it was one of those things where I was making it up as I went along, and I had to keep adding pieces to make other pieces work. And I feel like I could go back and make it much more efficient. But at this point, I don't even understand what I did yet. So first, we got to do that. Hey, Cosbot, see you later. Okay, so we're saying the red is positive and we're at a negative check signal, or the green is positive and we're at a pink signal. I don't remember what the pink signal does. Oh, the pink signal is the memory signal. So the pink signal says, so once this does an output, one thing that will be helpful as well is once we're testing this more live, we can do it in the editor and advance ticks one tick at a time, so we can kind of see what the combinators are doing. So that'll be useful too. Okay, so what this is doing is when it gets a signal and our check was at -1 or any amount of negative, then it will output whatever signal it got. It will also output more negative check signal. So it'll maintain the negative check signal. And then it will also output a negative pink signal, which will then maintain this part of the loop because the anything that it's outputting will be maintained on its own anything. What's weird is that it's currently on, but nothing's getting made. So that's also slightly confusing me. Like, these have an output of quartz mine, but quartz mines aren't getting made. So what's up with that? Can these not make quartz mines? That would be the craziest. Oh. That is the craziest. That explains what's going on with that. That means these two buildings have been non-functional for the last however many hours those quartz mines have been there. How have I gotten quartz mines then? What the? Oh, wait. Wait. Quartz mine is not crystal mine. I've run into this problem before. Quartz mines show up here. Right. Which means that issue is coming from the fact that I'm sending a signal that can't be crafted. It is useful for this to show us what's going on, though. Because we can see here what's happening when we don't have a signal, which is just nothing's going on. There's no check signal at all. So as soon as we receive something, this won't turn on because we don't have a negative check signal. Oh, but the pink signal is 0. Oh, sorry, I misread the pink signal interpretation. So this is the one that actually jump starts it. So this jump starts it because pink is 0 and then anything's greater than 0. But then it maintains itself by saying, and the red signal is the self loop signal. So that's why that's only looking at red. But I think the check needs to look at green because that comes from the green channel. Yeah, and the anything signal comes from the green channel. Actually, the anything signal comes from the red. Does this need to be... I don't think that needs to include green. I don't think that needs to include green. Not 100% about that. So then... Oh, I meant to post the link to this stream. Hold on. I need to post this to the Factorio Discord. Posted on the Pi Discord. Posted to the Factorio Discord. Alright. There we go. Okay, back to what we were doing. So this guy is turning on when we receive a signal, and then it's maintaining itself until something else adds a check signal. As soon as a check signal is added into the loop, it'll break the loop. Because +1 check signal would then cause this to be false. And the pink would be false at the same time. So both would be false at the same time and it wouldn't output. And then that breaks the cycle. Okay, so that's how that works. Then whenever this guy's outputting positive signals, and that's all this is doing, is this is interpreting positive signals from the green wire. And that's it. That's all this is doing. This is a positive interpreter. And whatever that signal is output to both assemblers separately. This assembler sets the recipe and then reads the ingredients for that recipe, which is a whole different ballgame. And then the ingredients go to there, which is, we'll get to that in a second. So the recipe's set with the red wire. The ingredients are red on the green wire. Why does that go to all of... Why is that green wire attaching to the input of this one? And that, and that. I don't know the answer to that. I started around episode 115, made changes till episode 120. Okay, so yeah, around 150 hours-ish, I think. Maybe 130, 40, somewhere in that range. So about 200 hours ago. Cool. I actually don't remember why this green wire goes all the way around. Is that to maintain the loop of what we're making? But this is only reading ingredients, not reading the recipe. So how is that? Oh, you know, it might be more that this is reading the output of these than anything else. I think that's what's happening. But then that means the ingredients are getting added to... No, this is only looking at red. Wait, why is green attached to the input of this then? Did I just find a whoopsie? I did. No, I didn't. It needs the check mark from green. Aha. Okay. Wow. Yeah, this is complicated. Good luck explaining this to YouTube, Krydax. You're gonna have a fun time. The biggest issue with the circuit network is past you, exactly. So this is receiving the green signal only for the check mark. And it's ignoring everything else. That's on the green signal. Okay, that's fine. But this one is using the green signal to send to here, and this one also needs the check mark. So that's what's going on here. And I can't use the red signal because this one's outputting a red signal. Though I don't actually think it would matter in this case. So could I consolidate here? Probably not. I guess I could swap this. I'd have to do a lot of swapping. I actually don't know if it's possible. This is where I really wish I had a third color of wire. I actually think the red and green only has caused some issues. I would even accept, because these are kind of hard-coded now into only having two colors, I would accept if you could, look, this is never going to happen. There's no easy way that this would happen. But if you could somehow say this combinator is a red-green combinator, or it's a red-blue combinator, or it's a green-blue combinator, so like, it would still only allow you to have two of these checkboxes here. But that way you could still do a lot of useful things with another color of wire, even if this didn't like have three checkboxes for each. Obviously, having three for each would be great, but it wouldn't even really visually fit, so. Okay, so back to understanding what we actually have here. So what we have here is that this guy is passing the positive signal to set the recipe. This is passing the ingredients to here. And this is making sure a clock is 0, a flag is 0, and a check is 0. And if all of that is 0, it's passing the ingredients, which are on green, to its output, and it's adding all that together, and all of that is getting set as the request. Then we are adding whatever is we're not reading hand contents, so never mind. We're not reading what's in the inserter, which means our requests will be slightly bigger than what they should be. We also have trash unrequested here. The building is setting its recipe and reading contents and including in crafting. And it has a working signal and a recipe finish signal, so that's important. Ingredients and recipes being the same signals foobar everything up, exactly. That's one of the features I'm expecting to see in Factorio 2.1, is that they will allow us to have R and G as checkboxes for some of these. Even if it was just per section. Especially because we're dealing with an input and an output, right? And so like having those have to be on the same channel is just kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. Because then if you've got multiple buildings connected to each other and you want to set the recipe and read the ingredients on all of them, well, you're screwed. Because now they're going to set the other building's recipes to the ingredients recipes. The recipes for the ingredients. It's like, you literally just can't even do it. Anyway, so this guy, and that's why we have two, by the way. I didn't say that out loud, but basically this exists just to read what the recipe's ingredients are. because we can't do that as well as reading the contents. We can't do both. So we are reading the contents out with this red signal. That is getting negated, whatever the contents are, and that gets combined with the ingredients. So we're basically saying what's one full crafting list of ingredients plus or minus whatever we have in the building is what we want to request in the requester chest. So this will only ever craft one thing at a time, and it will request the amount we need for one thing at a time, and it won't start requesting more as the building's filling up, and it won't request more once the building's running because we're doing include in crafting. So that's all good to go. Then the working signal is relevant because why? Actually not sure. Because this one has working clock equals 0, but that's not even... Oh, the working signal is getting negated by this. Wait, what? Oh, now I'm confused again. So control signal of clock will... No, you cannot read ingredients with a selector combinator. But what am I doing with this clock thing? Read working, control signal clock. That's getting past... This guy's definitely not looking at the clock signal. That's an output. This... Oh, this guy's looking at the clock signal. Wait. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. So he's just telling this inserter, hey, quit it. Stop inserting if I'm running. That's for if we had extra stuff left over. Does it really matter though? Because as soon as the recipe gets changed, they're all gonna get dumped into the provider chest. Could I just delete that? Let me think for a moment. What are the consequences here? So we already know that it's possible we slightly over request. Because let's say the request was for 5 circuits. As soon as the 5th circuit gets dropped, the inserter grabs it, starts swinging. We now only have 4 circuits in here. Well, let's say we have a hand size of 3 even. And now the last 3 got delivered. So we had 2. Now we grab those 3, the inserter's swinging with those 3 circuits. The building is now saying, I only have 2, I want 5, we're lacking 3, and 3 more circuits will be requested. So then those will, if we turn off this condition, those 3 will also get added into the building. That being said, those will get dumped back into the active provider chest, which is essentially the same as what this is going to do anyway with trash unrequested. The problem would be if somehow the thing I just said where it delivered, let's say it was only 2 items and it delivers 2 items or 3, because don't bots always carry their full load if they can, even if it's the wrong amount? Or do they not? I can't remember. I think for chests they do over-deliver. For your personal logistics, they don't over-deliver. Is that how it works? Now I'm actually needing to test this. If I just request 1 small part, do I get 3 or do I get 1? And it takes the other 2 away. I don't remember. I think I get 3, right? Yeah, I get the full 3. Which is what you want. It's a far more efficient use of your logistics bots, but it can, you just have to be aware of it. It can cause problems, right? So in this case, let's imagine the recipe we had was, wait, if you don't set a max, they over deliver? You mean for your personal logistics? Because you can't set a max. Oh my God. You can set a max in a requester chest? That's new with Space Age, right? I've never done that before in a requester chest. Holy crap. I assume you can't do that with a circuit condition, though. How would you? Because you can only do small parts 1, so I don't think you can do that with... Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so it does get rid of the excess immediately if you trash unrequested. Well, is it immediate or is it not immediate? That's the other question. How immediate is immediate? Because we need to make sure it's perfectly immediate. Because this is going to deliver 3. Why isn't there? Wait, what? It says deliver 3, but then it changes to deliver 1. How is it changing to deliver 1? That's actually confusing. The on the way is changing. From 1 to 3 when the bot picks it up. But was it doing that before? Wasn't it delivering 3? Wasn't it delivering... Okay, if we do it this way, it definitely just delivers 3. Wait, now it's not delivering 3. I wonder if it's because there's a provider chest that somehow only has 1 in it now. That could be what's happening. Because if it's getting it from a chest that only has 1 thing, then it does happily provide 1 of them. So that could actually be the issue here. Let me put a storage chest with a bunch right next to it. On the correct channel. Alright, I think that will... Yeah, but now it's so close. Ah, this is so annoying to test. I need my own network. Alright, hold on. Come here. Let's figure this out. Alright. Okay, so I'll put the provider or storage over here. Where is it going? Is it delivering that to my logistics? It is. LOL. All right, turn off my logistics for a second. Goodness, we can't seem to get this to do what we want. All right, it says out of logistics network. That's because we need channel 1 on both. Okay, there we go. Goodness. All right, so now we're set up for a better test environment. So if we test this and we say we want exactly 1, but we don't put a max, then it does say 3 on the way and it will just deliver 3. Okay. If we say 1, 1, then it will just deliver 1. So it knows that that's the cap. Then, if we say 1 via a combinator, it will deliver 3, just as the same as if we set it to 1. If we trash unrequested, it knows, wow, it knows that it would trash those extras and therefore doesn't request them. That's so cool. I learned something new about space age bots. I don't know if this was a space age thing or it's always been the case. No, it's a space age thing. Trash unrequested didn't exist. Yeah, this is a new thing with space age that hadn't learned yet. Cool. Okay, so trash unrequested means you'll never over deliver on top of trashing unrequested. So that's actually really useful even when you don't need to trash things, but you want to make sure you're not over delivering. That's a hidden feature. Yeah, sorry, 2.0 change. When Space Agent 2.0 was the same overall patch to the game, it was the release, right? Most of the things that are impacting me in pYanodon's were not Space Age changes, they were 2.0 changes, because Space Age isn't even in Pi. Unless you're doing specifically like quality and you add quality back in, or you're thinking about elevated rails. But yeah. Yeah, exactly, Alor. It's waiting until the moment of pickup to determine how many it's bringing, which means if the number increased after pickup, it will then be under delivering. But the thing I actually wanted to test, which is unfortunately going to be harder to test because of the bots being smart, was if I change the delivery amount while the bot is in flight. So that's what we're going to have to try to test now. So I'm going to add another 2 small parts to this, so it will actually request 3. But it still is on trash unrequested. So we'll request 3, but then when the bot is on the way with 3 items, we'll change it back down to 1. So then it will be an over delivery, and my question is, does the inserter get a chance to grab those 3 items, or do the 2 immediately go into the trash and the inserter never gets to grab from the 3 and only gets the 1? That's now what I'm asking. So we turn these both on. 3 is on the way. I turn that off. It was able to get 2 items. Can the inserter not grab from the trash? Well, that's a whole new question. Let's find out. No, the inserter cannot grab from the trash. Only bots can grab from the trash. But I think we answered our question, which is the inserter does get a shot at it. All right, hold on. Okay, so we've got our 3. Take the 3, get the inserter set up, and then we wait until the bot's on the way, which I assume it is by now. Change the request. Yeah. The 3 were there for 1 tick, and on that tick, the inserter grabbed 2, which is its hand size. Unfortunately. Okay, so all that to say, what we learned here is 2 things. One of them we didn't even expect to learn, but it's that trash unrequested does limit deliveries already, which is very good. So that means, oh, I'm also gonna have to be careful with power poles when I'm building this, because I might just build it with substations, given I'm building it for vanilla, and that'll just make it look a lot cleaner, and people can make it with lower tier power poles if they want. That's probably how I'll do it, because the medium poles in Pi... Wait, no they don't. I was saying they have a bigger wire reach than in vanilla, but no, that's not true. That's not true. You'd have guessed the inserter grabbed 1 and then the chest only trashed 1 because it wanted to have 1 anyway. Oh, you're right. Alor, you're right. Thank you. Oh no. Now do I need to test it again? I do. We need to test it again to make sure that's not what happened. I forgot that it wasn't gonna trash 2 of them. So it grabbed 1 and then it grabbed 1. Right. Okay. So I need to change my numbers for the test. To, what exactly? I guess just a request of 0. That's the easiest test. I mean, this isn't... Why did I change it to channel 1? This isn't touching channel 0. I can just use channel 0. Yeah, the inserter swung twice, and for some reason, I don't know what my brain did there. Yeah, no, it makes sense to me now that what I was saying didn't make full sense. I mean, let's just try requesting 3, but then turning that off, and then see if the inserter gets a chance at it or not. That'll be the clearest. I put those in the wrong spot. That'll be the clearest measure, right? So this should prove it. What happens? I have to turn off this request once it's on the way. Okay, the inserter does not get a chance at it. Aha. Beautiful. That tells me everything I wanted to know. Now with more accurate information. Thank you, Alor. Okay, so then the information we now have is that thing number 1, which we weren't planning to learn, is that trash unrequested makes the deliveries specific, which makes for slightly inefficient logistic bot usage, potentially. Good thing to have in the back of your head. And thing number 2 is that when items get delivered to the logistics chest that are in the unrequested category, they immediately are put into the trash and are never seen by inserters. Not even for 1 tick. Yes, Aloy, that's what happened. It went straight to trash because the inserter never swung. Unless I interpreted that thing I just did wrong again. I'm pretty sure. Because the inserter never swung. And I was trashing all of them. Because there was no request for small parts. So the 3 that got delivered didn't get delivered to there and then moved to trash. They just went into the trash. So that's why the inserter didn't swing. If there was 1 tick where the inserters saw what was there, it would have swung. So let me know if my interpretation's still sounding off on that, but that's my interpretation. So all of that is back to answering, can we make this slightly more efficient? Which is, I think yes, because having this turned off when the building's working isn't really doing anything for me. Because first of all, because I have trash unrequested selected, does the chest untrash if the limit increases? That I'm pretty sure is a no. We can even test that pretty easily, though the bots are going to steal it really fast. But I could just do like trash unrequested and then need to be kind of far away. Oops. What am I doing? 20, 50, change to 30. Yeah, it doesn't put them back, which is good. I'm glad it doesn't. I think that would actually cause more problems. Hey, Spiplet, how's it going? Thanks so much for the 16 months. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so anyway, all that's to say, so the building is currently, or the inserter's not inserting if the building's running, but I don't think that's actually necessary. Because, first of all, we're delivering exactsies, which means it is still possible, though, that back to my original example of we want 5 circuits, we had 2 somehow for whatever reason, because that's possible if we only had 2 to deliver. Normally it would be 3 if we have full access, but let's say it was 2. Now the bot's coming with the last 3. Let's say inserter hand size is 3. So the inserter will grab those 3, move over, add it into the building. Now the building has what it needs and starts crafting. But in that inserter swing time, we were lacking 3 circuits. Given it's only like a 2-tick delay, I'm guessing this inserter takes longer than 2 ticks to swing. doesn't swing 30 times a second. And so because of that, we're going to have a short request for 3 circuits. But as soon as the swing finishes, that request disappears. So as long as a bot didn't get to the place to pick up the circuits in that 2 ticks, we're fine. And even if it does, we're still fine, because the trash will immediately go into the trash slot, not into being able to be inserted. So the slight over request because of the delay of the inserter swinging, because we're not reading the hand contents, which I think I decided not to do that because that was even more complicated, is not necessary. As far as I can tell, this inserter condition is not doing anything for us, because trash unrequested is the same as an active provider anyway. And if we do happen to somehow, despite everything I just said, which kind of proves this isn't even possible, if we somehow still get an extra ingredient in here, it'll just get tossed into the active provider chest when the recipe gets changed. So I'm pretty sure we're fine. It should be impossible for stuff to get over-delivered. I think it is. Just want to make sure I'm not going to break something by changing this. My Automall's worked for the last 150 hours, so we do know this works, whatever I've done. So if anything breaks, that's going to be frustrating. Okay, so I think I'm going to go for it. We're going to remove this. Oh yeah, we should be messing with the copy before we make changes. Let's start a note somewhere. Where are my displays? Got rid of all of them. All right, so note 1 is remove inserter working condition, which means we remove the red wire connection to that entirely. There's no need to be wired at all. Is this red wire necessary? Let's find out. It's negating the working signal, so it's making a -1 working signal, which then prevents this from being true. Is that correct? Clock equals 0. Well, when this building's running, clock equals 1. Clock then is multiplied to equal -1, and this guy now is off. So that means we no longer are outputting everything into our requester chest. So as soon as the building starts working, we stop passing through our ingredients. Does that matter? Because we already are including in crafting. So if we're including in crafting, once it's crafting, we're still subtracting that from the list, so that it should be 0 anyway. And I guess the question is this outputting anything else that matters? This only outputs to the requester chest. I think this doesn't matter. I think this whole recipe working thing is irrelevant. I think the read working control signal, the whole thing is pointless. So why did I negate the working signal? Am I missing something that this is connected to? Oh, sorry, that's negating the ingredients, not just the working signal. Sorry. Yes, we needed to negate the ingredients. The working signal got negated and it didn't really matter. But I think I can remove this whole line. And I can remove the read working, and I can remove this condition, and I can remove this red wire connection. but not this one, because that's still needed for the ingredients. The contents. Because the contents should get subtracted. Alright, remove inserter working condition. Remove red wire from inserter to assembler. And remove working condition from ingredient chest combinator. All right. Again with enter, I guess here is one place where enter shouldn't save your entries because you can have multiple lines. Normally though, I would say that's where enter and E should both do the same thing. How are we? What is this alarm for? Why is it going off already? We already have 1,242. Wow. I think I accidentally did 0 there. Okay, so back to understanding what this is all doing. We're getting there. So that's doing the ingredient list, which then gets checked against the flag and the check signal. And if those are 0, we pass the ingredient list through. This is measuring what we already have from the ingredient list and subtracting it. Beautiful. We're trashing unrequested, which we've learned is a very fancy thing. So the bots are going to be smart about not bringing too much. We're including in crafting, so even when it's crafting, it's going to be subtracting the full ingredient from the list, which will perfectly cancel out. And then the output just gets put into an active provider chest. Done. Done deal. Okay. So back to what else is the building doing? It's also reading a control signal for the flag. So this is the whole check and reset system. So here, because this one was to set the recipe, this one is to read the flag. Those are two different connection points there. And this one is to read the contents. There's like 3 different things happening with that assembler. So this one is for the 1 tick, because it only gives 1 tick of a flag signal. We're done. It outputs a check. That check is output, I guess, to red and green. Right? Yeah. And the red signal is the one that goes between blocks. So a check signal is sent on that big red line along the front here whenever any of them finish a craft. And the only reason I have a red connection on the input is for a manual reset. Because what that will do is give all of them the impression that they just finished a craft, which will reset everything. And that's useful because it allows you to, if something got stuck or frozen or weird, you can just blow it all up and it'll act like it reset. So that is why there's a red input along the back of those and a red output along is to measure if things are frozen. This checks if things are frozen. Which currently they are, but we'll get to that in a minute. So then, I mean, we're getting there. We're almost done. So that outputs a check signal when we have a flag signal. Could we not just... feels like there's a way to delete that one, but it might be needed because of its multiple input and output colors. Even if it's not really doing much, it's possible it's still very needed. So then this guy is interpreting... What is he even connected to? The green of this one goes to here. And we'll... Oh, that'll blow up the memory cell. So this is like the main memory cell combinator. And that will get blown up as soon as it gets a check signal. Because that'll be positive, that'll be 0, that's already 0. Because it hasn't had a chance to stop outputting its own pink signal yet. So in that 1 tick, this will all blow up, it'll stop outputting. And then we're good. But on the next tick, the pink would be 0 again. So if we still had anything greater than 0, it would then turn back on again. But if the anything has disappeared in that time, then it will stop and stay dead. So then finally, what's this guy doing? This guy's taking... What is this guy doing? Oh my goodness. This is so rough. Hold on, we're getting there. So this guy blows up the setter of recipe combinator, the memory cell that says what recipe are we setting ourselves to. This guy blows that up when the assembler finishes. And that's all this is connected to. So this just says, hey, pick a new thing. Whatever you're getting from the selector combinator. Pick a new thing. And this guy is only passing through the selector combinator's input if it's getting a check signal saying we're ready to go. So that's coming from a constant combinator that's just always on by default. But then we add on to that, we're not ready if the check signal's negative coming from this guy, which is looping. Maybe I should use the pink signal for that instead of the check signal for that. Was that gonna break things too, as a condition? Because we're measuring the check signal being negative here, but the only input to this combinator is this green wire. And that green wire is also an input there. So the only output for that green wire is this guy. And if we ever have a negative check signal, we also have a negative pink signal. So I actually think I'm gonna change this to pink signal less than 0, because that's easier to comprehend conceptually what that's doing. It's basically saying as long as the memory cell is memorying, it's got something in its memory, we're going to change our output to we're not ready to receive a craft. Which will keep the memory cell from acquiring a new item. That was the whole point of this, because remember, as soon as the wish list changes, the selector combinator changes what it says we should make. And the problem is this guy would then change what it says we should make. So the memory cell needs to stop accepting new inputs as long as we're locked into making this thing. And that's what's happening right now. It'll only reset and accept a new input once we've finished a craft. Then it says, okay, now I'll accept a new thing. Blow up the memory cell. Now the memory cell's back to baseline condition reset. The check is back to baseline condition reset, because this one... Does this reset properly, though? Because, I mean, I know it does, but how does it is more the question I'm asking. Because this is saying... So in the one tick that this turns off, we no longer have a pink output. So then one tick later, we're no longer getting a negative input. So there's a one tick delay there. So this loops the anything on red. But only if the check is negative. Oh, this is just negating the constant combinator. Basically. Oh, wait, no, that's not hooked up to the input of this. I'm sorry. These two are only regarding the selector. Oh, okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay. Yeah, this one is the check that blows... This one just blows up that memory cell when we're done crafting. These guys exist to allow... I feel like I'm doing unnecessary work here, then. Because all this is doing is deciding whether we allow through the signal. This only allows the whatever this guy's doing. This is saying what we want to make. Let's say it's a drill, mining drill. Then this guy's saying, hey, mining drill times check output mining drill. And then that gets sent to here. So then we've got mining drill. And if we were reset, let's look at one that's reset. This guy's reset. So let's say we were looking at our mining drill came through here. Then mining drill greater than 0, pink equals 0, boom, output mining drill, negative check, pink signal. And now the negative check comes along with the mining drill and this maintains its own loop. Right. But then, yeah, we do need this guy to stop. Like, let's say it switches from mining drill to roboport. Well, now it would corrupt this signal with roboport greater than 0. Because this is very sensitive. It's anything. It will accept any signal here. So the pink would stop being true, but it's receiving the roboport signal on red, which is its own loop signal. So yeah, it would corrupt its own loop signal. If the loop signal was a different color somehow than the received signal, it's possible you could keep it looping its own memory of what it wants to make, which would be like a drill. And then roboport comes in from over here, but it wouldn't matter because it's on its own loop. I feel like that's a change I could make somehow, because what's the green input on this? The green input is only the reset that blows up the loop in the first place. So could I not... And that green input is not attached to any other... That's the only green input on this thing. So could I not make this red wire here green? Is that red wire doing anything else? Oh, it is doing something else. It's also inputting to these, which we haven't gotten to yet. These guys are subtracting. Or one of them is. This is the one. Maybe? What's going on here? So this one is taking what we're making, negating it, and adding that back into the overall wish list path. I think. If I'm looking at that right. Hey, we got a research done. So that takes what we're making, negates it, adds it into the wish list. This one... What the heck is this doing? Put right arrow. What even... Oh, the right arrow for that. Okay, so what's that all about? So that... What is this? If anything's greater than 0, output right arrow. This only passes along all positive signals on green, but only when right arrow is on. Why? Why am I doing it like that? So only when the memory cell here is running. I mean, this red signal in general is just the overall what am I making signal. So why am I passing that through to here? Why did I do that? This is kind of the last piece of the puzzle to understand what we built. From there, I have to decide if I want to change anything. So I'm doing that because we probably didn't want all 10 of the things to get made at once, but aren't I subtracting? I'm already subtracting signal, which does get not floored, but it gets clamped to exactly 1, by the way, when it passes through this guy. Which is important because that means the self loop here would be the output, but the input would be a green wire there. So I still think a green wire there might be possible. Anyway, but it does get the signal 1 tick sooner here. And it sends a big negative blast for 1 tick. Because if we requested, let's say, 10 miners, 10 miners going to come in here. 10 gets multiplied by a check signal, which is 1. So we got 10 miners on the output. That bypasses this combinator for 1 tick. And this gets 10. And will output negative 10 miners. But that's like, let's see, 1 tick to pass through that. And then 1 tick to pass through that. And then 1 tick to pass through that. So that's 3 ticks later after we did that. We are actually, we're canceling it out fully. Huh. So I think what was happening is we were having too many buildings crafting what we wanted. So this is like a delay. This is just a delayer. This basically says, hey, only if this block is trying to make something do we even pass through the signal. So that way we delay until this block knows what it wants to make, essentially, because it takes a few ticks for that. Then we allow the signal to pass through, and that way we're not doubling up. Like, we would have gotten 4 in a row making the same building. This reduced it down to 2, I think, was our goal here. Like, if I request 1 building, it still makes 2 of them with our current build. Which I still haven't fully figured out why that is either, because couldn't we make it so it's perfect and only makes exactly what we want instead of 1 more than what we want? Aren't these on the same tick? As soon as that's outputting that, that should be negating it. So oh, it is on the same tick. It's the 1 tick, that's right. We would need to read the contents of the inserter. And even potentially the 1 tick where the building has the output and the inserter hasn't picked it up yet. It's just the very tiny amount of time before the item shows up in your active provider chest that then it thinks, oh, I have 0 of that thing. So it's still requesting 1 of them until the item fully gets to here. Okay. So, first of all, let's destroy the quartz mine request, because that's gumming things up. Where even is that? Where's that signal coming from? I'm not seeing where the quartz mine signal is coming from. I'm blind. Not in this one, not in that one. Not in this one. Gotta be in this one somewhere, but I don't see it. I'm still not seeing it. This one? No. This one? Nothing. What is going on? Where is that quartz mine signal coming from? Oh, is this just self-maintaining? They've just been set to quartz mine since I screwed that up forever ago, and now I just need to hit a reset. I think that's all it is. Yeah, okay, now they're gone. Okay, wow. So that is how that works. Now I want to see what happens when I add 1 item. Exactly. So let's boost. What's something we're gonna need a boost on? Actually? I don't know. The tanks. Let's boost this to 6. It does properly only have 1 building make it. Okay. But I think when that finishes, it'll make 1 more. Because I think there's a delay between when it makes the thing. Yeah, it made one more. Is there an easy way to fix that? Because there's that little delay before the provider gets what it wants. So this is measuring requests. Where am I measuring logistic contents? This guy. What if I added inserter hand contents onto that? Does that fix this problem? We're gonna test it real quick. Let's see. I'll just do it for the first two here. Okay, so now if I add... So now I should have 7 of these. I have one more than I want. So by going up to 7, it's not even going to do anything. Correct. Okay, what if I go to 8? Okay, we get the one building as we should. Do we still get an extra because there's one tick where the building has the item and the inserter doesn't? Or does it work? Damn it. It still doesn't work. No! It's so funny. How could I even fix that? I feel like the only way to fix this is to add another combinator. But wait, shouldn't that work? Because there's also a delay in the subtraction. Because yeah, it's true. The building is lacking the item for a very brief moment. Is this a channel issue, actually? No, it's not a channel issue, because it's going to channel 1. We're reading channel 1. But this is also delayed by 2 ticks. So maybe we just need the delay to be slightly larger on this end. Though the problem is that requires more combinators. But yeah, so this is a 2-tick delay as well. Let's see, the craft finishes, flag signal sent, item is sitting in assembler. Next tick. Flag signal has been translated into check signal. Basically what we care about is this red one is the one that's going to subtract it back out. So this red signal is still happening because nothing's changed yet, but now the check signal's on. And now the inserter's already grabbed the item. So the inserter's holding the item at this point already. Which means this signal is now receiving that we have it. So then on the next tick, because the check signal happens, this is now blowing up, and then this one is receiving the negatives. I really wish we could do math here rather than just a number. Anyway, and then I guess the next tick, this is sending, and this is maybe still 1 tick behind. I think we're just 1 tick behind, though. If this held on to that signal 1 more tick, we'd be fine. Or are we just... This says we're done. Flag, item, next tick, check, inserter's holding it, which is now going into the input of that, but the check has been sent out. Next tick, now we've canceled this. and this one's receiving, and the next tick, this is now canceled, but this should be done. So those should cancel out on the exact same tick. I wonder where the issue is then. I guess maybe we need one more tick for that to actually pass through, because this was already receiving that we wanted that. I think we are one tick short here. Is there any way to fix this? Blah, 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 blah. Not without adding another delay combinator in somewhere, I don't think. What's the best way to do this? Anybody have ideas? Because what we want to do here is keep that extra from being made. I think that feels like a problem I do want to fix for the final output that we're going to share with YouTube here. That feels like a pretty glaring flaw. You know, you're like, oh, I only want one nuclear reactor. Oh, it made 2. Whoops. You know, like that doesn't quite feel like where I want to be with this thing. So I'd like to do it without adding another combinator. You're right, it is worth checking by adding an extra combinator. But where do I add that? It's almost an artificial combinator that just delays things by a tick. But like, given all the craziness here, I need to make sure I add that into the right spot. Could I just delay the flag signal by a tick? Would that be a problem? If we delay the flag signal by a tick, that could be an issue because then we don't reset this fast enough. No, because this only allows... We output the check, which resets the memory cell. And then it's the fact that the memory cell is reset that then allows that. So if we delay the flag by 1, we should be okay. Is it definitely reading the item made at all points? I believe so. All points as soon as the inserter grabs it. Because as soon as the inserter grabs it, we are reading it. And as soon as it's in the chest, we're reading it. And at that point, it's read. It never leaves the logistics network at that point. So, pretty sure about that. But yeah, let's try a 1-tick delay on the check signal and just see what happens. Let's see if that fixes it. Check greater than 0. Output check. That'll just be a simple change there. Let's see if that fixes it. Because that should cause this whole thing to reset the memory cell 1 tick later, which should give 1 tick more for the logistics networks to see what we've received. It's annoying if we have to end up with another combinator to do it, but if it fixes the whole thing, I think that's worth it for the final product. Okay, so testing. Maybe I test with a cheaper building. What's a very cheap building? More boilers. There we go. Go to 20. We already had 20. Go to 21. We already had 21. How many boilers do I have? Okay, we're almost there. Add 2 more. 23. Alright, so we make a boiler. And please don't make another boiler after this one. Damn it. That didn't work. Okay, that very much didn't work. We made like tons of extra boilers. Wow. That made things way worse. Oh no. That extra 1 tick delay really screwed things up. That's interesting. Oh, wait, did I... Why does that have flag signal equals... Oh, that... We'll give it a negative flag signal. Okay, that's fine. So is that timing somehow off? So by delaying this by 1... Maybe I need to go the other way. I don't know how I would, but like... Because delaying this by 1 tick means that it took 1 tick longer for this guy to get the check signal to equal 0, which is when this becomes false, because this is the looping. Oh, this is the looping part. Oh god, I've confused myself again. What is this positive check signal doing? Positive check signal is breaking some sort of loop. This is the loop of the memory set. No, this is the beginning. I keep doing that backwards. I should almost change the order of this. Yeah. Okay. Because this is the starting point, and then the bottom chunk is what maintains the loop. Low-level debugging? This is some high-level debugging, I think. So this guy is the loop that maintains itself. So as soon as that check signal equals 0 instead of the -1 it was seeing, it breaks its own loop. And then when it breaks its own loop, then the next tick gives a -1. Well, this was negating that, so check was at 0. So then as soon as pink is gone, then this combinator takes back over, and then we allow a new recipe in. But so that delay should all work the same way. The check signal getting here 1 tick later shouldn't change any of that. All it should change is that it takes 1 tick longer to... Or it should still be sending the, hey, we're making a boiler, so take 1 boiler away from the wish list. It should maintain that for 1 tick longer now. Did I do this wrong? Green flag greater than 0, output 1 flag. No, that should do it. So effectively, we should be seeing this -1 boiler right here for 1 tick longer. And that should give 1 tick more for this guy to be a -1 boiler. So I am a little bit confused on why that's actually not working. Because this receiving a new signal should still be on the same relative speed. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe, you know, but this should then have 0 boilers on it. I guess it's this one we care about. Oh, is it selecting? No, because this is only outputting positive signals. It's negating 1 of whatever it's receiving. And in this case, it's receiving boiler. So that's sending out a -1 boiler. And if this was saying we want 1 boiler, there should be 0. They should cancel out perfectly. This is receiving no signals. And as soon as this gets even more negative on its input, this will be outputting -1 boiler as well. Or, well, it'll be outputting 0 boiler. This will be outputting -1 boiler. And that's selecting a random input from the list of negative boilers. Wow. That's what's happening. When this selects a random input, it can select a negative. That's the problem. At least I'm pretty sure. We can test that theory. Let's test that that's the reason this was all happening. Yeah. Yep. Yep. But that doesn't cause the building to want to make a boiler. So no, that's not what's happening, because that just corrupts the whole system. Or it doesn't corrupt it, but it doesn't do anything. And then when that goes away, it goes back to being reset. So never mind, that's not what was doing it. Shoot, I thought I had figured it out. Because that only looks at positive signals. No, so what is happening? How are we still getting too many boilers? And these two are both receiving signals on the same tick. So this is looking at each positive signal and negating it. Should it look at each? I'm not sure. Could look at anything. I don't know if that's going to change. I'll put every signal that passed all conditions. So that will negate the boiler on the same tick that this is seeing that there is a boiler. So then that would be passing through the boiler signal as well, if it's still positive on the green. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm screwing something up here. So as soon as we're allowing pass-through, we are subtracting the boiler. So that... And we already know that's working. We're not seeing a boiler show up on the second building. I might need to put this in the tester and go tick by tick. Let's just do that. Actually, I think an easier, rather than dealing with the testing environment, I'm just gonna save the game and we're gonna go and test here in the real world. What is it? Mod settings, editor extensions, testing lab off. All right. So then let's pause the game here and try this boiler thing again. I can advance one tick with numpad period. That's the easy way to do it. So then the boiler signal is 0, so we do one more, 27. Okay. So one tick later, and this guy's receiving a positive 1 signal. One tick later, now we're outputting. This guy's about to select a random input. Boom. So this guy selected a random input. What do you know? It was a... Wait, that didn't work? Oh, this is only every 10 ticks. Okay, we gotta wait till that updates. By the way, this one's not getting passed through. Perfect. Okay, where's your little update light? There we go. Output signal 1. Boom. Bam. So now that is multiplying boiler by the check mark. Or it already did. And now it's outputting boiler. So now this is about to... So this is measured as true, and now it's gonna do the thing. Begin the loop. And on the same tick, this is now seeing both that we are making something and we're making a negative boiler. So on the next tick, oh, maybe this is where the mistake happens. So now Now we see that this is negating the boiler. And this is saying you're allowed to pass through now that we've negated the boiler. But this is now receiving a 2 boiler. That's because that should be okay. Because this just not floors it, but clamps it to -1. But now we're getting a -1 boiler signal. Why? Because that's only adding -1 to it. Why are we getting a -1 boiler signal when I'm only outputting -1 and it should be adding to the 1 that we have? Like, why is this green -1? That's the question. This is outputting on red and green. So it's doubling the minusing. Interesting. Is that the source? I think that might be the source of another thing that we analyzed back when I made them all, which is that if I request 10 of something, it only makes 5 at a time. I think this is why that was happening. I don't know if this explains the current thing we're looking at, though. What's up, Jetto? Welcome, welcome. The mall is going. We're really trying to make sure we understand every little bit of this so that we can kind of recreate it, maybe make it more efficient. I am trying to fix one bug in it, but and then we'll start kind of figuring out how to explain it properly. So this guy is doing... What is happening here? So having a bigger negative shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't cause it to make more, should it? So that's outputting on the green to negate, but then it's also outputting on the red to negate, which then on the next tick arrives on the green, but the green is still negated. So there's a weird 1 tick delay there on something where it goes 1, 0, -1. So then this stays outputting a boiler the whole time. I think that's the problem. This needs to not be receiving a -1 input signal. I think that is the problem. Because when we reset, when the pink resets and this says, hey, we're now checkmark on, you're allowed to multiply, it's gonna bring in that -1 boiler signal and do nothing with it. Right, we already looked at that. That's fine. So what is the issue here? I'm not actually sure what's happening, so let's find out. We need to wait for ingredients. Okay, building is crafting. Wow, I barely caught that in time. So, building is crafting. Everything is, I think, still doing what it should be doing. Nothing's changed in terms of all this status. We do see there's still a deliver, what just happened? I didn't advance by 1 tick. Something said deliver 3. No, it doesn't. That's weird. Anyway, advance 1 tick. Oh, numpad period, not regular period. Okay. The tick that it finishes is now. So it's now sending the control signal. And nothing else has happened. So that's like I said. Next tick. The inserter's holding it. And the control signal's been sent to this guy. This should also now see, if we scroll to the bottom, where's boilers? Can it be in the 30s? Why is it not in the 30s? 3. There. I only have 3 boilers? Now I'm confused again. We're taking positives from the logistics. Boilers are going to end up here in the only unfiltered storage chests. Then they're going to get inserted where we are read, hold. I bet it has to do with that, actually. Oh, maybe not. I'm reading everything here. I'm reading these inserters, I'm reading this belt, I'm reading this stuff, and I'm reading... Oh, but it's not on the same tick. The logistics is one tick after all of this. I bet that's the issue. Maybe. Because as soon as we take it out of the logistics network... No, it's delayed in the other way, so I think we're okay here still. Alright, well anyway, this is currently saying we have 26 boilers, and we're asking for 27, so we still think we want one more boiler, but it also says we're making one boiler. So that's still the current state of things. And then on the next tick, things are gonna start happening. So on the next tick here, this guy's now fired off the check mark, which is going to blow up our memory cell. And that will then, on the following tick, blow up our -1. That's the thing we're making. But we should already see 27 boilers here, and we do. So on the next tick, that -27 should fully then cancel out here. Okay, here we are, next tick. This should be now outputting -27 boilers. Are we outputting -27 boilers? Yep, right there. And then now, boilers are no longer on the wish list. So we're basically there, like we're very close to this solution. So the problem is in the resetting, I guess. Because this is already blown up. I just need to delay the resetting of the check mark. Instead, delay that by a tick. Because it seems like we properly have measured that I don't need it on the wish list anymore. That negative isn't going to cause problems on the red. We've already talked about why that's not a problem. Because this will output a negative. And this won't do anything with the negative signal. So then, what's the next tick look like? Well, now... This is still awaiting new orders. This is fully reset now. We no longer say that we're making a boiler. And this still thinks we have hopefully 27 boilers. Okay, so what's the issue? And why are we setting the recipe? Will that be reset on the next tick? Because this still has recipe set. Why does this still have recipe set? The only input that we're receiving is this green wire, which is outputting nothing. So I think on the next tick, it'll turn off. There we go. Okay. All is still well. Boiler is still negative 27. Cool. So when does this go wrong then? It feels like from here everything's good to go. So we must have a one tick issue somewhere, because then next tick things are still fine. We are getting the negative boiler signal. Where's that coming from? Where is that negative boiler signal coming from? Is it just maintaining itself? This is outputting a -1 to red, which is then... No, that should die off in the next tick as well. Yeah, I mean, a negative boiler signal should do nothing to this red wire, so it doesn't matter if we have a negative signal corrupting anything. So then on the next tick, that negative signal should be gone. No, it's still not gone. Maybe on the next one it'll die. Oh, this only updates once every 10 ticks. So it'll keep that negative going for a little while. Okay. Alright, well now it's in the chest. Is this where things break down? It says we have 27. Nope. What about the next tick? Now it says we have 24. That's where the issue happens. This is where the issue happens. It says we have 24 because this is reading... We've got a pickup of 3 happening. So that makes it think we have 3 fewer in the logistic network. Aha. So this is reading only positive signals, which is none currently, I think. If we look at... Wait. Oh, that's a channel 0? Oh! Did I accidentally change that at some point? Did I rebuild these? What happened? How are those channel... Okay, what the heck? Oh my gosh! How did those get to logistic network 0? We might not even have a bug here. Hold on. That's gonna be really frustrating. That's gonna be really frustrating if that was all that was happening. Okay, let's try again and see what happens this time without that issue. Okay, so 28 seems we have. What about 29? We have 29. All right, what about 30? Okay, how many do I actually have? I wish you could search. still feel like I did something wrong. This is measuring logistics on channel 0. Wait a second. Which is these guys. Channel 1 is being measured and contents are being read. I think the issue's here somewhere. Where is that output going? What the heck? Yeah, the issue's got to be in here somewhere. So that output wire is just... What on earth is that? Is that even doing anything? Oh, it's setting filters. Oh. Okay, that's a filter setter. That's not doing anything. Are we not adding the contents of Network 1 and subtracting them from our wish list? Is that the problem? That might be the problem. Are we not even doing that at all? 'Cause that's reading requests of red. We're reading the contents. I mean, these are all set to channel 1. So those should get taken to here. But we're not reading the contents of Logistics Network 1. Why not? What is going on here? Or am I, and I just haven't found it? Why am I not reading the contents of Network 1? I am reading these contents, and then I'm passing them to this combinator, which negates that, which then cancels out with filter requests or something. But that's for what we steal from channel 0. None of that ever makes it back to saying, here's what we have. Now that's interesting. Because the problem is if we do cancel out what we have here in channel 1, there's no way to get it from channel 1 back to channel 0 if we need it for the base. So I think what we're running into here is a logistics channel network problem, not a if I make this for vanilla space age problem. Because yeah, I can see now what's happening. I mean, let's just prove it. Alt-L. If I bump this up, I don't even know where is 35 gonna? No. How many boilers do I already have? I guess I should look at this. Okay, we're at -5 now. So if I go to 51, that triggers a boiler getting made. And we should notice the tick that it gets. Okay. Let me advance here. So even at this point, we're still not trying to make a boiler. It should be the moment it lands in the chest. Yep, 2 ticks later. Now we want the boiler again. It's because we're not reading the contents of Network 1. But we can't read the contents of Network 1. Can we read? Let's try it this way. Count those in the same loop. No, that doesn't cancel it out. I was hoping the deliver 3 and the pickup 3 would cancel out. $26. I'm actually curious what signal that is giving. That is giving a boiler signal. So if that's giving the boiler signal correctly, wouldn't that then be canceling this out? Oh, it did. It did. It just took a couple ticks longer. I think at that point it was too late, though. And once the bot picks it up, it doesn't show the one that's about to be delivered, I guess. Because it still shows as 1, and then as soon as it arrives in the chest, I assume that'll disappear. How many ticks does it take a bot to get to where it's going? There it is. Yeah, then it disappeared. That's what I was hoping wouldn't be the case. When you measure contents of a storage chest, it only measures the contents it actually has, not the incoming contents. So the only way to measure the incoming contents would be to read the logistics network. So to answer your question, Gravy, why can't we read the contents of network 1? Well, the answer is because whatever's in here is not actually available to construction bots for the pYanodon's base. What's in here is only available as the inter-Automall network, basically as ingredients. And so the problem is these ingredients are available, but they're not available to build with. So if I say I want to be able to build with 10 assemblers, I expect there to be 10 assemblers in network 0, not 10 assemblers in network 1. By measuring what's in network 1 and taking it out of our wish list, then we could end up with having 10 assemblers that only exist to be ingredients in other recipes, making our base think we have 10 assemblers we can build with, but we really don't, because they only exist here as ingredients. So the problem, though, is I can't separate out this channel 1 of ingredients with this channel 1 of the thing I made is coming to arrive at its location. So there could be a couple fixes to this. One would be to just use a belt. Instead of having bots carry it from here to here, I could have a belt, and then I'm measuring the inserters and the belt. That's actually the solution I'm leaning towards. It's a little weird because then you're not using bots for it, and it's kind of only necessary because I'm doing logistics channels. So because I'm remaking it without logistics channels, do I really care about that fix? I mean, it'll fix it for my pYanodon's base, which is kind of nice. But yeah, rather than putting it in a provider chest, I could just put it on a belt that comes down here and goes onto that belt. And delete this part and delete this. And then I just measure the inserter, read the inserter contents, hold, read the full belt, hold. We're done. And now there's only one tick where the building isn't being subtracted out from my wish list. I think I'm just gonna do it that way. Let's try that, see if it fixes things. So Oh, no, no, no. It doesn't fix things because the active provider chest is for the extra ingredients. Shoot. Now we have a problem if we end up with extra ingredients. Oh, this just gets more and more complicated. And set recipe and read contents are corrupted on the same belt. Or same wire color. What? Oh yeah, they are here too. Yeah, we can't. That's so annoying. Because I was thinking we could have an inserter that's filtered to the recipe. But that won't work either. Because I could make another channel just to carry the output buildings. But the problem is, it still doesn't work because sometimes the extra ingredients are going to end up here. But haven't we already determined we're not going to ever get extra ingredients? That's the thing. Can we even get extra ingredients? Because of the trash unrequested, it's count perfect. I guess I'm worried about a weird situation that's probably not something I need to worry about. Because, like, technically, when the inserter is swinging, because we're not reading the hand contents, I guess we could. Why don't we just read hand contents of the inserter? Is there a reason I shouldn't do that? Yes, because then it can set the recipe of the building to its own hand contents, which we don't want. That's hilarious and bad. The only signal that this can be receiving is from the signal of what are we making. That is sad. I could instead, because we don't need the red wire from the thing, we could instead, here we go. Take off that red wire, add a green wire, and then read the hand contents. So now we are combining the contents without corrupting the inserter's contents to tell the building what to make. And then that's what's getting subtracted 1 tick later. There is a 1 tick delay, but that's it on that. So that means for 1 tick, this will be asking for items we don't actually need, but that's it. I think it will be 1 tick at the end as well. Once the building is done crafting, it will think we need ingredients for 1 tick, but then that will immediately turn off. Will it immediately turn off? No, that won't turn off until... Wait. No, it'll stay off. Yeah, the only way... This only outputs the ingredients if the building's not running, if the building hasn't just finished. And this will go from outputting clock to flag to then nothing. And it'll only be 1 or 2 ticks before this gets here. So unless the bots could deliver items in those 1 or 2 ticks, we should be fine. And this is going to bring count perfect. So if it brings 3 at once and the inserter can swing 3, that's not going to cause an issue. If it brings 2, it won't bring 3 instead of 2. I'm hesitant to say it, but I think this will work. And that way... And we'll leave the read working signal just to turn off requesting ingredients, even though it shouldn't matter because we're subtracting them anyway. It shouldn't matter because we're subtracting them anyway. Whatever's in here is being negated, and that's being combined with the ingredients of the recipe. Now, we could run into a real issue if any building ever has itself as an ingredient. That would be a problem. I hope there are no buildings like that, because the system will break if a building has itself as an ingredient. That one's getting its recipe set, reading the ingredients, that combines with negatives. I'm just seeing, can I remove this working signal entirely? I think I can. As soon as it stops working, that's when the flag signal turns on. So it's not going to even add one more tick of issues here. Now I am curious, why does this say checkmark equals 0? Should this building be ready to go? Oh, it is. Wait, what? I'm confused. Oh, I'm paused. There we go. No? One is not equal to 0. I'm in a rough spot today. All right, there we go. Yeah, so that only runs if the check is being canceled out by the pink. Right, that's the input to that guy? Yeah. So until that happens, this guy won't be outputting ingredients. So I think we're fine. I'm doing it. We're not reading the working signal anymore. I'm just removing that entirely. I think that's unnecessary. And then I'm gonna pull the proverbial plug on that, and we're gonna say belt to here. And we're gonna remove these. Though the wiring, I do need to be careful about that, attaches to that guy. That attaches to there. And then that is not right. Why is this one a different one than that one? This one checks for positivity only. So yeah, we should wire up the inserter on a different... That can stay the way it was, but the inserter should be on this one. Same one as the belt. Okay, channel 3, did I already address that? I think I did, yeah. I don't think that would fix it here. And again, we're trying to get closer to a vanilla solution too, I think, in our heads at least. Our solution doesn't have to be the vanilla solution, but... Okay, so this should fix it now. Because we're reading this, we're reading the belt, and that's directly getting negated one tick later to the wish list. So there should be no issues there. We simplified it slightly. I can remove this one tick delayer, I think, and reconnect the building and that. Okay. All of that should amount to me adding one more boiler here, or two. I think we made two again. But hopefully, only one boiler gets made. 54? How many boilers? What is going on here? What? Hold on. What's happening now? Where'd the boilers go? Shouldn't they be near the top? Because we just had the right amount a second ago? Something is fishy again. I literally can't find it. Oh, that's probably because it's a 0. I bet that's the reason. Yep, that was the reason. Okay, well that's why I couldn't find it in the list. Alright, please don't make another one. Please don't make another one. It didn't make another one! Woohoo! Alright, we successfully made one building. Wow, that was something and a half, as you would say. turn down my heater here. In fact, I should probably turn it off. Okay, so I think we're good to like start to think about how to explain this. Let's go over a couple other pieces real quick that I think are easier to understand. We can ignore this weirdness because this is just measuring the contents of my provider chests and negating them from our wish list. And normally that could just be done by reading your logistic network contents. And that's why you can't use a request. I couldn't have done this provider chest method, I don't think. Maybe I could. I don't know how it does the math. Because if we had one item in the active provider and we were measuring the contents of the network, would it stay at one item when it was in the provider chest, even though it said we wanted 3, but we didn't really have 3? I think the request 3 and deliver 3 would cancel out. But would it also count as 1 when the bot was in transit? I don't actually know. We might need a belt even in the vanilla solution. That one's another easy one to test really quick, just from a place of curiosity. So if we had a read network contents, and then we have an active provider and a storage chest somewhere and a bot, and I just place 1 sand in there. Yeah, red is -2 sand for a minute. That's the problem. That is annoying. That is really annoying, actually. So that's an argument for the belt, regardless of whether we do vanilla or not, because it's -2, which is wrong. Then it's 0, which is wrong. In transit items don't count, even if they're in transit to a storage chest. Huh. That's so interesting. What about requests? Does it read anything at any point on the request side of things? No, it doesn't. Wow. Weird. Really weird. Requests cancel out, though, I believe. If I were to set the request to be 1 sand. It sees the request as 1 sand. Then it should go to -2. No, it sees that only 1 sand is getting delivered. Interesting. Will it show the request as -2 if I add 3 sand? No. Even though 3 is getting delivered. That's also odd. Feels like it should. Does it only read positive requests? But like, okay, here's a weird scenario, but hear me out. If we have... I gotta pause the game for this. If I have a request of 2 here and 1 here. What am I doing? What am I trying to say this? Yes, we do have power struggles. What's up, Teus? So if I were to request the 1, but then I had 2 here, but requested 2 that, I'm trying to get it to like see if it does the math wrong or not, but I'm struggling to formulate that. So here we're actually delivering 3 even though I asked for 1, which means we've got 2 extras coming in. So I want to make a way to have not enough requests, so this needs to request 3 but only get 1. Well, now I think I just screwed that up because there's none available. So hold on. Everybody chill out for a second. Okay, so now I'll make one available there. Wait till it gets picked up. Then I'll immediately make two available for this guy, which will be a request. Oh, but it knows it's only delivering one. I needed to have put three in there. Hold on. Okay. So everyone's chilled out. So now pause. We put in 3 here. Not 4. Okay. So we do that. Let it get picked up. Good. It went to the one I wanted it to. Forgot about that. So now we turn this on. And put in 1 sand? No. We want it to be under delivering. It is under delivering. Because it thinks we're getting 6, but we're not. But it says logistics system storage -2. -2, because that's 3 requests. 1 in a chest. Now that it's picked up, it thinks we have 1. Where? How? Okay, that's the kind of thing I was like trying to figure out. So this is actually getting 3. This one is getting 1 less than it wants. How is that adding up to 1 as a signal for contents? I have no idea. Or no, we're reading requests. Sorry, we're reading requests. So the request is 1, because now it knows it's under delivering. So because it knows we're under delivering, so it only knows the proper count of requests once the bot gets to the thing it's picking up from and realizes it doesn't have enough to carry what it thought it could carry. But it's not subtracting the over deliverage either. So the over deliverage, that means trash unrequested could be a way to keep closer to perfect counts, so that, because the over deliverage is going to go into the trash here and get provided back to the network, but that's not accounted for right now. So you have to start with, or sorry, it's not going to get trashed because we don't have this selected. So what's happening right now is it's thinking that we're requesting 1 here because we're 1 short. But this one got over delivered. So if you don't want that to happen, definitely trash unrequested is there, but I feel like there's still one other issue here, which was that over deliverage doesn't cancel out with under deliverage, which is probably fine, because if you have a requester that wants, if you had 500 different requesters that all wanted 1 thing, if a third of them were having 3 items delivered, you wouldn't want it to show as 0 requests on your network, because the other 2/3 are still hungry for their 1 item. So I do think it's doing what we want it to do. I'm still a little confused on what I was trying to measure here. I think I was doing all of that because I was trying to relate it back to like whether we could put the output into a chest and it would count it properly from source to finish as being negated. Oh, well, I was just reading requests. So as far as contents, does it read it the whole time? We already answered that. Didn't I already answer this? Oh my god. I'm pretty sure we answered this, and the answer was no. This was the bad news we set out to prove. That I think only took us 2 seconds. The requester chest was a different question, but this one, if we're just reading, and this is the bad news, if we're just reading the contents, it shows us 0 items until it arrives. Yeah, okay, that is correct. So yeah, you do need the belt. Weird and annoying. So for an Automall, putting your outputs into a part of the logistic network that then carries it to a different part of the logistic network is going to cause you to overproduce, is the summary of that. So for your Automall, you actually want to place directly into... It still feels wrong somehow. So really, so placing into an active provider chest is like delaying the count of your network, just in a general sense. It feels so weird. Has that always been true? So like, I've just got some storage chest over here. And this goes in an active provider chest. Let's make sticks. Infinity chest with iron plate. And we're reading contents. Chill out for a second. Okay. So from here, it's negative because things are getting picked up past, and finally it starts. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Really inaccurate. Active provider chests cause very inaccurate counts of items in your logistics network. Okay, good to know. What about, are passive provider chests any different? Because that includes requester chests. But even then, if it's over delivering, it'll subtract 3 from the contents when you don't have 3 to provide, I think. Let's just double check about that. So here, read the contents. Okay, so it thinks the contents are 8. Let's say I only have 2 in there, and then a requester chest asks for sticks. Let me ask for 3. But saying we have 2. Next tick. Now it says we have -1. Yeah. See, that's annoying too, because it's like we don't have -1. We have 0. Because those 2 are going to get picked up and then delivered. This is so annoying. Now, do requests just cancel out in general with contents? I'm like forgetting how all this works. No, it's just a partial... Yeah. This is so interesting. Like, it does a lot of things that in certain cases are helpful and in other cases are really unhelpful, and you just have to live with the results. Very interesting. It's like trying to account for the over-deliver, under-deliver a little bit, but it's not accounting for in-flight bots in the storage, even if it's delivering to a storage chest. I wonder if buffer chests fix this, because we remember there was some weirdness with buffer chests. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was some wonky stuff with buffer chests that they were like getting double counted or something. So here, if we were to put an item in, I don't think they get delivered to buffer chests, do they? No. Huh. Yeah, so the in-flight items still don't count towards the network. But buffer chest contents do count for the network. But don't they count for like the network and the request or something? Like we ran into issues with that. I specifically remember weirdnesses with the buffer chests. Oh boy. Okay, well that just further exemplifies why you use a belt for your output. Or some other method that you can measure along the whole route, because the bots don't do it right. Okay, so back to what we were doing. So in the vanilla version, they'll just get loaded directly into the providers. No questions asked there. And as soon as they get loaded into the providers, that will count for the read logistic network contents. And that needs to be filtered. Negatives need to be filtered out of that. Otherwise, it does do weirdnesses. And then, because if there's a negative there that then gets negated, it can think we need something when we're just doing an over delivery, because bots have a big cargo capacity. So we don't want that. And then we're measuring these contents and adding them as well. So that's all good. So on to the little shopping list, finally, onto the other functionalities of my Automall, which is the shopping list and the frozen indicator and the reset we already talked about. So the shopping mall, again, is weirder because of my channel system here. So normally, I think we would just be able to do a buffer chest and set the... I don't know, we're gonna have to test it, honestly. Once we build the vanilla version, I'm not exactly sure how this will work, because we were doing something weird here with, like, this is to turn on the request, so that's fine. And then we put the request into here, turn it on with that constant combinator. And then we turn it off once the need is fulfilled, and then we can come pick stuff up. And why do we not just turn on and off these combinators to do that? Because when you turn off the combinator, then it trashes the unrequested. That's right, or something like that. It measures it wrong. But it's possible that whatever that specific answer was is related to logistic network channels as well. I don't remember. So let's work on the vanilla version of this. Probably in the editor. Where we want to be for this. So I'm going to load my save. I'm going to get some more coffee. We're going to take a little break, use the restroom, and we're going to build out the vanilla version of this. And maybe make an improvement here. Are there any improvements we can make here? So what could have been different? I don't know. It's not that bad once I kind of ran through it again, now that I feel like I understand it. Oh, this didn't need to be here. Oh no, there were fixes that now are no longer here. What were the other fixes? This guy doesn't have that. But it does have this. And we are reading hand contents. And we're not hooked up to this. And then this guy was rearranged. Already did that. And then this guy, this whole thing was different. Look like this. And then we're measuring this. Plus that. But that doesn't get attached to that. Okay. I think that fixes it. We're gonna reset things here. Uh-oh. That didn't reset everything. I'm doing something wrong now. Oh, right. This is no longer attached to this. There we go. That should fix it. Reset. Nope, that didn't fix it either. Or it did. Yeah, it did. We just don't have enough of those. Okay, I do want to, once this figures itself out, I do want to test it one more time. Oh wow, that used all 282 of our bots. Just to make sure the changes we just made didn't break things. Oh yeah, and that one can be deleted. No longer a working condition. Is there anything else, like, we need to do here that we can make more elegant? Because this is a lot of combinators. So this one is only allowing the pass-through when we... I feel like this one could be a different signal, potentially. Because it's only allowing the pass-through when we've already subtracted off this guy. So, is there something that would be on the same tick delay as this guy? Because this guy happens as soon as we're outputting a positive signal, which is also going to be the pink signal. So we could measure the check mark output from this instead, right? Because this goes to the negative there, and it sends the pink signal here. So boom and boom on the same tick. So I think we could look at check equal -1 from this output on red. This doesn't have a red output currently. So I think that works instead. So we can remove this whole combinator. Anything greater than 0. That would just be measuring the anything signal. No, this gets a signal 1 tick sooner. Never mind. Because that gets shortcut, remember? This has the output that it shortcuts directly to these together. So if I measure this one for pink, that'll be 1 tick after this. But weren't we conjecturing we could change this one too? That thought was that this guy is looping on red and green. Like, what if we wanted a break here? So what if we did green as the output there instead of red? Does that break anything? Because then the anything coming from here would be a green input. That green signal is only coming from this one's output, I think. That's the only green wire there, yeah. And that's just a check mark to cancel out that loop. So that's never going to cause an issue with this green signal. Right? I don't think so. So I think I could change that to green with no issue. And then that forces a delay on the subtraction to this tick, which would force the same delay. Because then this would output what we're negating along with the pink signal, and then I could remove that combinator. I think, oh boy, let's find out if that all works. I think I take that away, throw in a green, change that to green only. And then the loopy part is red only. check mark is technically green only, but it doesn't matter. Or no, it needs to add in its own red. Plus green. Because the red is where the negative comes from. Yeah, no, it needs to add red and green for the check mark. But then it outputs on the green wire the pink to there to make a negative check, which will then loop itself, and then the building that we're making to here to negate that. And so then this guy should be able to receive, instead of a red signal from that, it should be able to receive a red signal from here. And it should be able to say a check mark is negative as its condition to allow pass through. Now I can remove that. I think we did it. And now it's all good to go. What is this doing? If anything's positive, output anything. Is this necessary at all? This one sort of feels unnecessary. It might be necessary for red and green separation, I think is why we have this, because this one has a red output and a green output, and the red output and green output can't be mixed on the building. I think this is just for separating wire colors. And preventing signals from reversing through. Because this is the one we're reading contents on, so we don't want that to reverse into this loop. Yeah, that's why. So this is just literally a pass-through signal and color changing. It's a one-way signal gate, which we need. So that one's necessary. This guy is only allowing us... It does sort of feel like these two could be combined. What is that doing? That's guaranteeing that the red checkmark signal that it's receiving, green checkmark signal, which is coming from the combination of this guy and the pink looper. Or we're just measuring the pinkness of the loop from the memory cell. So we're basically seeing if the memory cell is looping, then the check mark will be 0. Oh, this will be 0. If it's not looping, this will be 1. Can't I just multiply? I'd have to multiply by negative pink. I guess that's an issue. Can I output a positive signal? Or will that break things? There was a reason I used negatives here. But if I do output a positive signal, we could just read the loopy signal. Because this is basically just measuring, is the memory cell looping? It's also possible we needed a 1-tick delay in there. But this is basically just saying if the memory cell isn't looping, we're allowed to pass a signal through into the memory cell. If the memory cell is looping, don't pass a signal through. And then the memory cell will just maintain itself until we get a flag, because we finished the thing. And that outputs the checkmark signal to the memory cell, which resets it. But could I add another output that just represents the memory cell is looping, like that? So that's my loopy signal. It would be on red. So it would pass through itself. Anything greater than 0. So loopy would be increasing infinitely. Is that a problem? Probably. But we can't multiply by -1 of something. So we get our input, and if loopy was -1, we'd get a negative output. I'd have to negate that and then pass it. So I need to add a combinator to take away this combinator. Because if I just pass that directly into here... Also, that might not work for another reason. Like, this is connected to a lot of stuff. What else is going on here? I feel like I'm doing two things with this wire and I'm confusing myself. So this is reading the ingredients and setting the recipe. The ingredients are being passed to here. The recipe is being set from this red wire. Why does this green wire go around? It's because this one wants to see the check signal too. So this one wants to see the loopy signal. So the loopy signal is just being passed to here and here. Why is this building connected as well? Oh, it's just it's not. Those are effectively two separate inputs on green. This building has no need to be connected to anything other than this, and these have no need to be connected through to the assembler. They just happen to be connected, and it doesn't matter. So is it going to be a problem to add the circle arrow as a positive? I mean, I think a little bit, but does it really matter? Because it'll output one, and then it'll output another one here, because anything counts as that. And then the loopy signal will maintain itself even if it has no crafting. No, that's the problem. It can't. So this needs to be a -1, and then we're just not accomplishing anything, because now we've got a negation. Could I do it with a constant combinator? Like, what if I add 2 loopy signals, then it would be 2 normally and then 1 when we're looping. And then we could just output each if... This can be a decider instead. Hold on, I think we can do this. I think we can replace... Or no, the whole point was to delete this combinator. Wait. Right. The point was to delete this one. So, all that... Sorry, I was thinking of different ways to make this combinator. If we're removing this combinator, that just means this signal is getting passed to the input of this. Are the inputs already too gummed up? Could I have that input on green? I think this green wire can handle that. Yeah, that's only loopy signals currently. So the green wire could just be that red wire, and this has no green output, so that's fine. So that change that to a green wire. Now, when this is looping... Is this even doing anything? Brain looping happening. Indeed, finished polar bear. So much brain looping. So what's going on here is... What is this doing? When we're looping, this cuts things. It cuts off the input. But isn't that what this is already doing? Because it cuts off the input when the pink shows up. It cuts off the green input already. So are we accomplishing anything? Is it a 1-tick delay? Is that all that's accomplishing? It might be a 1-tick delay that it's accomplishing. Because the check mark being negative and the pink signal cause it to go into this mode, which only loops the red anything. So even if the green anything... Oh, no, it doesn't! This was that weird issue. This was the bug we found, right? Hold on. I actually think that one is Factorio's fault. Hold on. I think this was... I've just now remembered there was a weirdo bug. That is not my fault. Okay, if anything... let me just copy that combinator. I think we need that combinator because Factorio is bugged. That's right, I said it. Okay, so if this loops on itself, and then the green is the input, let's just use a constant combinator. So check this out. I'm pretty sure this is what happened. We'll find out if I'm correct or not. Okay, so we'll just say these are the input signals, and I'll turn them off for now. Okay, and then I need a way to reset it, which would be adding 1 to the check mark. Okay, so here it is in neutral position. We add that in, and we see that it's outputting a mining drill. Perfect. That's what we want. Turn it off. Still outputting mining drill. Perfect. Reset. Okay, now we add a mining drill, and then we change it to a speed module. And it didn't... Oh, I bet... Hold on. I bet it's a sorting issue. I bet if we change it to an iron chest, it'll do it. Yep. Bug. So this is a false set of conditions, but that anything... Oh, wait, that needs to be green only. I don't think that's what messed it up, though. That anything will corrupt the other anything, if that makes sense. So you can go mining drill, and even though this is not a true condition, because somehow, like, that is a green bar itself, it changes the anything that then this is seeing, even though this is the only true condition. It looks at the green anything. So messed up. It's so frustrating. Because otherwise we could remove the combinator. If it only counted the red anything here and ignored the green anything, we'd be okay. But the problem is it converts it. Would an each work if I replace these with each? Okay. That's working. It didn't corrupt it. It stays looping when both of those are... Oh, maybe that's the fix. We just needed eaches instead of anythings. Okay. We can start the loop. Everything's disabled. It maintains itself. Adding more in doesn't do anything. And adding the wrong signal in doesn't do anything. Perfect. Okay, that fixes it. Man, the anything signal's a little wonky there. That's so interesting how that works. I would classify that as a bug, personally. There's probably some reason, as Factorio devs always seem to have some fancy explanation of like, well, for internal consistency, it has to work that way, otherwise this would break. And like, that's probably true. But from a user perspective, when you have a false condition that somehow is modifying your output, that feels a little weird. Like, vibes-wise, it doesn't really make sense. Because you're like, well, I shouldn't care about the anything that's on the green wire because that's not the one that's the true condition. It should be the anything that's part of the true condition that determines the anything that's being output over here. So I don't know if that's technically a bug or if that's just a... It works differently than you'd hope it would and expect it would, but it actually needs to work that way. There might be a reason it needs to do that. But so I'm not claiming Factorio's inherently broken. It could be a bug though. It could just be a straight up bug. That maybe is too hard to fix or not worth their time to fix. But that being said, I think this is now just a better version of the combinator and we can take out the middleman. So if we use this version of the combinator, now we can remove this guy entirely. The green signal, though, does need to maintain, because this guy looks at the check mark. 1 second. Someone's going on outside. Sounds like someone set off fireworks? I'm confused. Anyway, how's it going? Let's play Brick. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, Vatamouse, it is very interesting how complicated this can get. Very, very interesting indeed. So anyway, I think we can now, because we did the green connection across, I think I can delete this. Scary. And then attach this with a green signal. I think that does it. And now this should turn into the each, because I remember this exact part. It's been months, but I do remember needing to add a combinator, and I was frustrated by it. So I was like, oh, the anything is changing when the signal changes, but we just discovered the each doesn't have the same problem. Let's make sure of that though. Like, let's try a couple other signals just to be sure that we can't corrupt that mining signal output. What if I do, you know, 50 of this signal? And I also do negative 20 of this signal. Or I do positive 20 of this signal. Okay, I think we're good. So that will properly hold on to the signal we started with. Until it gets killed by having... Oh, this one's not on. Yeah, when it's in this part of the loop, it'll get killed by having check equals 0. Now, is this going to be a infinite, like, will it recreate itself? Check will equal 0. So this will be false. It won't output stuff for a tick. Then on the next tick, I guess if the each signal was coming from here still, I guess it, when it resets, what's going to happen? It's not going to self-sustain itself, right? It will turn off? I guess we'll find out, because we've already done it. That one's needed just to subtract things. I don't think there's a way around that. No way to negate, because this is going to give us positive signals. So there's no way to fix that canceling out with the requests. And requests have to be positive. So that combinator is absolutely necessary. This one is necessary. So this is saying... This is basically creating our requests. And it will only create requests when the check signal is 1. Which means this is looping, I think. Or sorry, when the check signal is 0, which is when it's looping, yeah. So this is saying only pass through the request when when the memory looper is going. Is that necessary? Is it necessary to have that restriction on the requests? Because, again, we're only talking a couple ticks before and after that this could change anything. Like, as soon as the flag signal goes through, 1 tick later we output the check signal, which immediately turns that to 0, and then it breaks out of the loop. So 1 tick later, we're already out of the looper, which is going to stop setting the recipe. Because that set recipe is coming from the output of the looper. So do we really even need this? I don't even think we need this. What is this doing? This is adding the input count of red and green together. Is that necessary? No, because I can just set requests to red and green together by connecting red and green to the chest. Right? I think so. Because this green only has the check and the pink signal on it. Actually, I don't even know if it has the pink signal on it. This green only has the check signal on it. So that green can be hooked up to the chest, and then the red that's hooked up to the chest comes from here instead. So we can just do that, and this, and then we set requests the same way. Red and green will add together into the chest, and this whole combinator is unnecessary. I think. Trash unrequested, working the way that it does, I think has saved me 1 or 2 combinators, which is huge. So now we've nixed 2 combinators and a whole signal. That's great. That's great. We've improved this a lot. Okay. Is there anything else we can do? And I'm assuming it still works. Let's test it. Let's add, I don't know, what's, I don't want to add super buildings. Let's add some more pie tanks or something. I don't know. Let's add all these. Okay, I thought I might have counted wrong. We'll let these get made real quick and then we'll find out. Oh shoot, this is a problem. I have to kind of fix this on all of these sections. Wait, those aren't being measured. I still didn't do something right. Okay. Reset. Chill out. Let's start fresh. And I should be able to do... Well, see, that means I have an extra one of these. So which tank do I not have an extra of? The little baby one? No, I have 5 extra of those. Let's just go with the 10 cal liter, but we'll add 2 of them. So go to 12. That should make exactly one of these. And let's see if that actually happens. I don't know, man. Seems like that worked. Now, here's the really fun part. Can we get rid of this constant combinator? Is there a way to get rid of the constant combinator? So what's the constant combinator really doing here? So it's adding... Wait, it's doing nothing. Hold on. This is connected to an output. It's literally doing nothing. Oh, I love it. Bye-bye. Right, it was related to multiplying to the other thing. So this is now what we're working with. Ooh, this is so much smoother. Down to 7, 8 combinators, and a couple of them are not really doing that much. Okay, now we start getting into the really fancy question. I think we can't remove much more. Because, like, negating what we're making is always going to be a combinator. Somehow. Because we've chosen a positive signal to create in this block, and we're going to have to turn that into a negative to add into the other stuff. To not make more of it. So, like, that's always going to be a combinator. The pass-through combinator is always going to be a combinator. Selecting a signal from it, if we want different ways to select, always going to be a combinator. So like these three, I don't think those are ever going away. This one we said is never going away. So now there's 4. There's got to be a main memory cell on what we're making. That's absolutely necessary. So now we're at 5. These 5 are absolutely necessary. I can't... Well, this one is maybe not necessary if we did all the wiring just perfect. This one only exists because of wire coloring. So that one's I don't think so, but technically maybe. Like, I'm not 100% sure we need that one. I am pretty sure, unless we somehow did, like, negation shenanigans somewhere else in the whole build, pretty sure this one's necessary and this one to negate things. And they're negating different things, so they can't combine them into one. Or can we? No. I don't want to take the ingredients off the wish list, though I could do different color outputs. Could we separately negate? The problem is, what if we have a negative signal in the first place? Which we do sometimes have a negative signal. But this only ever outputs a positive signal. Hold on. This could work. A negative signal doesn't make it to this guy. This guy doesn't receive negative signals. He does receive, however, these negative signals. And if I'm sending that back into the main selection network, is that going to do anything weird? Now it's going to select random inputs from my weirdo signals. So yeah, that is an issue, I guess. On the negation on the left, can I move it out of the blocks onto only the initial signal? I don't think so. Because it needs to know what this block is making, and then subtract that off of this step. Because this is a one step at a time, it's not sending the same signal to all 10 on the same tick. It's like, what's this block doing? Figure it out, take it off the list, then send the remaining list to the next block, etc., etc. So we do need to negate from this particular part of the list. So we will always need one of these for each block. But, so the question is, if we were to... Is there some way to combine these into one? Because then I could have like a red and then a green as a separate input. It already has red and green as separate inputs, though. And we don't want to set the recipe to the hand content, so those have to be different. And then I can't separate out the color anymore. So I'm pretty sure that's not doable. Yeah, I don't think that's doable. And even if it was to separate out the colors, I still don't think it'd work because we've got these negative outputs to check in the pink that would, if this was just each times -1, those would end up as positive signals in this list, which would then get picked as a random input, which I don't want. So I don't think we can merge those. We said these were absolutely necessary. The memory cell is absolutely necessary. So now we're at 3 question marks. So is this one absolutely necessary? This one is basically preventing the pass-through of the wish list until we've properly negated. I do think we need that one, otherwise we run into the issue we had where it'll line up 4 of something even if only requested 1, because it takes... In fact, no, it would just fill the whole thing, because it would take a couple ticks to take it off the wish list, and at that point it's already passed the next one's on. So I'm pretty sure this guy's necessary as a check. I guess the question, though, is rather than... Do we need a delay on that? I do. It needs to be delayed the same amount of time. Because this is basically only a delay signal. But I don't think there's a way to do it without this delay signal. Because if I don't do this delay signal, then this will pass through 1 tick before this negation has happened of what we're making. It takes 1 tick to say, I'm making thing A, -1 of thing A. That's a 1 tick delay, and so I need 1 tick delay here before we say, now you're allowed to tell the next block what we want to make after we've subtracted our thing. So this just has to go with that for a 1 tick delay, and I don't think I can combine it somehow, can I? Can I? I could, because this is multiplying only positives by -1. Could I? No. Wait, maybe. Sorry, I keep changing my mind here. It's hooked up to the next block. Hold on. What's that doing? Oh, right. We're also feeding what every block is currently making back to the source. I forgot about that. So, and Vatamouse, I'll get to what you said in a second. I'm curious about that. So we're feeding what the block is making back to the source too, as well. Is that even necessary now, though? I don't know if that one's necessary anymore. Now that I've made the changes I've made over here, I don't know if this is necessary. I'm gonna try removing it. And what's a really cheap thing? Our offshore pumps are so super duper cheap. The problem is I have to like actually copy this whole new build to get it working. Let me just delete this. What's up, Dave? Better late than never. How's it going? It's actually going really well. We started out in a pretty rough state, I think, but we have made what feels like some really good progress. We've removed 3 combinators from the build. And yeah. Great. You know what? I'm just gonna delete it all. Delete it all, let the bot sort it out. But we are still pretty far from the tutorial video. I'm still in the understanding and upgrading my own build part of the video. So yeah, there's that element. Missing construction bots. $577 bots are all getting used. Wow, impressive. Anyway, back to Vatamouse, what you were talking about. You think that this can be removed with coloring changes. So, this is outputting the recipe. Which would mean we need to output the recipe on red and green. No, see, this needs a self loop on red, so it can only output the recipe on green. Well, hold on, wait. Or it, wait, no, maybe, hold on. Maybe, hold on, wait, maybe. Hold on, wait, maybe. Okay, so if we were to output the red of this one to here, what would happen? So that would set the recipe. It would read the ingredients, which would then loop back in, so that would be bad. So instead, if I were to output the green of this one to this one, then that would set the recipe, read the ingredients back on green, which would become an input here, which would be fine. So that could work, but then the green would pass through to the request, so I'd have to change the ingredients to a red output here. So then the red would go to this building, which is setting the recipe, but then it would read its contents, which would loop back. So no, there's no way to do it, because the memory cell can only output one color. But we need both colors to arrive at the assembler, both as a set recipe. So we have to turn one color into two colors. I don't think there's any way to do that without a combinator. There's no... if they had a one-way gate, where you could have a green input and then separately red and green out, we could do it. Because that's all this is accomplishing. But as far as I know, there's no way to do it because this is taking up the red channel. I can't have the ingredients or the contents recycling back into the loop. That will screw things up, potentially. Would it, though? I say that, but would it actually screw things up? Or would it just maintain the original... I don't know. It would, because then now each item would be... and yeah, it would definitely have a risk. It's possible that it just magically works because of the order of things. But it would be actually setting the recipes of the... no, because it would change this one. It would change this recipe, which is the one that's not running, to all kinds of different things, based on if it was sooner in the list. Connect right assembler to green wire 2. Change wire output from right assembler from green to red. I think what... the only thing that would help me start to believe that it's possible is if you can explain how the red signal looping back on itself here isn't going to be a problem. Because right now, as far as I can tell, this assembler only has one valid output, which is green. Because if I connect red to anything, it'll feedback. Like, it'll go backwards up the line. Backwash. That's what I was looking for. It'll backwash up the line and corrupt this loop. And then it'll be like subtracting that from stuff. So like we can't have the contents or the ingredients in this loop. And the problem is both assemblers are reading something. We're not just writing. We're reading and writing to both assemblers. So for both assemblers, if they both need to receive a different color. They can't both receive green, because if they do, then the green would be connected at the source that they're receiving green from, which would then again cause the same issue where now the ingredients are being read as setting the recipe of the other one, or the contents of this one are setting the recipe of that one. And so I can't have the assemblers seeing each other, and I can't have this assembler seeing anything other than green on its output. So there's no way to connect both of these to the recipe of green, or red if you flip the colors, and these don't see each other. And they also read their outputs without the output seeing each other. I'm like 90%, maybe 85% sure it's not possible. Definitely not 100, but I'm pretty sure we can't get rid of this guy. All right, well that was a good diversion. The thing I was checking though, we were saying that this combinator was needed for the 1 tick delay, and I don't see a way around that. I think that's probably still accurate. I think what I was getting into was like, can I just subtract it some other way? Or can I use something from the looper to allow the pass through or something? I think I was trying to see if I could get rid of one of these two. Because this guy is just resetting everything when there's a flag. And then it does have a flag signal that goes to there. But all the flag signals that go to there go across all the buildings. Could this looper have its own flag signal? I don't know. I feel like this might be necessary for the anti-freeze warning. Because without this one, Then all the assemblers' outputs would be connected to these guys, but then these guys would be connected to each other, which I can't have. So I do need this, again, just as almost a one-way gate at minimum. I need a one-way gate from the assembler's flag output to connecting all the blocks together to read if any of my blocks have finished crafting recently. That's only doable because I can't connect the greens of all these together and I can't connect the reds of all these together. I just can't. These greens and reds are unique to each block. So yeah, there's cross-contamination of the input signals on green and red. So I'm pretty sure we need this one, just as a dividing line that does allow us to connect all the blocks together. Now, I say that. No, again, I'm out of colors. If I had a blue color, I could do it. I could just do a read working signal, connect all the assemblers with blue wire, and then use that to control my, is my Automall frozen reading. I just don't have any other colors I can use. Well, but I might be onto something. Hold on. I actually might be onto something with that, because I could do a green color output of this, which would have a negative working signal. And I could attach all those together. And that would read, so I could bring back the read working signal and connect all those together instead of the finished signal. And then the finished signal, the flag signal, could be used instead of the check mark. And that would automatically add it, or I could just change this to a check mark. And then it would kill the memory cell on the tick that it finishes. It'll kill the memory cell, and then it could be the read working condition that I use as my indicator that the Automall's not frozen. I don't know, it seems pretty good to me. What else was this doing? This was killing the memory cell. And that's it. And telling the controller that the Automall's not frozen. So we can just kill the memory cell. Oh, but is the green gonna... Is this another green to green issue? Might be. But I might be able to switch it. This is also a one-way gate for this green wire, which is needed, because that's going to send a set recipe directly to the assembler, which we can't have. So the one-way of green is the other important thing. And the one-way of red, maybe? No. One-way of red is fine. No, because this also allows me to do a reset for the whole setup. Without this, I'm not sure if we can. Because if this is... Let's ignore the green signal corruption. And these two are going to have to swap colors. But that's doable, because their outputs can just swap. So let's imagine this one has its... Yeah, I guess it would just look like that. So then, and we change this to like the flag signal. I'm gonna undo these changes here in a second, but I just want to play it out for a second. So then, the problem here is that I now no longer can connect a reset button to all of these separately. Because the whole point of the reset button is it connects between blocks without corrupting anything else. But this one, if the green input was connected along them, then we've got an issue. Because then we're connecting all of these. And if the red one were connected, we obviously have an issue because the memory cells are connected to each other. So yeah, there's no way to do this just because of the one-way nature. It won't let you undo those changes. Interesting. So I do think this one's necessary if we want the functionality of a reset button, which we do. So that's all. That's really the only. I guess there's 2 reasons it exists. Or no, without the reset button, we could do it without this. And then the question becomes, given that we have this, do I want to add in the read working way of measuring through these, or do I want to allow it to be part of the same system? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I don't think there's a big difference between the two. I guess technically it's probably better to read if buildings are working than if they've finished working. If crafts were a really long time, if your buildings were really slow, like if you're playing a mod where buildings take an hour to craft. Yeah, but like realistically, that's not ever going to be the issue for your Automall. So I don't think I want to make that change. This feels more elegant because then I don't have the read working needed. I think we might be done. Unless there's a way to combine these 2 combinators. Because this was necessary for the 1 tick delay. I don't see how to escape that. Because we have to negate it, which means we also have to wait a tick to let this guy through. And this guy can't tell that this guy's signal has now been negated. Oh. Wait. Wait. I can do multiple outputs. I can do multiple outputs. I can do multiple outputs. I don't need this. Yay! Because as soon as this negates the building that we're making, it will then also send out the pass-through signal that allows that to then be true. And they can't not be done on the same tick then. Ha ha ha. Yes. I was right that the functionality needed to happen, but I was kind of not considering how we could actually make the functionality part of the same decider combinator. Because those 2 things needed to happen on the same tick, and they are happening on the same tick. Perfect. Wow, we've removed what, 4 combinators now? Hey, another research down the drain. Is there any other way I can improve this? This is the last... I'm pretty sure there's... I've really pared this down. I'm honestly kind of like, what the heck? Does this still even work? Yeah, exactly, test it. I need to wait until I'm done with thinking I'm done. I have to wait until I feel done, and then I'll test it. Imagine doing this in 1.1. I mean, there's like 15 reasons you couldn't. You couldn't even try. Because you can't even control assemblers. But there were mods that let you do it, and so that it sort of was possible, and it was ridiculous. Because combinators were way worse. Everything was worse. You couldn't read a million things. Yeah, it was rough. But with the mods, it was possible. I remember people did it. So anyway, I'm pretty sure because of the reasons we talked about, I can't remove this guy. Because then the only way to trigger a reset would be to not be able to connect across. So is there a way I could measure across the blocks, but without another combinator, whether or not we've had a reset signal? And I think the answer is no, because the only way to do that would be to attach... Well, no, we can. Didn't we talk about this? Because I could attach the green output of this, which would measure the recipe finished signal. Ah, that wasn't the issue. The issue was sending that reset signal to this guy. How would the memory cell separately receive its reset signal without cross-corrupting the wires. Because this green wire input cannot get connected, and the red wire input cannot get connected. So the only way to do it, you could, if each block had a different reset signal. And then to measure your thing over here, you'd have to like see if any of them are true. Because the problem is this input on red cannot be connected to the other inputs on red, and this input on green cannot be connected to the other inputs on green. So I can't connect the input of this to any other color, which has to carry the reset signal. And there's no combinators connected to the input of this other than this one. So this is the only one that could possibly filter out a global reset signal combined with our local reset signal. Because that's what you're having to do in each block, right? You're wanting to reset on two different conditions. You want to reset if there's a global reset, or you want to reset if there's a local reset. And there's no way to put the global reset and the local reset on the same color of wire for this combinator, because then they'd be connected to each other, because each of these wires is doing a different important thing. The red is doing the loop, the green is doing the what's the new thing, and there's no way to separate that out, because if that's red, then that just gets... Can that be red? Wait a second. Okay, now I've asked myself a different question that might be helpful. Can that output be red? My brain's kind of saying yes, maybe? So what that would do is that would shortcut the negator signal by 1 tick, but does that really matter? I don't think so, because that is... Well, it would negate... There's a little bit of a problem here. It would negate the whole thing for 1 tick. So like if I asked for 10 boilers, it would select 10 boilers as the signal. It would then get skipped over. So in 1 tick, this would say 10 boilers out. That would go here. On the next tick, we'd say, hey, I don't need 10 boilers. So this would actually force... If you put a wish list in, it would force every building to pick a different signal, because it would actually pass through the same list minus all 10 boilers. But on the next tick, this would have already started... Actually, wait, no, I've changed my mind, because this would still have boilers, and then it would keep passing. We can't have that. We can't have this output connected to here. So that doesn't work. Now, could the green and red here be switched? Yes. Hold on. I just have to see it. Helps my brain. Okay, so then... So now, if we switch this green and red, what does that do for us? So now the thing that passes through is straight to the recipe filterer, which is not going to care if it receives a signal of 10 or 1. Those are the same thing. So that's okay. Then, now this is outputting the green to that, so that will still work the way it worked before. Right? I think so. Oh my gosh, are we gonna get rid of this combinator too? Are we gonna have a 6 combinator Automall? Could I put the global reset signal on the global wish list? Not really, because of the way we use selector combinators. You'd have to have another like, there's no way to do it without having 1 combinator per block to interpret that signal, which is already what we're looking at removing. So, because it wouldn't get picked by the selector combinator is the thing. And there's nothing on this one that would allow us to control the block. This is just a wish list pass through. So now, let me just kind of think this through. So that is going to loop through, and then this is going to not affect that input. That input, though, if it changes, no, this doesn't work. This can't be connected to that. The memory cell can't be skipped over. Yeah, that doesn't work. Sorry. This has to be green. If the memory cell loop is on red, it has to be green there. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And if that... Can that one be green, though? Because that was red before, I think, was the problem. No, we were wanting to make it red. Why did I want to make that red? Because we still have green open on this now. Because this was green, but wasn't something else red? This was a green input. What was the red input? Itself? Red input is still itself. Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't work because we're looking at each red. So if the red changes, we're screwed. Yeah, no. This has to be green. There was a reason I did that. Past card X was not totally crazy. So that one has to be green. The self looper can't be the same, which gives... So we do need this. Okay. We were close, but I just don't think it's going to work. And I'm sure we can't remove that one, and I'm sure we can't remove that. Well, am I sure? I don't know. You can do crazy stuff here. Is there some way we could, like, negate what's in the building without using a multiply by -1? I don't think so. Now, we could fix... That's only read. The green here. Well, but green will set recipe. This, I keep running into this issue so many times. The fact that we can't select green and red on these. Because I was going to connect this to green instead of connecting it directly to the chest. And then we don't have a weird 1 tick difference. But we can't do that. Because then the inserter is setting its contents as the recipe over here. So this can have no inputs, only outputs. The only input can be from here. Same with this. This one can only have outputs on green and red other than this wire here. So the output is the finished signal or the contents on red. And this output is the ingredients on green, which then can't mix with that. So I think this is about the only way we can do it. It's possible there's another way. There's lots of options, but that's the only thing I can think of right now. This guy's absolutely necessary, this guy's absolutely necessary, and this guy's the only way we can get a global reset. So I am done. Calling it. We're done. We're gonna make this a little smaller for the output, and then we're gonna test it. You can use the each plus 0 combinator trick. Simulator will avoid setting its own signal. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not worried about assemblers setting themselves. They already avoid that. What the problem is if the inserter is hooked up to the assembler, then the inserter, when it grabs items, will set the recipe of the assembler. That's what I'm more worried about. Or if the assemblers touch each other. Basically, each assembler can only have one input wire from any color. From both colors. Otherwise, it'll set its recipe to things you don't want it set to. The signal's supposed to come from this combinator. This one has essentially two different outputs to tell, because you can't tell them on the same color, otherwise they would then read each other's outputs. It's like an assembler's output will always flow backwards. Whatever you're reading from the assembler has backflow issues. So for each assembler to not interfere with the other one's setting of recipes, they each have to then have a separate input. So this input's on green from this guy to tell it what recipe to set. This input's from red to tell it what recipe to set. Then their outputs won't interfere with themselves on the same building. But if something else were to be read on a color and send back to the assembler, then that would interfere. So like, I'm fine connecting to the chest to tell it to set quests, because that's only an out, like, that's never going to send a signal back this direction on that green wire. It's only going from the green to the chest. And then same idea here with this one. It's got a from green to here, because that's an input on the combinator, so that's never going to send something back to the assembler. And then this one is a red to here, which will never send back to the assembler. So the assemblers can only have one input wire. They can never have something that's going to receive a signal from somewhere else attached to them. Unless it's a wonky signal like a flag or whatever. You can use those. But I don't think that helps us in this case. Anyway. So I think we're good. Let me test it. Let me copy it, and then we'll test it. So last thing to check, I guess, is what this is doing. So this is saying when you finish, you put 1 on the check mark, which then blows this up. Oh, you're just saying each plus 0 is a trick to make a signal 1 way. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're already doing here. Anything greater than 0, output anything. Is doing the same thing. Though, hold on. I'm going back to that thing we just tried and said wouldn't work. Because the anything signal can get corrupted, but the each signal would. As soon as this starts looping, does this count the each from all the eaches, or only the each from the pair of things that makes it true? And if that doesn't make sense, nothing ever will in this life. Okay, so what I'm asking is... And I'm kidding about that statement. If that doesn't make sense, you're a normal person. If it did make sense, I'm more worried about your brain. Alright, so if I have like 5 of these and 5 of these, what's it doing? So now that's news. It can double output? That's bad. I didn't know it could do that. Interesting. Huh. Wow, that changes my entire understanding. Hover over the input to see which condition matches. Where? Because each doesn't work properly because it doesn't know. It's like it's doing everything at the same time. Oh, the tooltip's getting in the way. But if you hover that, it lights up as green. Oh, that's cool. Tooltip is classic. I blame CoverX for using the other tooltip menu. Sorry, 1 second. I have to take a break. My ADHD hyperfixation is like, I could do this for 15 hours, which is probably true, but I'm gonna have to take a break real quick. Alright, so anyway, is this gonna cause problems? I have to finish this. Is this gonna cause problems? It definitely means, well, or does it? Hold on. This might still be fine. No. Well, maybe. We might be fine. Right, it makes sense that each signal that passes goes through for the each output. What makes less sense to me is that it also doubles up on the singular outputs, the fixed outputs. That's what I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting the fixed outputs to double up. I expected, which like, it makes sense if you think about it one way, and it doesn't make sense if you think about it the other way. And I don't know if inherently it was wrong of me to think about it the way I thought about it, but I now see that it's not how it works. It outputs this whole set each time one of the eaches is true. But the important note is it doesn't get corrupted by future signals like the anything signal does because the pink is false. So, as long as the original signal was only a singular signal, I think... Turn these off. Uh-oh, wait, what's happening? Oh! It needs to be a bigger number because we're at 2. Alright, so reset you, and then it loops those. Do that, it'll loop all 3. But as long as the first signal was only a single signal, it should only loop the single signal. And then we could turn that on and it wouldn't matter. That's pretty enticing. So what that would mean is we could maybe remove this guy, because then only the first signal would pass through. Yeah, and finish polar bear, that makes sense. It's just not how the anything signal works. The anything signal gets corrupted from false sets of conditions, which in my mind is still a bug. Again, maybe there's some fancy reason why it's not a bug, or some reason that it would break something that would then be important. You know, I don't know, but it sure feels like a bug in the way that it turns out, and that's why. So anyway, what my brain's getting at is this is a selector combinator. It will only ever pick one of the inputs. So that means... Oh, but they needed to be on different colors of wire. Why did my brain... Hold on, I might have just blown up my whole thing again. Why did I think we could do it on one color? Because if that's on red, and that looping is on red, then we have a problem. Right? There's no way to detangle those. I think. Yeah, there's no way to disentangle what was looping versus what was from the selector combinator. And if the selector combinator changes, which it will, how do I know... I'm just adding together my loop and the selector every time. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. I don't know what I was thinking. I think I was thinking maybe this one, if I change this one to each, it wouldn't get corrupted by the selector combinator changing. But that wasn't what the problem was. The problem was the selector combinator corrupting the memory cell. And then it'll just start adding things into it. More and more things will become true as the selector changes what it's selecting. So Sviplet, I understand that. I don't know if you were here earlier when I talked about the bug. The bug is not so much that anything changes what it's selecting. The bug is that if we have something like this, and you know, this requires A to be negative and this requires B to be negative. If we output one of anything, the problem is, and you change, and the wire colors are important here. So let's say here you're looking for the anything on red, and here you're looking for the anything on green. Well, if this is the true condition, but your anything that's coming, your red input changes, it will take that input and move it over here. Even though that wasn't part of a combination of conditions that made a true result. Part of a false anything from a different color of wire changes the anything output, even from this being false overall. Whereas this, which is the true condition, which only looks at the green wire anything, would make you think that only the green wire anythings would then pass through if this is the true block. But that's unfortunately not how it works. So yeah, what was I thinking over here? I was thinking that we could maybe have this on red, and that would be fine. And maybe that would be fine, but what wouldn't be fine would be this one being on red. I don't know what I was... For a second in my head, it was possible again, if we changed this one. But this just breaks because now we can't disentangle which one's the starting loop and which one's the memory cell loop. So I'm pretty sure we can't ever mix those. Because then a new signal comes in on the selector, and now we have two things looping, and that's a problem. So I don't think that works, which means we're back to being fine with this. Now, I guess the last thing is, do I want to change this to each rather than anything, just for making them all match purposes? Yeah, the problem, Sviplet, is that when they say meet the condition, it's passing this line. Because, like, the red anything is greater than 0. That is true, so it picks that signal, whichever one's first on the sorted list, to send to here. But the problem is it's not looking at the condition as a whole, which I think is not the behavior most players would want, nor what makes sense. But, like, technically, in the most, like, well, actually sense of the word, it is true for its own condition. Oh, it said all conditions? I'll put the first input signal or the first signal that passed all conditions. Why would it not only be the first signal that passed all conditions? Yeah. And what's interesting, though, is that behavior could be exploited in a positive direction, too. There are times where you're like, ooh, I can change my anything signal by sending a new one that's higher up in the ordering. So, like, there are times where that could actually give you more of what you wanted magically, but it certainly isn't how I want it to work. But yeah, I think we're good here. I don't think there's much better we can do. Let's just make sure the flag stuff is all in the right colors and everything. So the flag gets sent out on green, which then means I can take that off red just to be... Oh no, we need both. We're adding red and green. Red is the global, green is the local. And then it sends out a check mark, which then resets our local memory cell or global. That's why I think I need this combinator, is it's like, it's doing double duty on input and output. It's got both colors, one for global, one in local. So I'm struggling to think we could live without that one. A third color of wire would do it, but we don't have that. So then this guy is just a clock that counts up forever. Now this is where I might be able to save a combinator. So we've got a clock that resets when we receive a check mark. That's easy. We've got... there's got to be a way I can do this with like 1 or 2 combinators instead of 5. So if the timer... So the timer resets whenever something finishes crafting. It also should reset whenever... What even is the reset signal? Whenever we go from having nothing to something on the request list. That's the other time, because it's idle for a long time, but that's fine if we have nothing on the request list, which means we should just reset. Oh, thank you, Sviplet. Yes, now's a perfect time for a break. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. And then we will work on the reset, and then we'll test it, and then we'll actually be ready to record the final version. And I guess I'll have to slightly make a different version for vanilla. So, all right, where is break time? Oh, I don't have the break time thing anymore. Oh no. All right, we need to add descriptions anyway. Break time. Right there. Yes, Vadamouse, I will comment, and I really wish I had commented in the past. It would have helped a little bit. The way my brain works, it would have taken a lot of time to rework through it all in my head to get it in in RAM, so to speak, instead of on the hard drive. Even if I had left comments, it would have gotten me there sooner though, for sure. But I still would have had to have like reconnected all the dots today. I wouldn't have been able to just read the descriptions and immediately have it. But yeah, it probably would have saved me an hour. Yeah, Gravy. Enjoy. We'll be doing, I think, the really fun parts soon. It's been a little bit of a dry stream, I think, given the number of viewers. I'm just getting some more coffee. Doing a little bit of stretching. You add wrong comments to your commentators? Now that's the real strategy. Give your future self a challenge. Now here's what I'm worried about, is we plug this all in and it doesn't work. That's gonna be a good time. Alright, so anyway, let's do this timer. So one easy piece with the timer is rather than measuring, so this is sending a +1 check mark. Does that need to be a +1? Because if we make it negative, we could have some benefits. The looper currently is looping at a -1, but we could have equals. Oh, but 0 is nice because it's default. I would need a constant combinator. Because what I was thinking is we could do anything greater than 0. Would also break the loop, but the problem is the check mark. Oh, but we want to break the loop. Right. So the timer should only reset, or let's see, the timer will reset. Now I'm confusing myself. Let's see, if I'm forgetting the reset signal. So if crafting signal is 0 and we have a request on the books, which would be anything greater than 0 on we're not hooked up to it. It would need to be on green, I guess. And red is the check. So that is gonna have this. And I need to be careful with that green output for now. Okay, so then that should count up whenever we have a request on the books. And it'll loop up our wait signals. Now that wait signal will unfortunately get passed backwards, so we can't do that. Can I pass it backwards to these? I think so, because it's only going to be these outputs connected via red. But then I'm passing back a positive wait signal to these guys. No, that's bad. Why so many issues? Is there any way I can do this? Because if this needs to loop on itself, and I can't have that go backwards. No, I can have it go backwards on red, because the reds will only be connected to the other outputs. The reds don't get connected to the input of that. Yeah, because there will be another one of these in the next block. And that one will be connected to this one with red. But that's not gonna get back into these things anyway. It'll only mean that their outputs get sent to the resetter. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Good. Okay, so that's fine. So then we need the... am I gonna have to flip every color? No. Just this one loops on red. That's it. Yeah. Okay, so then it's only reading the output, not sending anything back through. It will send stuff back through the red, but that's only connected to the outputs of these, which won't have any impact. Because then the green outputs are sub-connected, local. Okay, that all should work. So then if we have a request that's not just a big list of nothing, then we'll start counting up. But then if we reset, then we'll also... Yeah, so it'll only count up when we haven't finished a craft and we need something. That's exactly what we want. And then from there, I'm pretty sure all we need... I really think it is that easy. Is like... just that to measure the clock symbol? Like, it feels like I'm doing something wrong. But shouldn't that do it? Or I guess not the clock symbol, the hourglass symbol. Doesn't that do it? Let's request something. Let's do... I don't know, a couple more sinkholes. 25. There we go, Automall frozen. And then if I send that signal, it did reset. Let's go to 1200. Reset it again. It might need to be more than 1200. Go for 3000. 50 seconds. Yeah, I think that's it. I think this is literally all we've ever needed. Because then as soon as the request disappears, which I can do by reducing that back down to 21, let's say. As soon as the request disappears, it should reset too. Oh, funny, it added a bunch of offshore pumps, because that's an ingredient. Yeah, done. All right, well, that's went from 5 to 1 combinators. Doesn't get much better than that. And we've got ourselves our system. The last thing is the buffer thing. We'll look at that when we rebuild this for vanilla, because that's pretty specific to our logistic network system. So now to copy this per block, we just copy this section. And we can make it a little smaller now as well. Now here's the last question. Do I need automated factories for buildings? And can any of these Automall things ever receive productivity? I don't even know the answer to that. I maybe need to make a second Automall for anything that could use or need automated factories. So far, every building has been makeable in these factories. So, feels a little bit hard to say we don't, or we can just not, I don't know. The problem with automated factories is I need 2 of them, and they're huge. I mean, I think if I use automated factories, it'll make the size of each one of these cells like 4 times the size compared to the assemblers. I really would prefer not to do that. Alright. I'm gonna move that over. I'm gonna move that over. Guess we have some fiber in the network now. Alright, so these are going to be lined up that way. And now I should be able to just copy this. Wait, no, I did something wrong. There we go. Wrong inserter? Huh? Oh. Yeah. I don't know what that was. Ignore that inserter. Yeah, here we go. There we go. That's what I was meaning to do the whole time. It's been a long day. Alright, so then we do this. And that there. Let's just start with the 5. It's a semi-good sign that it's working if that already did its thing. Okay, so now I need to connect across. So, I believe we just do green, up, green, up, green, up, green, up. And then for the reset input, we do red across the back of these, and the reset output, I do red across the front. That almost makes me feel like these should be in a separate spot. Hold on. Visually, I want this to line up a little better. So, what if I put these over here? And it feels like visually the red wire's more out of the way, because these are just for the resets. So we would need the green to go over here. That does feel a little bit ugly. This one can also go anywhere. Maybe I put this one here. And then the green's going down there. That doesn't feel too noisy visually. And the green input's coming from this guy, which, again, doesn't feel too noisy visually. Not terrible, at least. And if I want, I could put this on the other side, and then that wire's not crossing over. This could all be down on the right side. Actually, kind of like that. So like the chest could be over there somewhere. This building could be shift. Oh, I can't shift the building now. Ah, that's annoying. I'm just thinking about the version for vanilla with the straight inserter. I do want the diagonal, or the 90 degree for pi here. And then what was the chest connection? Red from this guy out. Now this guy can go over here. Red to the chest, and the green from this building. Okay. That feels quite a bit cleaner overall. Because then this guy can just scooch over there. And and get in there. I don't know, I'll leave a space there. I don't need to pack it all in super tight. And then these are the ones with the red signal across and down. This goes at the bottom next to the reset. And the red for this comes from the output, the red for that goes to... Okay. Those... Well, now... I shouldn't have changed it. We're here to test it, dang it. Now I gotta destroy all that. Ah! It's fine. Look at that. The bots know what they're doing. In this case... We'll make our vanilla version powered with vanilla power poles, but this one can be powered with the juicy Nexalit power poles. Alright, unfortunately, these are going to be in the way, and they don't shift because they are number one. Alright. So there's that, and now we just copy. Surely I can, yeah, it gets in the way of seeing it though. I'd rather have the spaced out poles. Hey, D4Son, welcome, welcome. All right, so that's that. Let's hook up the wires across U to U. U to U, and U to U. Should be it. And now I can copy that. And click it like that. And that, and that. Alright, new Automall. Refined, ready to build for vanilla, and explain. We're almost there, we just have to test it. Does it actually work? Answer number one is no, the fuel's not getting to it. So there's that I kind of forgot about. So I'm gonna do what some would define as a little bit cheaty and plop these guys down. Yes, and comments. Thank you. Okay, does it actually work? No, because these are not channel 1. That one is. Uh-oh. That one should be working. What's the problem? Surely we're not out of iron plates, so what's going on? Oh, we should. What am I doing? This one, reading ingredients. Chest is not set to set request. There we go. That's it. Okay. That's on read. That's set read. That's set read read. And recipe finish file. Okay. Could be good. That's saying we want 9 and 2, and these aren't making anything, so we do have an issue. There we go. That's just, is this working? 4-3. It's tricky to know if that's working right or not. It looks good. Buildings would kick out the prod modules. Yeah, I did know that they kick out the prod modules. I was more just, the question was more about, are there buildings that I would put in the Automall ever that will require an automated factory or could create or could use prod modules. If either of those is true, I would want to set this up with automated factories. Okay, it's saying we need 7 of those. Is that accurate? I think that's more than it should be. I think we only need 3. That's saying we need 0 more. Not sure if this is working or not. Yeah, these power poles aren't even... I'm gonna use substations eventually. I just... getting it. If I could find the right spot, I could put power... These are so... They cover up so much. Okay, well, it seems to be done for now. And I want to set this to a much higher number. What's our number? 60 is 1 second. That's minutes. And then we'll say 10 minutes? Yeah, I think if we go 10 minutes without something, we got a problem. Okay, so to test, let's do 3 boilers to start. And I'm at -1, so that means I need to add 4 boilers. So 29. That's a good start. It only went into 3 buildings. Oh. That's right. Now I remember why I did that other thing. Oh, that's really funny. Okay, so, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, I removed a wire connection, which was the red input to this guy from the output of these guys. I think I'm gonna put it back in. The reason is because thing number 3 cannot speak to thing number 1 and 2. So if I need 3 boilers, then this guy sees, oh, I need 3 boilers, I'll make 1. And then this guy sees, oh, we need 2 boilers, I'll make 1. This guy sees, oh, I need 1 boiler, I'll make 1. But then if this guy makes the... wait, no, how does that work? If this guy makes the boiler first, then he sees, oh, we need 2 boilers, I'll make 1. But these are already making boilers. The negatives of this are not getting wrapped back around to the input. So then the question becomes, should I attach that green negative to this guy? Or should I just wrap them all back around to the front? But then there's a delay. There would be like a 4-tick delay between this guy saying I've got a negative, like it getting here. At which point... And these are only allowed to pass through a signal if this guy sent his negative to the network, but then... Yeah, this is why we ended up double subtracting. Is because of this exact issue. Past Krydax is less stupid than I thought. There have been a couple times where I've judged him wrongly. So yeah, the downside of this, though, is that if I request like 10 of something, it won't make 10 all at once, because it'll send 10 to here. This will say, oh, we need 10 of it, I'll make 1. And then it'll say, okay, now we need 9 more. But then this will actually say we only need 8 more. And then that'll get passed on to the... It'll pass on 9, and then it'll quickly change to 8 that it's passing through. And then that'll change to 7, and then quickly 6. Basically, it'll go to like half of n rounded up. I think if it was an odd number, it'd still do an extra. So if I needed 1 of them, it would make 2. Actually, no. I think if I needed 3 of them, it would make 2. That's what I mean to say. If I need 1, it'll still only make 1. But if I need 3... it would, for a brief moment, pass 2 along. I think if I needed 3, it would make 3. But if I needed 6, it would only make, like, 4 or something at a time. Do I care about that? For the thing I'm putting on YouTube. I don't care in my PyBase, generally. Because it just means you'll make things more conservatively and slowly. Which has not ever been an issue in the Automall. Speed here is not the issue. I've never once felt like my Automall isn't keeping up. I've never even looked at it to see if something's going slow. I've never had to question it. It's always kept up with just 10 assemblers. So, that's not the question. The question is there a better way to fix this? Because we're passing that red signal back. That sort of means we don't need the green signal to negate here, except for the delay. What I could do is do like waves of updates. Like we only update the whole list at a time with this whole red signal. And then we pass it through once, and then we do a whole new red, rather than negating on each step. I mean, isn't that what this would do? I just disconnect that? So what's the downside here? Let's look at like the third building to understand this. So on the third building, what would happen here? Let's say we still needed 4 boilers. So it'll say, hey, we need 4 boilers. It'll start making the boiler. It'll say, hey, we're making a boiler. -1 boilers, send out. And then this won't get the up arrow yet. I'll deal with that in a second. But we need a way to know when I've taken away that boiler for this one to then send on 3 boilers. Or do I? Yeah, no, I do. Or can I just take one away from everything every time? No, because I'm not making everything. I'm only making one thing. It feels like this should be easier than it is. Because once these are making boilers, I don't want anything to be making those anymore. Like, if these 3 are on boilers, I want this to be outputting 0 boilers. So, isn't that how we want it to work? But then the problem becomes, how do we say when these are allowed to output? Because then the delay pops in. Because again, there's that delay issue of like, well now, if we pass through 3 boilers, it goes bing, bing, bing. Maybe I need to pick a better number. We pick 10 boilers. So it'll go, whoop, and then it'll subtract 5 boilers, and it says we still need 5 more. As soon as this one finishes, then it will immediately begin making another one from the list and say now we only need 4 more, but that's going to be a delay that'll be a delay of 1, 2, 3 ticks to get back to here. So this one was being passed a number of 4 for like 3 ticks longer than was true. So there'll be 3 ticks where like this one thinks we need 4, but we don't. We only needed 3. Because this one had already moved on to making the first of those 4 more that we need. So that's the issue. So we kind of need to wait. Like whenever this red signal updates, we need to wait X ticks before we send out a new list. Or no, that's still not working. Because I'm not subtracting on each successive step. Like if I ask for 3 only, I'm not taking 1 away at each step. How do you do this? How do you add a number frontwards and backwards here? Is that more easy than I'm making it? So, again, because I've now forgotten what the original issue is. The original issue is if I want 3 boilers are going, and this one finishes first, its boiler. And now, I only need 2 boilers, but this is still getting a list that says we need 2 boilers. So the negatives of this, putting it back the way it was, it's like this. So the negatives that this is sending out aren't going to the front of the list. Could I attach it like that? Or is that gonna break things in half? I mean, could I attach all of these to a network like this and subtract it from every point along the list instead of just their own point? Subtract all of the in progresses from every point along the list. That actually feels correct to me. Does that feel correct to you guys? Feels like that should work. So these are all of the in progresses, and those are subtracted. We could even use red if we'd like. I don't think green would break it though, so we'll use green. No, that can't be right, because now I'm connecting the input to the output. So yeah, that's bad. That's bad. We do need red, I think. Wait, that did connect to the output? No, that's not connecting to the input. That's only connecting... No, I think that's correct, actually. My head is saying this is gonna work fine. Because if there's 3 in progress, every point along... So is this gonna mess up? Is it gonna like double count a negative? Because when we first... Let's say we have 3 boilers. This guy... Oh, it is gonna... No, it's gonna mess up with the true signal. That's what it's gonna do. Those need to be separate colors. Okay. That part's gonna make an issue. Because this part, making this one allow the thing to pass through is an issue now. But I could make these red instead. And then that begs the question, do I want that one to be green or red? Eh. Half a dozen of one. I think I want the main one to be red. Signals negating each other. Yeah, it definitely causes a lot of headaches. Okay, so these are going to be hooked up with green, but only for the pass-through. Uh-oh. Wait, that doesn't work. Oh, shoot. Never mind. Oh, no. I forgot you can't select -1 on red and -1 on green. And that will then again subtract twice. Dang it. Or will it subtract twice? Because there's a network filter here. So we actually, I think, had it right the first time. I think if that's on red, and we're not looking at the each on red, I think that works. So when did that become input count? Oh, that's... What? Oh, this one's input count. Yeah. This is looking at the up arrow on red only, the local, but it's looking at the green each. You had a train yard full of Coke trains. Oh, by the way, with CyberSyn, the issue that fixes that is just make sure your providers and requesters are set as provide only or request only. That can fix the wrong sign messing with deliveries or requests. With no muss, no fuss. And how often are you doing a station that's supposed to be a provider and a requester? Oh, you're doing vanilla trains. Well, in that case, yeah, you're screwed. Anyway, so yeah, we want this guy to be adding... Wait a second. Nope, now we've screwed it up again. At every point along the curve, we want the negative to be added in, but not the up arrow to be added in. So if we're looking at the... So we need the green to be added in, but then we're adding the green from this to this, and now the greens are connected again, which causes the... Oh, goodness. Or does that cause the same issue? Or are we fine? I think this is fine. Because now we're saying... Now we're saying the green... So essentially, what is green? Green is the previous combinator plus all of the up arrows plus all of the in-progress craftings. The up arrows are negative, so those get filtered out. And each one will only pass along the set when this is sending out an up arrow, which is only happening when this has figured out what it's making. I think we got there. I think this is what we want. Definitely only like semi-sure about this. But that does mean we're back to this connection looking ridiculous, and we can just do that and that. So then I'm attaching its output to its own input again, aren't I? No, I keep seeing that thinking it's connected to the output. It's not. But this one is. No, we are screwed. Because now this input is connected to its own output. Because it goes bong, 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 which then goes to the input. Gosh dang it. We need to alternate colors? Like, how do I do this? There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way to do this the way I want to do it. Or do I need 3 colors again? Or do I need another combinator, which is what I'm really trying to avoid. We could easily accomplish this with one more combinator. So if we want to subtract at every point along the thing, we do need a carrier that carries the current in-progress crafts to all 5 of them. But we'll just put that on red. Because it can't combo back. Yeah, that just doesn't work. So each one is now seeing the in-progress crafts on red. The what did the previous one say we needed on green. And it's adding those together to tell the next one what we still need. Then the trigger symbol can still be on green because that's not going global. So now that is on green and not red. Okay, I think that's actually it. I don't know why that took me 15 tries to get that hooked up that way. Wait, no. Still wrong, because now it's double subtracting again, right? Yeah, we're double subtracting again. Ah! How many times am I going to go in this loop? It might just not be possible. That might be why I'm banging my head against the wall. Like, there's some sort of mathematical theory here that I'm butting up against, and I don't know if it has a solution or not, but the red here... So now I'm controlling locally, and I am subtracting locally, but I'm not sending my global subtraction. But as soon as I do that, now I'm subtracting twice. And there's no way to take that off green because it needed the green from that. One more combinator wouldn't be the end of the world. It's true. I'd just really prefer not to. It worked so hard to get rid of combinators. Could do an input count, but that's gonna... Well, each is always equal to 1. But that doesn't change what colors it outputs on. That's just talking about the input count on that color. Never mind. Feels like there should be an option. So if each one is always telling the mothership what it's making, what if we don't add the mothership's negative into each one? That's where we're getting really hung up. Then it does have a delay again, though. As soon as this starts making something, the delay takes ticks to propagate through. So, like, if we needed 3, and this one finished crafting, or no, this one finishes crafting. Or yeah, no, this one. This one still thinks it needs 1. This one finished. So now it starts making another one. So sorry, we needed 4. This one starts making another one now. Let's say we needed 5. What am I getting at? This one finishes. It takes a tick before this one knows that this one finished because this one has to pass through again. So close yet so far. I could just try it, of course, and just see experimentally if it works. I don't think this works, but let's see what happens with this version. I think that's the version we want. So green is hooked up as normal, and red is hooked up to the global input, which gets added. And the greens are still connected as normal from in to out, in to out. Okay, so let's say with this thing we make, I don't know how many boilers we got. Or offshore pumps. Let's do offshore pumps. Cheap. Offshore pumps, we've got -1. So if I go to 19, that will make 3 of them. Yeah, that definitely didn't work. Or did it? Did one of them just set and then unset? In the middle? But it worked? Interesting. Okay. Let's go 5 more. Oh wait, that didn't work at all. What just happened? Uh-oh. We might have... Are we broken? No. Did they make 2 at a time or something? What's going on here? Did I not just increase that number twice? Did it make more than we wanted? Are we down at the -5s now? I don't see offshore pumps. All right, 29, enter. There we go. Oh, these are not set to trash unrequested. That's the problem. All right, we got weird issues going on because of that. All right, sorry about that, folks. Fix the trash unrequested part. Then we can figure out what's actually going on with this. Okay, now we have 4 extra offshore pumps, so that means we actually have 33. So now if I want to make 4 of them, we go 37. So it is making 5, unfortunately. And it doesn't look like it made more than that, but it did make 1 too many. Made 3 too many. What is going on? If I go to 40, that's exactly what we want. Maybe they just craft so fast I missed some of them being crafted. Because if I go 5 more, I must have missed a craft or 2. Oh yeah, see that one went for another run at the apple. Okay, yeah, that's a problem. So the negating has not been doing all the right things to us. Okay. Though it should have been overly negating. So I'm actually a little confused on how this happened. Because as soon as this one locks in, and this one can't pass through. Oh, it's not adding red. That's the problem. Okay, well we figured out that. And that needs to be on green. Red doesn't matter. Actually, no, it needs to not be red on that. That does matter. Okay, let's try that now. That's at least what we intended it to be. All right, 48 is the number we actually have. So now we add 5. Let's add 4 to see if it prevents itself from making that extra. So 52. Ah, yes, it's double negating, exactly like we thought. And then it may... Oh, no, that's actually still okay. It's supposed to make 4. Okay. It's double negating, but it's making the correct amount. We already accomplished that, though. We didn't need all this red wire crap to do that. The double negating is the problem we were trying to fix in the first place. So back to this idea of waves. Rather than supplying a constant list, what if we updated the list only once every time we received an arrow from any source? Arrows always come alongside the in-craft material. As soon as the arrow stops, that means the craft is actually finished, and 1 tick later it will be on the belt, or it'll be on the inserter or on the belt. So what if I instead only send the list when an up arrow isn't happening? No, does that make sense? Because what's the problem again? Thank you for... If you guys are watching this, you're insane. I don't know who enjoys this. Clearly a few of you. So the problem is is it when the third one finishes first or the first one finishes first when all 3 are needing to go? The problem was when I had like a request of, you know, let's just say we had a request of 10 things. This guy in the end thinks we still need, because these subtracted 4. This guy thinks we need 6 more. But this guy thinks we need 10 more. But we really only need 6 more. So yeah, let's say we're crafting exactly 5 items. This guy, and they're all crafting it. Then this guy thinks we still need 4 items, is the problem. So these 4 need to be taken away from this input, essentially. But this input, only these 3 need to be taken away from. And this input only, you know, like... But these... So these only need to subtract... These need to subtract from the ones before and after it. But the problem is the back propagation has a delay. If we wire it all back to here. If we wire it all back to here, subtracting, and not at the local source, then here, as soon as this one finishes, it thinks we need 3 more. Or I guess 2 more. Its signal goes all the way back to there, but it's still receiving the signal that didn't know what it was crafting. So as soon as this one starts crafting item B, or whatever, offshore pump. Let's say we only need 3 more. Then this will tell the global that it's crafting that, but then this signal that it just received said we needed 1 more. And we don't know that this one's crafting that 1 more yet, unless we look at the local signal, plus the prior. So we need to look at the local plus the prior, but then if we send back the global to recycle all the way back through, then we're double negating again. How do we not double negate and also look at the local in the moment? Yeah, circuit latency here is the issue. It's also necessary for many other things, so I'm okay with it. I'm not gonna be mad about it, but it is interesting. I wonder if there's credence going back to the idea that we said that like these 4 need to be added to this one, but only these 3 needed to be added to this one. There's some way I can do that. That would require another combinator, I think. It would require like a backwards set of combinators going down. So that doesn't feel much better. Yeah, this double negating thing is weird. I'm a little confused by it. Like, how do I... Like, I could only send the list in pulses. Maybe that's the solution. But if the list isn't constantly here, will that work? Yeah, because the pulse will arrive at the selector, do some stuff with it. But then this can't subtract 1 from it. So it can pulse, do it, and then that will now be maintaining an active connection back to home base, saying what we're making. Then we could send another pulse and it would be accurate. But again, the pulse can only get through once we know what this one's making. We can only subtract once we know. But if this one's currently making something, we could allow the pulse to pass through, and this one wouldn't do anything different. Oh. Complications of that include now I need to time the pulses to be X or maybe X plus 1, where X is the number of cells that we have. That being said, who cares? I could have 20 assemblers and it could still pulse 3 times a second. So like that's not really an issue, because there's only 1 tick delay between each cell. It's more complex of an idea, for sure. I do feel like there's an easier way to do this that is just out of my reach. Just a little bit out of my reach. Because what I'm wanting to do is be able for assembler 1 to see that assembler 3 is making something. That's basically all we want to be able to do. Currently it can't. So how do I have assembler 1 see that assembler 3 is making something? And subtract assembler 2 through 4's outputs from its own list, but not its own. We don't want its own signal to be subtracted from its own list, because its own signal would be subtracted from that list by adding... This is so weird. Do I need a not? Because it's like, for list 2, for what we want here, we want to subtract 1, 3, 4, 5, and then figure out what we're making based on what's left. For this one, we want to subtract 1, 2, 4, 5. Interesting. So it's almost like if I don't subtract the local and only subtract the but then if we subtract the rest, it has to include. There's no way to do like 4, in this case it'd be 5 different combinations. But then we're looking at the entire list minus this one is what we want to subtract from this before we decide what we are crafting. That's actually the answer. Is there a way we can wire that up? So we send all of them to a global. We'll call that the red wire still. This might even work without a tick delay between each assembler. I might be able to hook them all up to the same input list. Maybe. And each one only sees the list we want minus the whole set plus ourselves. Plus what we are making. That's so weird to add that back in. That feels like it's gotta be wrong. So if I need 10, I need 5 offshore pumps. Or if I need 4 offshore pumps, the other 4 making them, they get subtracted off. I don't make anything. If I am making one, what if nothing else is making one? I need 5 offshore pumps. I don't subtract anything. Then I just use it as my selection. I'm thinking this could work. Once we start making something, it immediately goes on to the global selection list as a negative. Do we need to take turns at all? I think we do though, because as soon as if I need one thing, yeah, here's the original problem of taking turns. If I have one thing on a list, it goes on the global, everything sees that nothing else is making it, boom, all 10 things start making that thing on the same tick. So that's why the 1 tick delay is necessary in the first place, is to keep that from happening, because I don't have a cancel command. Now I could have a cancel command, but then we're adding even more combinators. So instead, so we need the 1 tick delay between each one. This one needs to know what the other ones are making. This one needs to know what the other ones are making. But we've already programmed in that it knows what this one's making. So the only problem is it doesn't know these 3. How do we send that in somehow? It's almost like I need circuits to work like belts, where they flow one way and I can have like priority inputs and like merge in, but only going south and not north. Which I know we can do if we add a combinator on every one. Let's start to explore how we fix this with adding a combinator. I've decided I'm done for now. It could be that when we add a combinator, we come up with how to not add a combinator. But let's think about how can we do this if we add 1 combinator for each one. So, the main idea is that we want to be able to look at a list of everything that's currently crafting, not just what we are currently crafting. But we only want to allow passing through a signal once we've figured out what we are crafting, passing through the main list. So the main list can only get passed on when we know what we're crafting, which is represented by this -1 up arrow. Which means that has to be connected to this, which passes through the main list. And as far as whether that negative is on the red or green, that can be changed. But then we also want to always be subtracting from the main list whatever everything else is making. Problem is, everything else making something goes onto this one main network, which needs to be canceled out with our own signal. So if we add our signal onto the main network, then we run into that issue again of like, well, now we're double negating. And I can't disconnect. Still feels like there's a way to do this. Because it feels like I should be able to control, only allow a pass-through when we know what we're making, but we're also sending that to the global list, which is updated or added in on site. It feels like that's possible without the combinator. But we said it wasn't because of something about the red and green here? Because if I send the up arrow, I'm also sending the -1 there. Yeah, that's the double count. How do we... I feel like that should be able to be canceled. Or I use a different local signal. Can I use a different red? I mean, that's the other thought. So this one could send the red to there, and is there some other red I can receive here? Can this just look at that? That's going to be sending around a lot of crap. That's probably a bad idea. Then my memory loop is directly linked into our... But only the input. Only the input. This could work. Because now, whatever object gets locked into the memory loop is now locked into subtracting. No, it's adding. That's the problem. Ah! We're so close. I could just negate the item from the memory loop and put it in there, which is kind of what this is already doing, though. That's the issue. So then we come up with a different idea, which would be using those from the memory loop, but I can only do that if we negated out the... Well, maybe not. That could look at green only. And now I'm ignoring the red, and I'm only looking at the red of the memory loop being the pink equaling the -1, which is only true when this knows what it wants and has told this what it wants. We are at a 1 tick delay here is the problem. I hope that's not an issue. It might be. Because then this gets negated and added to the global list, which then gets added to green. No, it can't get added to green. I need a third color again. And it can't get added to red because then that messes with the input of this. Yeah, I don't know if I can do it without a combinator. It's just too much bi-directional circuit travel going on. This is really fun for my brain to try to figure out. So let's kind of take a recap and an update on this problem and how we want to solve it, or if we want to solve it. So currently we're double subtracting, which means if I wanted 4 buildings, we have a way to successfully make it only make 2 at a time. That's not optimal. And I don't remember exactly what our solution was for that. The other option is... Well, that's the better... The other option would be if we ask for 4 things, it could just end up making way too many of them, which isn't great. So we do need to send what we're making back to the home base. And it'll double count the negatives, and then it will only make half as much. So that's currently the primary solution. The secondary solution would include somehow seeing what the other ones are making. Could be done with a mask, which requires more combinators, but it's an option. We could do like a bitwise operation. Each one could represent a different bit. We could bitwise with an XOR with our own signal, and then you're like getting everything other than yourself. Is that right? Yeah, because if you're self-outputted, then you XOR with yourself, that gets you everything else. Yeah, that actually works. But now we're talking big amounts of combinators. Probably 2 or 3 for each cell to do all that. Even if you're just converting your signal into the bit itself, that's at least 1 combinator already. So I'm guessing there are better 1 combinator solutions. Though I do like the idea of that. Bitwise operations are tickle my fancy. Okay, so other options include... Is there a way... There really isn't. There just really isn't a way to do this. We want to add together all the outputs at once. I still feel like we're close on the solution. Wouldn't I be better off making a little bit too much? Yes, from a personal note, but no from a how I want the Automall blueprint and thing that I share with the world to look. It's not exactly a terrible problem in most cases for most players, but it is something I'd like to iron out. So I still think the idea of we just have a list, which is this red wire, of what all the assemblers are making. So that's what this is. So this red wire represents all the in-progress crafts. That's it. So if we could somehow work out the color issues, if we just combine all the in-progress crafts, which are already negated, if we combine those with the wish list, does everything work fine? This needs to go back to being that one. I think so, because this will only allow it to pass through and this one knows what it's making, which means it's already sending that back to the global, and the global list is being subtracted, so it'll be subtracting itself, and that's all great. And that's it. So I think that's good. Ho ho ho. Now I'm thinking of a thing. Can we modulo something here? Or prime number or power of 2? I think the bitwise idea got me on a different track that could work, because now each cell could be identified differently for its up arrow, because they're all going to be sharing up arrows is the problem, because this also measures whether or not we're allowed to pass through the signal. And because it's measuring whether we're allowed to pass through the signal, we don't want each of these to see that, well, cell number 2 is allowed to pass through the signal, so that means we are as well. Like, no, we haven't picked our thing yet. These only update every 10 ticks, and we need to make sure this one's updated before it passes through so that it's subtracted its amount from what this thinks. But each one could have a separate number here. I could have a not equal to. And we could just set that. Now that's a new symbol. Salsa, oh no. You've been taking aluminum, glass, and zinc to here. It looks like the aluminum is the thing that's getting used. Where does it, what? I don't even see aluminum. I'm super confused. I don't see an aluminum output on here. Oh, the aluminum input must not have been filled. I think he's just been walking around doing nothing. But that's equal to 1 because we don't have aluminum in the first place. So I think he's been running around for no reason. Sorry, Salsa. Okay, back to this. That is an annoying alert. I'm gonna have to go fix that. It'll keep beeping down there and bother me. Hey, on a positive note, back to actual pYanodon's. Notice there's no more little gear icons showing that we don't have productivity modules missing. Finally, productivity modules got made. That's pretty nice. Do I happen to have jerky in my inventory? No, but there's got to be some over here somewhere. Like, I don't know. Probably in a dump chest somewhere or down here. There's some. All right. Oh, don't get hit by trains. This is a good brain break, honestly. My brain needs to think about something else for a second. That's the other hyperfixation issue, is you need a brain break, but don't want to take one. It's actively, like, painful to give your brain a break. Alright, just chill. You get to live your life in peace now. Alright, so back to the Automall, which I think we're close to solving. He says after 5 hours. Honestly, I've loved it. I don't regret a thing. Could we have done this in 3 hours if I had just said, screw it, we'll just use what we've got? Yes, we could have. But I'd be way less satisfied with the result. This is something I'm proud of. Even if it's still not perfect, even if it doesn't compete with other people's Automalls, I'm proud of this because of like the way that we've made it and the thought process we put into it and upgrading it and everything. So back to this idea. We've got our global list, and now the idea is we add that global list to this guy, and it's gonna have a specific up arrow that allows this to pass through. So this one, but I need to make them prime numbers. Wait, no. How does that work? Powers of 2? I think I need to make it powers of 2 and then we divide or something. And look at the modulo not modulo is the remainder. We look at the either the remainder or the dividend or whatever. There's a way to do this so that it only cares about this number. Maybe. Is this actually true? Can I do it with a less than? Maybe I can't do this. I can just use 5 different symbols, but then I don't like that because you're using a different symbol for every cell, and that immediately limits the number of cells you can have to the symbols you're willing to use, which may be like every letter plus these. That gets you like 30. I mean, realistically that's enough, but like what if someone was mega basing with this blueprint and then they have to change each one of those one by one? Like, I don't like that as a strategy, so I want to save that for the last idea. 2 to the n, where n is the channel. Yeah, so the problem is I can't do math on this. So I'm trying to think, is there a way I can do this where like they're all adding their own up arrow into the pile, but then I can sort it out using just less than. I don't think so. Because we could make this one like -64 and this one -32. But then this one would be less than 32. We can't do equal than, because that only works on its own. Why couldn't we do the green here again? Just one more time, review that. We can't do that because then it's double subtracting the red and the green because the red is there. Right. And we need to add the red and the green. Can I do red local and green global? No, because then we're connecting the input and the output of each of these. So yeah, that does become the issue. It's the color issue. Huh. Your brain is mush trying to understand it. Yeah, me too. I mean, I think we are in one of those situations where we just can't do it without another combinator. Although my solution of using a different icon per building actually does work, I think. Because that's a way to essentially... Because what we want is we just need a local signal from here to here. That's all we need. That this can interpret. Without adding an actual wire from here to here. Because an actual wire from here to here we already have. Right? So this is already taking that -1 away. That's the problem. And so because it's already taking the -1 away, another wire color from here to here, or some way to wire it, would just subtract twice. So that means they're all getting the up arrow globally, which isn't helpful either. And we didn't have a way, because this is green and red, we also didn't have a way to have this one output. Could I output from here? Maybe we can do something with this. Because this guy is out, or this. No, not that one. That's only the check mark. But one of these guys could be an option. So this guy is looking at the negative, that's contents. That one's probably not going to be good. But this one's measuring the recipe ingredients. And that's going to be set as long as this loop's running. This one, could I output something over there? So this is outputting the actual building as a positive value. That's probably not going to work. No, that's not going to work. So we're going to need to intercept that. This one is negating the contents. This one is outputting the actual ingredients as a positive value. Yeah. I could add a negative signal again from this one, but we run into the exact same issue that I'm also outputting the building value. But it is a positive, which could cancel out the negative. -2 + 1 is -1. We solved it? Question mark? The issue is double counting. This is always going to be one of the building we're currently making. We're double counting the negative. The only question I have is, now are we going to accidentally make one too many because of a weird 1 tick delay at the end? The thing that... Because this would be adding one building back in to saying what we want. When will this stop doing that? As soon as this one cuts off, then that'll cut off the inputs to this and this. These should get cut off on the same tick, which means the negator and the adder should cut off on the same tick, and this is adding... This could actually work. Weirdly enough, because these have the same input. What the heck? So what was our idea? The idea was that the local wire was green, but the global wire was the red. And we only looked at the condition on the green, but we added the red and green for the everything. So that means the red is what we also need to add. But now we're setting the recipe. No, that doesn't work. Because now we're setting the recipe to what other things are making. Wait. Or are we? Yeah, we are. What's going on here? Uh-oh. I guess all my caravans are running out of food, and I just kind of forgot that matters. Are you doing something important? You're loading plastic and quartz, and then, so you're unloading things into this place. Has this place mattered in recent years? Almost certainly no, but let's double check. Yeah, we're not using this anymore, which means no, it doesn't matter. Okay, so no, that doesn't matter. Sorry. You are stopped. It's annoying that it stays starved, so I am gonna have to go feed it again. Yeah, unfortunately, the output of this could be added on to that, but without a combinator between them, that means this is gonna fly backwards into an assembler, which is probably an issue, right? Well, and the read ingredients are gonna fly outwards. Yeah, no, that's for sure an issue. My last hope is somehow we just don't have enough wire colors. I'm using, yeah, I literally just don't have enough wire colors. And the input on this guy, I don't think there's anything I can do here with that arithmetic. Man. Okay, so let's think about the modulo idea. So that would be doing, we need an arithmetic for that. And then we would take our up arrow and we would, what? Take it to the power of, does it floor or does it round? But we take it to the power of 1 over... Oh, but you can't do fractions. Wait, how do you do roots then? You can't do roots. Oh. Can you bit shift a certain amount and then just see if it's equal to 1? I don't remember which way goes which way. If we bit shift 1... Also, it doesn't operate on a null signal. Back to me arguing that having a 0 signal would be nice. You could have a 0 signal and then bit shift. I would just shift zeros over though. So that doesn't really make sense. Never mind. I lied. Okay, so left. Binary, you like read right to left, and so bit shift left will make the number bigger by a power of 2. So then if we had a big number like, let's say 9, and we bit shifted to the right, 1, that gives you 4 because it's 1001 and the 1 at the end just gets lost and chopped off. So then that would give us 2 and that would give us 1. So this is the way to do it. This is super easy. So each of these would just output the number that matches its mask. So if this one is the first, it would be the easiest to bit shift. Wait. No, this doesn't work. I should AND it with what I want. Just AND it with the binary number that we want. Is that how we want to do it? Because 9 would be yes, 8 would be no, right? Just need to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. 6 would be no. Yeah. So that's binary 1. This would be binary 2. This would be binary 4. This feels simultaneously elegant and terrible. 8. No, these need to be powers of 2. Or do they? Oh, because each of these represent a different bit. This should work. 16. And then for this part, yeah, this is like elegant and terrible, and it's also difficult to expand because you have to think about powers of 2 and stuff. But like, if these are connected to the red as well. Oops. Oh, I guess we do the green output. Now we're selecting. This needs to be a -6, by the way. First of all, these need to be negative signals. Bit shifting with a -1. What about a -2? Oh no, it doesn't work the same with negatives. Oh dear. Why is -6 ANDed with -2 a -6? That's not how positive numbers would work. Gosh. Because aren't the bits of -6, wouldn't it just be negative? How do negatives work in binary? I don't actually know, but it's clearly different in Factorio than what I was thinking. Because that should be a -2. +6 ANDed with 2 would be 2. Well. Is this even how I want to do it? No, because this still feels weird to paste a bunch in a row like this. I don't like this. It's cool. I want to look into bit shifting. I want to find a reason to look into bit shifting another day. Instead, let's just go with like the original thought, which is just why don't we turn this into 2 combinators, basically. One of them can do the negating for because the issue was wire coloring, and I just can use a combinator to interpret that so they don't get munged up. So that's the only thing we really need to fix. Basically, we want the green local negative, and then we want the red global. No, sorry. We want them all to be a global negative, which is the red out, but we want only a local up arrow. But then we need to combine green and red of the object and some other up arrow color that's local. But the problem is this needs to be attached to local and global. I still wish we could choose to output only on one color, because then that would fix everything. I've been through so many iterations. Now I need to remember which iteration works with just one more combinator. So this guy only sends his negative to the global. And this guy has the same condition, but just doesn't output the thing, the item, and does local. This feels so inelegant. It feels like we really should have been able to do that with one combinator. But I think this fixes all of our problems. If we just make them all look like this. Let's test it. Man, I'm really sad we had to add a combinator. If anybody has any ideas, let me know. Twitch chat, I think, has all become zombified at their computers. They're like the skeleton with the cobwebs, like, because of how boring this stream has been. You know, but I'm having fun, and I don't see a reason to hit stop streaming, so I might as well keep going. People can pick away at the live stream later for the 15 hours that it'll take. Yeah, I will. Don't worry, I'm gonna add descriptions to all these. I just want to get it ironed out the way I want it to work first. But yes, I do appreciate the reminder. Okay, so if I add an offshore pump, there's like a 53% chance I did something wrong here, just to start out. But let's add 3 of them and see what happens. We got 4 going. Yeah, okay, why is that? So that's because... Actually, don't know why that's because. Because those should appear in the same tick. That wraps around that, that wraps around that. So that means on the same tick that this is true, it's already receiving the negative of the other one. So why did we make 1 too many? I made 2 too many? Uh-oh. 2 offshore. 58, nothing gets made. What if I go to 59? Uh-oh. It makes 5 of them. Okay, we got something bad going on. That's because that can't be outputting a positive. Are these all set to the same thing still? Up arrow on green equals 0. These are measuring if the looper has something positive as an output. If it does, that should be getting negated. So on the same tick that this up arrow shows up, this negative shows up. And then that should be getting combined with the green. Oh, I have input count on green only. Whoops. That needs to be red and green. Oh, shit. Does this mean I can do it the other way? Oh, no. This is the one place you can separate out the things. So we can look at green only for the up arrow. Combine... Oh my gosh, this is nuts. Combine the red, which is the global. No, it still doesn't work. What was that way? The other way I had it attached. The green is local and adds up, and I can do input count on green only. But then it's not subtracting the red. Yeah, no. There's no way that works, even if you mess with these. Because you could do the red input count. No, unfortunately this doesn't work because you're combining your -1 intrinsically with the local. But then the other -1 with the global, and then you can't sort out which one's which, because you need to be adding this with the global. So the way to do that then would be not have the local connection, but then again you run into the issue where you... What if the red was local, and the green... Nope, because then the green global means these are connected front... Okay, never mind. Never mind. I didn't make sense with what I just said, but I convinced myself it's not going to work. Am I even right about that? Not 1,000,000%, but we're done for now, trying. So back to this. Let's see if it works now that I selected the correct input count. Okay, so now... looks like we made 4 too many, so that's 63. And what if I make 1 more? 64. Hey! Okay, at least that only made 1. Will it make another one? Okay, thumbs up for the test of 1 building. Now the test of 2 buildings, 66. It made 4 of them. And that's because... I don't know if I can tell you why that's because. So... 4 was passed to here. It took 1 off. Sorry, 2 was passed to here. It should have taken 1 off and passed it around. 1 bottle of beer on the wall, right? Like, it should have subtracted 1, which immediately went onto the red at the same time that this... why would that have made... too many? And wait, I ended up with 3 too many, actually. Oh gosh. We're going backwards here. So the wish list passed through, and this is outputting a negative. I just want to make sure. The red, what's arriving on the red is always negative. And it's combining red and green. So how are we getting... Because this shouldn't allow the signal through until we are also subtracting 1 from it. So how are we getting to 4 buildings make something when I only asked for 2 of them? We're gonna do a pause here. And see if we can... Oop, didn't mean to do that. You're popping into your own spider web. The unknown wire's on the screen. Hey, Kiddicism, sorry I missed your comment. I've clearly gotten very hyper-fixated. I don't even know if you're still here. But glad to have you if you are. So editor extensions, we are gonna turn off the testing lab for a moment. And then we're gonna pop into here, and then we're gonna pause it, and then we're gonna change, let's see, we need 7 more to emulate what just happened. 73. Yeah. Tick once. Okay. So now it says we need 4 of them. Exactly. So now what happens? Now we tick. And now this sees that we need 4. And these aren't doing anything yet. On the next tick, now... Oh, I have it equal to 0. What a dingus. Hold on. No, everything's fine. This just needs to be -1. Hold on, I think that's the only issue. Let's find out. Okay. So now we're back up to... How many now? 1 extra. Okay, so 74. And now let's try again. If I do 2 more, 76. Okay, the count is correct. Perfect. And does it make extras? Yes, it does. Shoot. Okay. Let's try to find out why it made an extra. So we'll go to 79, which is the same amount extra, 2 extra. Pause it, see if we can figure out what's going on here. So currently, it does think we need 2 more, so there's the issue. So why are we not subtracting 2? So we're not subtracting 2. Oh. Wait, now I'm actually doubly confused. Why does this not say 3 more? Oh, I'm dumb. 2 is what we asked for. 2 is what we're making. Perfect. So that is actually working correctly. Because this is canceling out. This is ending up negative total, because this is saying we're making 2, and this only thinks we need 1 in the first place. This one's not even passing the signal along because it knows. Should there be a red wire line on the left poles? Yes, there should. That is what we want. But I appreciate you pointing that out, because that's the kind of thing I would totally miss. Okay, so how does this end up giving me too much then? Because it's very... I timed that perfectly. Let's see. So now we're just about to reset this one. Oh, we're not measuring. We didn't hook up all the inserters. I bet that's it. Oh, but there's a delay on that. Did we ever figure out if that's going to be a problem? Because now I've reduced the other delays. It could be a problem. But we're not measuring the other inserters. That's definitely one issue. Okay, there we go. So that could help. Let's see if that fixes it. Now we... How many offshore pumps are we going to end up with? Alright, so we had 3 more to 82. And let's see if we end up with an extra or not. Yes, we do. It could be because of the 1 tick delay. What's even getting delayed? The fact that we made it takes 1 tick to process. 2 if you count picking it up. Because that gets fed into the input of this, which is then negated. On the next tick, it actually hits the output. And then on the next tick, so it's really like, it's made, ready to go, and on that exact tick is the same tick that this guy gets the flag. On the next tick, this guy's gotten the turn off the memory loop. And this guy's gotten the we have a building. On the next tick, memory loop's off, so these are about to turn off. And this is about to send, and then on the next loop, this sends, and this is about to send, I think. I think it's 1 tick delayed. Which just means annoying things again. I just can't seem to get a win here. Would it be better? Put that negative back to there? Or is that the double counting again? No, that wouldn't be the double counting. Or does that actually make it 1 tick worse? I'm not actually sure which way that helps or hinders me. We could try it. Instead of subtracting what we're making from each input of the pass-through, what if we subtract what we're making from the list in the first place? What does that do for us? We've got 1 extra. Go to 85. Still only makes 2. Okay. I'm just finished. Tick once. And this is now outputting the check. And this is now... it should see some amount of... We at 84 offshore pumps. So now on the next tick, It'll fix that by 1. No, it should say 83. No, it's still 80. It's still 84. Oh, wait, output signal. Okay, now we're down to 1 here before that one turns to -2. That's good sign. Okay. That's a good sign. It worked! By Jove, it worked! Alright. Let's try 3. Holy crap. It did it. It actually made 3. Exactly. No more, no less. Yatta! Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, what a time. Okay, going back to actually testing, we probably need to test a couple other things, like making multiples, test the different input types. So that can be random, that can be select the 0 index descending. This can be select the 0 index ascending. And those can be random. All right, so let's add in a little list here of some cheap things, like 5 stone furnaces. No, we'll go with 8 stone furnaces. 4 steam engines. And 7 assembling machine 1s. And we'll do 9 offshore pumps. Okay, and unfortunately I need to know exactly how many I have of those already. Which is not the easiest. Is there a way I can easily... I feel like there should be a way to do this, but I'm not thinking of it. Arithmetic, we're just going to take what we see as our wish list. No, this is our wish list, not what we have. Where's the what we have? That's the output of this. That could be a red wire. So what we have times -1 each, and then we can do something like each plus anding is a bitwise thing. How can you filter? What's the is there a way to filter with an arithmetic? Each on red plus each on green minus each on green divide by each on green. I don't know. What does this do? No, that just does everything. Oh, that's off. Okay, does it work with plus? Plus does everything, minus does everything. Divide and multiply, because there's a 0 involved, get you what you want. But that's a indecipherable number. So this is kind of hilarious. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not here to make this optimized. So then we'll just divide each by each. But we're dividing by the amount. Because what are we doing? We're multiplying by green, so then we need to divide by green to undo that. Or divide by red, I guess. And I think that gets us back the original counts. It's ridiculous. You made a Mario game with combinators? That's impressive. Okay, so furnaces and steam engines are bad because those are already in the mall. What's something that's not in the mall? Like labs? Those aren't super expensive, right? Yeah, labs are cheap. What else is cheap? Just don't want to spend a lot of resources. Soil extractors. Alright. Okay, so those are the amounts that I want. 9874. I'm gonna take a picture of what we started with. I have that. And then we're just gonna add the output. This green output here. Them all. And see if it all makes it correctly. Or not. Just a little bit of a test here. See if anything goes wrong. If it does, I'll cry. It's fine. So we should end up with... Where's that picture? $88 plus 9. We should end up with 97 offshores, 40 assemblers, 41 soils, and 11 labs. And we have none of that? What? What did I break? Oh. 11 labs went to 13 labs. That's not right. We have the same amount of assemblers. Now, what's hard is I don't know what we were requesting before. That's the tricky part, right? Like, we might have already had enough assemblers. 37 soil extractors is 4 more, but we wanted 8 more, so why didn't I end up with 8 more? Well, it's possible I didn't ask for that many in the first place, and I already had extras. See, I had 29, and 29 plus 8 is actually 37. Okay. 88 plus the 9 offshores is actually 97. 25 burner assemblers plus 7 is 32. Uh-oh. Did I end up with an extra one? Or didn't we already have 33? We already had 33. And labs, 13 on top of... That's where labs are. 13 on top of 9 is... On top of 4 should be 17. Why didn't we end up with 17 labs? Wait, did I look at the wrong number? 9 labs plus 4 labs is 13 labs. No, it did it. It did it. Pass the test. Okay, it's possible it fails other tests, but this works. Perfect. So, let's go feed that caravan. Now we just need to make a couple slight tweaks for a vanilla version. And should I install? It's tricky because I need fuel, but the fuel isn't needed in vanilla, so it's a little weird because it's like if I make the Pi version, I need to fuel the assemblers. I might make the Pi version and manually put the fuel in to show people that it works and just be like, in yours, you'll power these assemblers with electricity. Because obviously we don't need... Oh, no food. Here's the nearest joikey. What is... I forgot the button. I haven't used it in so long. Factory search. Shift F? Alt F? There it is. $900 meters? Is there any on the ground? That's the closest jerky? Alright, at least we walk really fast. Wait, why didn't it pull that? I'm confused. Didn't sort by distance. Oh, because I didn't ask it to. Try again. There we go. There might have been a closer one, but I didn't sort it correctly. Alright, so back to the caravan. You can live out your days not starving. And why are you still running? We need to turn you off. What are you doing? Battery boy? Yeah, you're not needed anymore. Are any other caravans running? I don't know. We'll find out. Alright. It's fixed. So... minimized Twitch chat on accident. Cool. Back. All right, so next we're going to make the vanilla version, which will probably be with substations, and we'll do it in the editor. And then from there, we'll think about kind of how to explain it. And then I'll probably take a break before we do that part of the recording, because I need like a little bit of food here. What science did I make it to? Currently we just created our first KimSci like a few hours ago. But I haven't done our first research for KimSci yet. Oh, I also... do I need to do anything with this? Probably not right now. Let's make the vanilla version first. Let's start with this. And then, oh, we do need to go back to editor lab and find a nice empty spot. Pop that down, give ourselves some power. Okay. I really wish you could minimize this. It's very annoying. All right, so then I will clear these out. Maybe add in a couple more here. And then we kind of have to think about the core part again, which is like Reset those. Let me add some fuel. All right. So then from there, take this guy out because that's not needed in vanilla. Roboports we can add there. This one is the only one we need because we're not doing the weird request thing. We are missing an important part, which is loading into the providers. And reading this belt. So, going back and forth here, we're reading the belt, and we're reading the inserters, and we're reading the contents of the chest, but that shouldn't be necessary because we're reading the logistic network contents. That should overlap in a normal game. So, I should just be able to do that and wire these up. All right. I think that's it. And now that should be measuring contents, negated. There's a 1 tick delay. Is that gonna screw me up? So this is holding an item. Currently that is being taken away, but then on the next tick, the item is now here and transfers to being on this green signal. Then the item's no longer here, so there's a 1. Oh, that's so annoying. So we need another combinator just to introduce a 1 tick delay here. And is that going to cause other problems? Only time will tell. But we need the delays to be matching. Now, is there a reason I need this? Yeah, only positives is kind of important. Because remember what was happening here is whenever we would have a logistic network, like that turns into a negative, that would then get negated into a positive request. So if we over requested an item, it would try to craft that item, which was weird. Like even if you aren't asking for it, even if it wasn't in your list here. So that's not what you want. So that means I do need, I guess, just literally a delay combinator before we add. We'll do it this way so it looks nice. We add to that one. I'm gonna go that way and then this way and then this way. And this is the signal from the inserters and from the belts. Each times 1 output each. Okay. Annoying, but necessary. And then we negate all of that pile. Gets combined with our wish list, and bada bing, bada boom. That's that. So then, let's get rid of these power poles. These ones just need to have a red connection to the middle output there. Let's use vanilla substations here. I could put them right in there, but I feel like that obfuscates things. So let's just kind of pop 1 each. Wait. I don't need power poles to connect these to each other. Am I dumb? No, I'm not dumb. I need to stop saying that. But that was silly of me. Right, I could just connect these to each other like I already was with the other combinators. These are all attached to each other in the same way. With the global checklist and the global thing. Now this one, I don't like that it looks like it's kind of connected with that one. So I almost want to shift things in a way that's going to work with that. And then this is a set request with green and is on channel 0. Okay. That's read hand codes. Okay, so that should all be good. It's actually better to do it this way. Okay, so that is all set correctly. Would this look better if it was underneath? Yes. Yes, it would. Okay. This guy feels a bit arbitrary. Should he be over on the side instead? I don't know. Delete this belt for fuel. This is also kind of nice because it leaves room for beacons if you want them in vanilla. So I actually like the shape of this build quite a lot. On that note, I guess I could clear out room for beacons on this side too, so you could have 2 beacons, or even 3, I don't know how many exactly would fit. So that would require shifting these parts up by 1, and then moving this somewhere else. With this somewhere else. I mean, I could just shift them both over. No, that doesn't work. I need to shift this all out by 1. Actually might feel a little bit cleaner. But now we're getting into weird territory where like this amount of space, 4 tiles over here, 4 tiles over here. We could pack it all in, but this is not a blueprint made for other people to have a perfectly dense but inscrutable. This is a blueprint made for people to actually like understand. So let's go with this. And then these attach to each other and these attach to each other. So I can do this. And then red wire. And then green wire. I think that's it. We should test this. What is the simplest way to test it? Like iron sticks? Yeah, probably something like that. Let's put in iron plates. And if I request iron stick 20, let's see what happens. I have no bots. Now let's see what happens. Also, I'm curious how many it'll make, because, you know, this is it makes 2 recipes, so it might make an extra. It did. But that, I don't think I can blame it. Because it thought it needed 2 more, which means it thought it needed 2 recipes more. This does not support multi-craft recipes. Which is Is that fine? I think in most cases that's fine. How would we even fix? I mean, you'd have to subtract the not the one, but the actual count of output, which I'm not going to worry about. Is this now a recursive function? I don't think so. Like it's not going to. It's not a recursive Automall. If you need iron, what's a good example? Like if you request small parts, it's not going to request iron sticks as well if you don't have iron sticks. It's up to you to make sure that you've requested all of the components that make other things. And it can pick different inputs so that it won't get stuck, like if it's waiting for something, but you have it picking from the front of the list, the back of the list, and some of them picking a random item on the list, then that should make sure things don't get stuck at a pretty consistent amount of not stuckage. But let's start on the descriptions. Okay. And I'll have 2 of these to start just because I think that that's enough to get people started on like the idea of this. They could always add a million more, but having 2 is important because then it shows players you can have more than 1. Which they might not have thought of. Okay, and then over here, we've got no need for that active provider. Our reset button, our timer, which is defaulting to 10 minutes. No, what is that? Yeah, 10 minutes. Should call this an Automall. Okay, that's done. Medium electric pole right here is fine. Just kind of shift it to a place that makes a little more sense. And then these need to be connected. Did I forget anything? I don't think so. Cool. All right. So let's copy this, and we'll just make the 5 option. And now I have a question of, do I want to include the wish list or not? So the wish list comes from this nonsense, and that would be, what is this even doing? It's in the combinator, we set the requests, but then we're subtracting contents of that from the request, and then I can just do trash on request. I think this is super chill without channels, so I think I'll do it. I think this is like the chillest thing. This just determines whether it's on or not, which we should use a different symbol for. Maybe symbol should we use for on? Green, check. Turn it on to request, turn it off when you've got what you want. Yeah, feels about right. And then this is the actual request, which then gets, I don't need to do anything. That's so weird. I don't even need an inserter, I don't think. And then this is the actual list of stuff that we want. And then that just ends up with our wish list. So if my wish list is iron stick 50, but there are no iron sticks in there. That's why we need to read the requests. This gets dangerous. Because now it's going to request every item in your entire network rather than just the local ones. The reason this worked for me is because I had local, but people don't want random iron stick requests causing their Automall to craft iron sticks. I don't think most people want that. So that leads to the Automall not actually being capable of adding its own requests into the network. So instead, you can do this, But then the problem becomes now it's adding its request on top of what's already there. So if I already had 50 assemblers as the amount that I want, then this is going to ask for 70 assemblers. Or if I already had 20, and then I ask for 50 here in my wish list, in my shopping list. And then I want to walk away with 50. Then for a moment here, it's going to be asking for 70 total, which isn't what we want, because then it's going to make 50 land in here, but then it's also going to make 70 more. So we need to... Well, I guess we're almost there. We're subtracting... Subtracting's not working. Oh, I'm not reading contents. Oh, we can't read contents and set requests. There's the problem. Found the problem. Right. That's why we had some of the initial confusion. Right. So we need to put that into maybe just a steel chest? Let's see. See what happens here. So we'll read the contents of that. Because a buffer chest did weird things, if I remember correctly. But it's possible that was a channel issue. We'll try it. So then I'll put crap in the buffer chest. Which still counts as being available in our network. Which means... Oh, wait, never mind. My request disappeared. Yeah, that still counts as available. So our logistics system still thinks we have 20. So it's not actually going to add more into the request, which it needs to. Interesting. So that means we should be able to just wire this up. And now the total wish list is 70, I hope. Oh, wait. There. Okay, so... Is this doing everything I want it to be doing? Not entirely sure. Let's see. What we want is for this to end up with only 20 that are not in the buffer chest, and 50 in the buffer chest. New VTuber model? Oh, that's one thing I am not, is a VTuber. Not that I even understand anything about what a VTuber is. I just don't understand it. I've asked a few questions. There are some people on their Cardania Discord that do it themselves, and I asked them about it, and I still don't understand it. It's like there's a whole... Like, I halfway get it, but halfway don't. Anyway. So there's 50 here. There's 18 here. Why did we stop there? Where's that -3 coming from? Oh. Well, that answers that question. Okay. Now it should be about right. Okay, so cool. That seems to be functioning. Now let's see if it can do... So it'll add its own request. So if we were to put like some copper plates in here as a supply, and we added in to our wish list copper cable 30, it will actually... Nope, it won't. I thought it would. I didn't add it into the wish list. Where did I just type that in? Typed it in the buffer chest. Alright. Not where we wanted it. Cable. If I do 30 on the wish list here, yeah, it actually designates the buildings to craft it. That is what we want. But then that request is being met by this buffer chest being filled. Because that is multiplying what's in the buffer chest, adding that onto the request that is sent both to the requester chest and to the network. Interesting that those are the same thing. It's all very interesting, but it ends up working out. We have some extra cable here, but that's just, I think, because of the overage amount. What's a very simple thing that doesn't have an overage? Chutes are made one at a time. So let's add chutes to this. Let's say we do 7 and see what happens. It's very possible that the shopping list idea ends up with some extras. I'm less worried about that, if that's true. I need to hydrate. I have not been drinking water all day. Alright, what do we got here? Yeah, we ended up with some extra. Which is fine. Assuming... I'm going to turn that off. So... that's assuming that we can actually make 7 successfully in the first place without going over. So if we actually have 11, then we want 18. Do we actually get to 18? That's the more important question. I was worried about this 1 tick delay actually causing this to not work. So let's see what happens. Are we going to end up with 18 or are we going to get extra? Nice. Yeah, I mean, the shopping list only gets you an overage because I guess it's not measuring what we have when bots are in the air. So that's the main problem with that. You could set up a world where you put it onto belts instead. Like, you filter your requests as outserters, and then you end up not having that extra. But I'm not going to do that. That's worse for players, not better, I think, on average. So yeah, this is now, you put your shopping list in here, and then you turn it on, and then when you turn it off, nothing happens. So what's the point of this? You turn it off so that when you take the crap out, it doesn't request more. But it will, because this isn't being... So one of the main reasons for this thing is so that once you take your crap out, it doesn't immediately start making more. I guess if the player's careful to turn this off first and then take their crap out, it's fine. But then the stuff can get stolen from here because it's a buffer chest. So there's all sorts of weird little issues. Like, should this be a steel chest instead? Or would players want their bots to be able to access this in the first place? So they turn it on, let it get built, and then turn this off, and now they have these extras that should get used up first before passive provider chests. So I actually think that might be better, the way that it is. And those will just stay there. But then this is turned off, and so when you grab these, it should stop requesting, but now it's, unfortunately, yeah, it's asking for more. It's asking for all those. Or is it not? Oh, this is off. If this was still on, yeah, it's asking for all that. Okay. So, don't we want... I think I'm just doing the order wrong. We want this. Both be on green. I think we do. I think that just goes there. And there's no red here. Yeah. I think that's all. I think that's all that's going on. Okay, but that's on and that's off. So what's even happening right now? So right now, the request is getting set. Oh no, but that's got a backflow here. Hold on. No, that's a problem. Because now we're like setting the request based on what this says too. That's definitely not what we want. We want to be multiplying what's in the buffer chest by -1. That gets added to what we have, and that sets the request. And it sets the additional request from the Automall. So this is correct, we just don't want that. So we need one more, we need like a one-way gate here. Is there a way to do it without a combinator? We've asked this question 100 times in this stream, but I don't think there is, because the way that we're getting the negation is using the check mark as a -1. And if I instead combine the combinator with what, I'd have to multiply what's in the chest by -1 first, then add in the combinator. So we're gonna need a combinator either way. So we'll just make this a one-way gate for a signal. Now, when the check mark is off... see, this is still kind of wrong, because when the check mark's off, it's still going to request the stuff. What's the check mark even for? The check mark is allowing us to negate what's in the buffer chest only. No, that's not what we want. I mean, there's no point. Because it was the negative that was creating the request in the first place. Yeah, I'm doing something wrong here. So let's just... let's negate what's in this buffer chest the normal way. Each times -1, output each. And then that gets combined with that guy. And those are the set requests. And that's also what gets not negated. Or it gets negated again? Actually, no. Let's see what happens. No, that's doing it the right way. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all we need. Is the checkmark thing really important? Probably not. Because you can just turn this off, and then it will stop all the requests from happening. That'll output a negative. Oh, well... but then the negatives get passed through, which I don't love. I can do a decider and only pass through positive signals. That's the answer. Thankfully, all I'm doing to the signals is passing them through anyway. We can just say each greater than 0 output input count of each. And now we're only passing through positive signals. Perfect. So then these can each be like shopping lists that you want. So I have 2 here by default. And then you can turn them on. And they'll request the stuff you want. But then they will send... oh. I guess each one has to have its own decider output. Yeah, because otherwise they influence each other's requests and such. Yeah. Okay. So each one has to have its own one of these guys. That's fine. Alright. That's telling the Automall what we need. We're asking for 5037. And we'll see if we end up with that. I am going to delete these guys. We do not have 5037 in this. Alright, what's the story here? So we're outputting 50. That means we need 16 and 20. That should be getting sent to this, which should be then adding... This isn't doing something right. This... This is saying we want 20 copper cable. But that says we have copper cable because it's in the buffer chest. Right. The buffer chest doesn't need to get subtracted at all. It's already getting subtracted. Or I should rephrase that as it already counts for this. It's in the logistic network contents. So by subtracting the buffer chest, this is, we ran into issues with this, but different ones because we were doing channel 1 and channel 0 stuff. But now that's not a thing. Alright. Chill out. So now it should work. 5037. Maybe. No? No, there was something to what we were doing. We need to subtract the contents from the request. Because if we don't do that, we're going to keep requesting everything. And we need to add... Well, the request is being sent, so that I'm confused about why we're not getting it. Is it because I haven't fixed both? Is it because we have items in this one that can't get transferred over? Probably. I bet if I clear that out, that works. Yeah. Interesting as well. So they compete with each other? Oh no, wait a second. So if this one... Oh, it's because that one wasn't on. If that was on, it would have been okay. We'll try that in a second, but we do need a negate for the request. That was necessary. So each... arithmetic. Each times -1. I'll put each. Okay, so then that reads the contents, negates it, and then that gets combined with a red wire here. Alright. And then we do that. And now with that being on, let's see if it all just magically works. I'll even take that out to start. And we're running out of iron. I mean, it's doing stuff. See if it works. I think it will. I think we ironed out all the pieces. Well, we've been streaming for 7 hours. This took longer than I thought it would. I'm really glad we've done it. And I might wait to do the recording of the actual explanation. I might do a quick run through. I want to do the storyboarding, but I might wait for the actual recording just for a different brain day. But we'll do the storyboarding here at the end, and I might upload that as like a separate section just for now, because that's the part this is the part that's actually gonna have the explanation of how it all works, which is kind of the most important part. All right, these are all still running. It's good news. I also need to make bots visible again for the recording purposes. Okay, so this one has everything we want, and this one just about has everything we want. Perfect. Okay, I think we've done it. This is the bot mall. Expandable by adding as many as you want, and you can wrap the belt around if you want and make it go the other way. So, bam. Pretty happy with this result. I am sad we needed one more combinator. That was a bummer. I was really hoping we could avoid adding that one, but I could not find a way around it. We spent probably an hour trying to find a way around adding this combinator. And I tried every theoretical thing with green and red wires, and we just couldn't do it. So as far as I know, this is the best we can do, which is 8 combinators per cell, given the features that we're using. You could break it down to 7 if you don't have a global reset button, and timer to see if the bot mall's frozen. And you could definitely break it down to 7 as well. Wait, did I say 5? Yeah, 8. You could definitely break it down to 7 or 6 if you remove both. By removing the feature of perfect count, we were able to, without having this combinator, make it so that it can only craft half of what you want at a time. But still not more than what you want. But like if you wanted 10 of something and you had 10 assemblers, it would only make 5 of that thing, and then eventually get to 10 that way. So that is a feature that I think is probably worth the extra combinator. It just depends on the person, I guess. So let's get some descriptions in here. So this bot mall wish list is, and I'll start with A, add description. As positive values, set the amount of each desired entity. That's weird talk. Set values to how many buildings you want the Automall to maintain in your logistics network. Done. And I'll put in an aside here. This will be in addition to your shopping lists. Example. 10, 25, a signal of 25 assembling machine 2s will cause your Automall to make sure you always have 25 It's not. What should we call? What's a much shorter building? Let's just call splitters. 25 splitters. Cause your automotive, make sure you always have 25 splitters in your logistics network. Crafting more as necessary. All right. So that's good. This guy, what does he do? So this guy is subtracting 2. Wait, what? Oh, that's getting subtracted from the input. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty simple. This is filtering your positive requests. Do we even need this? Maybe? Could it just start here? This, what even is, that's just telling it if we have requests, which would be the same as this one. It's only filtering positive signals, but does that matter? Like, it's not like this breaks anything to have random negative signals passing through. This is immune to negative signals, which is really cool, by the way. So, do I even need this combinator? It's kind of nice because it's like the guy that's outputting our wish list, but do we even need that? Because the wish list is already this green line, basically. And the red gets combined. Is it gonna break this one, though? No, because this doesn't have any red input on it. Putting the red input over there shouldn't change anything, I don't think. The red is what all 5 buildings are currently crafting. That should get combined. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm all for deleting combinators, so let's do it. We do need to attach to that guy. And then this guy. And then the red needs to attach to this. I guess the thing I didn't check is, are we going to have weird issues with... There's a lot of weird issues. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should filter out the negatives. It does only look at positives. But now that's reading the contents of my logistics network rather than the specific requests we're making, which is a different thing. Is that true? Contents. Positified. Contents of the network plus contents of the solids get negatified to cancel out with your requests. So negative, all the contents are negative. That should be fine. So this is only positive if we have a positive request. I don't know. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I kind of like what we had just because... it feels like a little bit of a easier way to understand it. And that's kind of the whole point of this. So this is technically an unnecessary filter. But it filters out negative signals. Which is not strictly needed in this case, but useful. as our crafting cells do not do anything particular with negative signals. Actually, no, I think this would cause an issue. If you take off random input, it messes with your indexes. Though it's sorted by most positive first. So no, it does. It screws up. In fact, this might have been how this came to be in the first place. It screws up your ascending. If you have negative signals allowed, you will always, the negative ascending ones get stuck. There you go. We do need this. Never mind. This is strictly needed. Go away. Filters out negative signals so that so that you have only a list of desired crafts. What's up, Mars? Welcome, welcome. All right, so then let's comment this, guys. This is easy. This is just looking at. Why is? Uh-oh. Wait, what happened here? Oh, right. We changed that just to look at it. There we go. So this checks if you have checks for frozen Automall status. Red check equals 0. Checks if any crafts. Returns false if any buildings complete a craft. Anything green, anything greater than 0 returns true only when Automall has things to craft. Therefore, the timer will only increment when crafts are needed, and it resets to 0 every time a craft completes. Thus, it can only achieve high values if all machines fail to complete a craft. This can't do a description, so that's... We'll need to describe that. The signal of 36,000 used in the alarm is measured in ticks, which would be 10 minutes of failed production. This combinator should be off at all times. This combinator is a reset combinator. It should be toggled on only for a brief moment, then turned back off. The Automall will not function if this is left on. When toggled on, it will reset each crafting cell to it'll just reset each crafting cell and void all items back onto the belt. Ingredients. And anything left in requester chests will be trashed. Yeah. I guess these should be fast inserters for that reason. Get rid of the ingredients faster if we need to. Okay, so that does it for everything but the shopping list part. We'll get back to that, but let's work on these. So this guy is the main wish list pass through. Everything greater than 0. I don't even know if it needs to be greater than 0 at this point because it should only have positives. But if for some reason you have more buildings making something than you want, it won't send more negatives up the line to screw stuff up. So continues to filter out negative signals if needed. Note, it shouldn't happen usually. Outputs input count, which combines this is really starting to bother me. This is like one of my biggest bones to pick with Factorio. There are multiple places where clicking outside deletes your progress. It's so frustrating to me. I don't understand. Like, why did Wooba think that's okay? Like, you're typing a bunch of stuff and you just click and it's gone? Why would that delete what you wrote? Like, it should be a confirmation to delete your progress if you didn't if you hit this button specifically and that deleted your progress, that's fine. That's what that button is for. Nothing else should delete your progress without a warning. It's ridiculous to me. Anyway, what I was getting at is this red one. Yeah, that's what subtracts. Okay. So I have to write that again. So everything greater than 0 continues to filter out negative signals. This shouldn't happen in regular operation. It also requires the up arrow to be -1. I should write the negative symbol. Hey, Gravy, this is looking a lot better. This only occurs when the crafting cell knows what it is crafting and has also subtracted it from the wish list. Therefore, this keeps this combinator from passing along a wish list that hasn't yet had an item subtracted from it. Example. If your wish list had, save description, because I have to hit save partway through typing. If your wish list had 10 splitters, this will keep from passing on the 10 splitter signal until it's also subtracted 1 and then should... Oh, you can only type so much. Cool, even better. Love it. That's really annoying. Why? That's so weird that there's like a pretty small limit on these descriptions. I'll just say that. Okay, this guy, the selector combinator will choose a random element or an indexed element. This allows your Automall to not just make the first, last, or not just make the first item on a list. This keeps your Automall from getting stuck when certain buildings are ingredients in others, etc. Best options include random, 0 index, select input, on ascending or descending, for first item on list. Or descending for last item on list. If you want to produce more than these 3 types, you can use index 1, but it will only function at all when your wish list has... Can't type anymore. Gosh dang it. This is a really short description. Okay, well, we'll just stop there. People can figure the rest out. Also, I think it's sort descending. That's the first item on the list. I said that wrong. Okay, then this guy, this is your... is the main memory cell. Do I want the pink signal? No. So the pink signal... What even is the check mark at this point? I mean, it's just, these are just random signals. So the pink signal is there to say we're in the middle of a loop. So why don't we put a lock symbol? The pink is like a lock symbol. When lock's at -1, we lock ourselves out of picking a new thing. We don't even use that anywhere else. That's so weird. It only starts up when the lock signal is off and allows the signal from the decider or selector combinator. Then it maintains its own lock signal and the red signal from itself until reset via an external green check signal. Via a +1 external green check signal. Okay. Hey, Ashirs, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. So that's that guy. Then these 2 guys we'll get to in a second. Let's keep working our way forwards towards crafting. So then this one. This combinator is only necessary to split a green output color into multiple output colors, as well as make sure the signal is one way. It tells both assemblers what we are making. I can't put descriptions on the assemblers, so I should probably say a little bit about that. Main assembler reads contents to subtract from logistics request. Secondary assembler reads ingredients to create logistics request. Cool. All right. So then this assembler is subtracting, what is he doing? What are we, what's going on here? Hold on. I feel like I've made a mistake. Why did I attach a red wire here? To the input? Because that's now going to read the contents. This was when I was playing with something else, I think. Wait, no. That's correct. We read the contents. We combine that with the contents of the inserter. Those get negated and create the request. No, those get negated because that's what we have. Then that gets added with the ingredients to make the request. Yeah. Okay, no. That's all correct. That's all correct. Chill out, Krydex. You're fine. So then this guy, add description. All right. Adds together the what? The what's? Adds together the inserter hand contents and the assembler contents and negates, which then combines with the ingredient list to create a what is still missing list, which sets the requester to the exact amount needed. Requester with trash unrequested enabled. Okay. How am I getting around the fact that the inserter only has 5 filters? It's not a filtered inserter. That's how. This just needs to get removed. That's bogus. Yeah, there's just no filters on it. It just inserts whatever it needs to. And this request is count perfect so that it only requests 1 craft worth. So this isn't like the fastest Automall because it's not requesting enough for big sets of crafting. It's a perfect Automall though for when you don't want to waste resources. And besides, Automalls don't need to be super fast anyway. I'd rather have Automalls give you the amount you asked for than be slightly faster. Because you can also make it faster in bulk situations by just adding more cells. So anyway. So we're getting there. That's described. That's described. So then there's this guy. So this guy is just necessary so that we can have a global reset. But this essentially just outputs the check signal once the craft is finished. Outputs the check signal to reset the memory cell once the craft has finished, or when you activate the reset constant combinator. And also sends the check signal to the is the Automall frozen combinator. Yeah, weird things with a selector that selects a random filter per tick. Yeah, there's so much crazy stuff you can do between the stack size and everything else and all that. Okay, so then finally these 2 combinators and we're done. So this guy, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, unfortunately had to be 2 combinators, which is so sad to me. Still hate that. Come up like that, and then like that. So then this one outputs. It's so weird because we don't even have the green wire connected on the output, and this one we don't even have the red wire connected on the output. It feels like that should be able to be in one combinator, but you just can't do it. Because then you're globally outputting this up arrow signal to all of them, or you're locally outputting the negative symbol to yourself, and you don't want either of those, so. No, I just call it my wish list and shopping list, and yes, those are similar, but the shopping list feels like, here's what I'm going shopping for today. Like, that's what gets put into the buffer. This is the shopping list. The wish list is just generally what the Automall is asking for. And when you add a shopping list, that gets added on to the total wish list. So it feels roughly like a good term for it. All right, so This combinator sends the building this cell is crafting signal as a negative to the rest of the Automall for subtraction from the wish list. This combinator sends the it's okay to pass along the wish list now because we have subtracted what we are crafting from it. Signal. To the... No, we don't need it. Yeah. How about sends the signal 4? So then, I'm still kind of surprised that that works, because that tick happens there. This tick happens 1 tick later. It feels like this is still wrong somehow. Does that work? Can we just craft 1 of something? Is that working? Feels like that shouldn't work. Because if we craft 1 of it, the same tick that this puts a negative there is the same tick that says this is good to pass along. Is it? Hold on. Assembling machine 1. How is this working? Why does that not get passed along again? I feel like I don't understand my own Automall and I just designed it. How did that not pass it along? Stock list. Oh, stock list is a good word for it. Yeah, I like that. I'm legitimately confused by my own Automall here. How did this work? All right, hold on. Reset. Delete the request. So reset again. Okay. So let's start fresh. How does this actually function? Because it seems like it shouldn't. So 1 tick. Now this has the 1. On the next tick, this now sees that we want that. Next tick, this has picked it and will output it. Or this has picked it and is outputting it. On the next tick, our looper will be going. And now on the next tick, this will have a true up arrow equals -1. But this still isn't going to have... Yeah, what the heck? So on the next tick, this should output a signal of 1 assembling machine. I'm super confused. How does this not make this one craft an assembling machine? Okay, so it's gonna it's outputting 1. It's going to. Okay, so there, output signal 1. Input signal 1, input signal 1. How does this not cause this to make a burner assembler? Where did the signal go? It just poofed out of existence. Is it because of the interval just not lining up? Is there a 1 in 10 chance this fails? I think there is. Yep. There it is. Dang it, I didn't check closely enough. Okay, well, let's turn that off, reset, then turn it on, then see what happens. Reset, on. Reset, on. Reset, on. This is only a 1 in 10 chance. There it is. Happened. Gosh dang it. You can reduce the chance that it... But the delay is 1 more tick for each time. It's the exact problem we had at the beginning. I don't know why I thought I had solved it. Oh no. So, is there a way to fix it? We could... This is only a 1 tick delay, by the way, because it's the first building. This would be a 2 tick delay. Which means there's a much higher chance of it failing to make the next one updated. Because if this was receiving the fact that we needed 1 more of something, then it's going to say that, hey, we're making it, but there's no way to only send that signal for a couple ticks to the next thing. I could add 1 more combinator. I'm about to just say screw it and do that. We could only allow pass-through after a few ticks. In fact, I might be able to do it here with no issues. Yeah, so this guy requires a signal to be positive. We could say and. Well, no. You can't decide. No, never mind. That doesn't work. We could turn it into a little timer, though. Well, actually, no. Maybe this will work. So, or up arrow is less than 0. -1, and I could loop it on itself. Hold on, we're cooking. Does the 10th one in a row always fail in this case? Would it? Yeah, it would. I guess it might be the 11th one in a row. And I'm not sure which, but yeah. It would always make a double at the end, 1 more than it needed. Okay, so this would say... You got the positive... No, I guess we leave it that way. And this is just like a little timer that will increment -1 of the up arrow. And it will also send the input count. But will that only send the count of that each symbol that made it true, which is going to be 1. I don't actually know what that's going to do. Hold on. And which signal am I messing with? What am I messing with? I should mess with. So if I do that, without putting 0, yeah, that just cancels out. Hmm. Oh. There we go. Now that makes more sense. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so then we can do -1 on that. Input count on that. And I guess we do need -2. Maybe? Hold on. Do we? Does it work with -1? No, it doesn't work with -1. And it doesn't work without the input count. Yeah, we need both. Weird. But now we've got a little reset thingy that will keep itself going forever. Which is not what we want. That one's true. But then Not true, that true. Red, green. And that is positive. That's true or false? That one's true. Shouldn't that one then output, since that's true, we should output -3. Why is it not looping? Shouldn't this be looping? Anybody? Input count. It's adding the input count twice, maybe, from that and that? No idea what's going on there. Why is this staying locked in? It's not even changing from one tick to the next. How is this stable? So it's adding -2. And then the input count of... Oh, it's doing it 3 times because those are both still true without... So that's why we do need this one. Also, it's only doing it once in each case. But then in this case, it's adding the input count. I don't know why it's not looping. That's true. It should subtract 2 more. Is it that? It might be that it's showing up twice. I might need -3 now. No, that didn't do it. -4? It's like input count isn't working. Huh. What did I do that made this now no longer loop? I've really done it now. It was just working a second ago, and now I like don't even know what I did differently. Up arrows greater than -60. We output a -2 of the up arrow, and we output the input count of the up arrow, which might be copying the input count of multiple things. It could be adding the input count of 2 burner assembling machines at the same time. Even if it was, changing this to a bigger number should make it loop, and it's not. It's not doing the input count of the up arrow. That's what I'm confused by. Is that because it's not greater than 0? Not paused. What is going on? Now I just can't even get it to loop at all. Really goofed something. Okay, there it's looping. Somehow that stops the loop, even though it's also true. It's messing up the input counts. Somehow the input count is canceling out perfectly. I don't even know. Because a -9 plus a 1 plus a -10, and it's like doing 2 of them. I don't know. It's like negating the negative. Oh, it's negating the negative, because now we have a negative input count because of the up arrow. And that's combining with 2 of those. Interesting. Okay. You should be able to get it to like loop like this though. Maybe. No? It's because it's doing a negative of itself. Because now it's part of what's being measured. Why does that not change it? Why does that not change it? What if I just do input count on green? Or on red only? What is going on? This is so weird. Okay, output 2, up arrow -2. It's greater than... Oh, did I forget to make that a -60? I did. That's embarrassing. Maybe. No. I think it just isn't working the way I think it would. Now I can't get that one to work again. So when this one's true by itself, it just runs away to infinity negative. But for some reason, when I change it to a greater than a negative number... Oh, now it's working. Now it's working again. I swear this exact setup wasn't working a second ago. Now it is. Okay. So you gotta measure the red amount. Okay, so this makes a reset timer. That cannot be ANDed. It can only be ORed, which is a problem. It needs to be ANDed. So there's the problem. All of this is to make it so that we only allow through this when it's like less than -10 or something. And then that way we're requiring this to have been active for a few ticks first before we allow it through. But the problem is getting this stupid looping combinator to work the way we want it to. We basically want it to activate the loop whenever something is positive. Then from there, it needs to maintain its own crazy self. So why don't we say output a loop signal of 1 and loop equals 1. Okay. And output input count -2 of the up arrow. Input count is such a confusing idea. Yeah, it still doesn't work. Can I make this one -1 as well? There we go. Maybe. No, it's just going back and forth. How do you do input count when there's a +1 munging everything up? Because you can't do a negative input count. So when it outputs a -5 and then you do input count where you're measuring the thing itself, then you can count up but you can't count down. Is that what we're getting at here? I think that's what we're getting at here. This needs to be a positive, and I think that's okay. No, because the selector will select that signal. Well, it already would have anyway. Never mind. I'm just being a dingus. We can just use a positive signal. It's not that big of a deal. It is going to mean that once in a while the selector is going to select the signal, the counting signal, instead of the crafting signal. But it would do that no matter what. Oh, but we need it to be negative so it doesn't get passed through. No, that does matter. Can we... What input count? Because it will output the counting signal if it's positive. Is there a way to not? Is there a way to cancel out? Yes, there is, if we know exactly what the number is. If it's every 20 ticks, and we do a no entry signal, no, we should use the up arrow still. And we cancel out exactly the up arrow of 20, then it won't appear. Haha, we got around it. So now that can be a positive one. Less than +120. Rid of that. Now it loops. And now this has a single tick where it's outputting 0, which is exactly what we want. And now we need this to reset and see what happens. All right. If anyone's still watching, good on you, mate. I think we finally got there. Turn that off. Reset. Uh-oh. Wait, now it's maintaining itself. That's a problem. Each is greater than 0 and up arrow equals 0. Or up arrow greater than 120 and each is greater than 0. That didn't fix it. Blah! How do we make it so that this chills out if we don't have... Where's up arrow green coming from, actually? Wait a second. Hold on. Because this is only receiving an input from this one. Why is this outputting an up arrow? Oh, because it looped into the selector as a positive. Oh, that's really funny. And now this is locked in the up arrow as the signal we want. That is a problem, I guess. Because that doesn't get... Yeah, I mean... We need to use a negative signal. We just absolutely have to use a negative signal. We can cancel it out here, but we can't cancel it out before it gets into that. It's so weird. Okay, so now is there any way to have this loop, or do I need another combinator? I just don't know if there is a way to get it to loop. Because once we've got the assembler set up, maybe I could use this one somehow to loop it and add to the green. Because this does have a green output that's not getting used. As long as it doesn't touch... I guess it's not going to work. Because the green output can't go back to its own input, or we're screwing something up. And it can't get added onto here, because then it's negating things too much. Because it'll add another one of these. So maybe we can use the check or the lock instead. But I think we're gonna run into the same issue where it just loops it. Yep. Exact same issue. So I can't do input count. I don't think there's another way to do it. Would it loop the other direction by changing all the less thans to the other direction? No, there's a fun... I mean, essentially we could do it with another combinator easy. I'm just like, I really don't want to add yet another combinator, but it would fix it. Because all we have to do is just... we can make the loop a positive one and then negate it before we send it over here. Because the problem is, this... I'd have to do a lot of work to make this a negative signal in the first place, because then it has to be negated again, because this one, like... I could flip the entire thing on its head, maybe. Because this is the only... But this is requiring a loop as well. But there's no input count here. So this could work without... But the input count on a negative is going to inherently do a different thing. Like, imagine adding, you know, negative x plus the previous negative x is now going to cancel out, and then you add a negative, and it keeps canceling out. It's a series. Like, if you do a, you know, it just, if you're adding the negative of what you had before, it flip-flops each time. Whereas if you add the positive of what you had before, it just increases. So that's what we're running into. It took me a long time, I think, to get my brain around that. So there's no way to utilize an input count that goes increasingly negative. Is there a way to utilize an output count to start negative and grow from there? That might be the way to do it. So what if we outputted 10,000 negative, but then we also outputted a positive input count? No, because it'll keep subtracting 10,000 every time. Do I need to add the input count twice? Because if the input was 5 of these, then it would do 5, and then it would do the 1, and that would make 6. And then recycle the 6. But here, it's doing negative 10,000 plus the 1, gives you negative 9999. And then it receives the negative 9999. And then it adds... the negative 9999 to the input count. Feels like this isn't going to work either, but I can't quite figure out why. Negative signal never passes the each condition. Good point. Thank you. So it has to be something like this. There we go. Less than 0 but greater than negative 100. So will this work from the beginning? Or do we get locked in an infinite loop again? Well, it's okay that it's in an infinite loop right now. If we turn this off, is it still locked in an infinite loop? No. No. How did I never stumble on this before? I swear we tried this! Thank you, Ashiers. This is all we needed. Alright. Cool. It could be because we're using the check signal. That's coming in at -1 already. Or, no, that doesn't seem required. Well, it might be required. Let's see if we can use the up arrow or not. Here. Whoa. No, it still seems to work. But it feels like it's going 2 at a time. It's going 5 at a time. I still don't understand input count. That's part of the problem. Now it's going 4 at a time. Why is it going 4 at a time? Because that condition's true. And this one's also true. And there's 2 of the input counts in each one. But isn't our input count negative 90? So how is it? Because this should then be outputting positive 90, right? I don't think I understand input count at all. It keeps confusing me. Or is it just how many signals there are in here? In which case that's 4. Because in this case, input count should be 1. If it's only counting the burner assembler on green. And that would output 1 of those plus a negative 1. But I have that on red even. Input count on red. Burner's not even on red. So like, input count's doing something weird here. It's going 4 at a time. Which leads me to believe it's literally how many times this symbol shows up in the input. But that doesn't really make sense either. So I'm left confused. How are we getting 4 fewer each round? Obviously, I'm adding a negative 1 onto whatever we had. And then... oh, this signal... okay, there's 4 signals coming in. That's why we're doing 4. It's because there's 4 signals coming in and they all have this condition being true. Each time. Each signal kind of runs its own loop because of the each getting used. And then each of those loops is true because of this part of the condition. Interesting. So unfortunately, it's always going to be multiples of 3, isn't it? So we're going to have to be fancy about this because we want it to end up zeroing itself out if the assembling machine part dies. Otherwise, this can maintain itself forever, I think. I guess mod 3, though, it would be fine at 100. That'll zero itself out after 3 loops, which is 5 seconds. Oops. Why don't we change that to negative 60? So it's guaranteed... no, it can't be negative. It needs to be something that's not mod 3. Not divisible by 3. Like 61. And that way it's guaranteed to zero out once in a while, which means if we turn off the assembling machine, it'll get gone. Turn back on the assembling machine. Wow, what a crazy time. Now it gives me 15 ticks. Okay. And then I can measure. This is less than 56. I think we're guaranteed. Because if it was at 55, it'll go to 59. We're actually guaranteed I can go 57. Well, then it would be 58, 59, 60. But if it was... can this output 61? Yeah, it does. And then it resets. Okay. Well, I feel a bit crazy for that, but it does work. So this combinator adds a delay so that the wish list signal isn't passed on to the next crafting cell until there has been sufficient time to subtract the item we are crafting in this cell via the red wire output from the adjacent combinator. Boom. Now we could, if we want, make this a giant number, but then we're looping forever, right? We need this to reset. There we go. We could have just used anything the whole time. And then it just counts down negative forever. That's more like it. Okay. And then if we reset, then this is still going. Isn't this not self-sustained now? Nothing's true. Should output nothing. The next tick, right? Oh, this is true at... This needs to be less than 0 strictly. There we go. There we go. Now it breaks out of its own loop. Okay, perfect. So now we've got once a second, which is a much cleaner feel to it, and the way that this functions is much cleaner in my mind, which is worth something. And now this only checks, we'll say, twice a second. And we won't do anything with that, because we're still only... I think this is still only going to output what we want. Is this now going to mess something up with that? Okay, now let's do an input count correctly. I feel like I'm still not understanding input count. Like, why is it ignoring the up arrow here for input count? I don't know. Whereas if we output a specific signal, it uses... Well, I guess this is outputting the signal of burner assembler, so it's looking at the burner assembler inputs. This one's not true because it's not greater than 0, so it's not outputting burner assembler for that one. I think this all works the way it's supposed to. Actually, no. Could be getting one more. Oh, it's because I haven't copied this. Let's place this as the brains of the operation. And now... random input, random input, random input. There's 3 of them. Look at that. Alright, well, I'll just have to instruct the player that that number kind of matters in terms of how many crafting cells you could have. Negative 60 represents how many ticks per cycle. This must be greater than your number of crafting cells. And this, theoretically, I'm having it be a smaller delay because I don't need more than that. Negative 30 represents delay before continuing to send signal. Must be greater than number of crafting cells. Which, like, 20 would do it for me right now. Which then sends the signal sooner. I mean, 5 or 6 would do it right now, but... Okay. So what this means, if I didn't screw this up, is that we can now test this again, where we reset. On... Reset... Uh-oh. Oh, that's on. Okay. Reset. On, off. Reset. On, off. If we ever see 2 of these show up, we've got a problem. It's a 10% chance. Possible I've just been lucky. How many times do I need to do this to feel like I've tested it well enough? I don't know. I think it's worked. Why not count the crafting cells with the constant output per cell? Because that's adding more combinators. I want this to be a simpler system. This is a how to make an Automall, not this is the best Automall. And so, personally, I'd prefer to minimize the number of things going on. I don't even love this. I'm debating if I even want to include it as a part of the final result. It does make things count perfect and more likely to be proper, but it also obfuscates a little bit of what's going on. So, I don't even know. There's a lot of options for what I present to the players, but I think this is what I want to do because it's a good mixture. I think this timer exemplifies a good way to create a timer loop at the same time as doing something else if people want to like reverse engineer this. So that's kind of useful because it's like, oh, I want this to work as soon as that becomes true, but only 20 ticks after it becomes true. And that's kind of what this is introducing. Now, as far as this looping, does it even need to loop? What's the integer limit for ticks? Like, can't we just let it go forever? 60 times 60 times. So that's a minute. No, that's a second. No, 60 is a minute. No, 60 is a second. That's a minute. That's an hour. That's a day. That's 100 days. And that's only 518 million. How high can numbers go in Factorio? In signals? (32-bit integer). It is pretty small. It's only 2.1 billion, which is 4 times this, which is only 400 gameplay days. And to be fair, that is 9,600 hours. So, like, look, it's enough. So we could just let it go forever, and then this is the only number that matters, and then it resets itself as soon as anything greater than 0 stops being true. Would I prefer that? I don't know. Because this doesn't need to be looping back around every time. It only needs to do it the one time. So it does feel a little weird that it loops back around, because that's totally unnecessary behavior. But it doesn't have a way to measure... I guess we can just do this. And then it'll just go on forever, right? Okay. And then if we were to reset, what happens to it? It's good to go. Okay, let's just do it that way. Let me actually put some small parts and air conductors in here, see what happens. As soon as the building gets made, it does disappear. Okay, I like that better. I think that's way cleaner. Does it need this condition at all? It might. No, it doesn't. Even better. Cool. So as soon as that changes, then this is already 50 ticks past. Okay, perfect. So it is properly just delaying it by a couple ticks. Let me actually capture it this next time. Okay, so 4, 2 ticks. See, in that case, it was only a 1 tick delay, but we have a 20 tick delay before we would pass anything along. So, yeah, we're good there. Okay, cool. So then this guy, like if I were to go up to 8, then this guy's gonna wait until a few ticks later, then he sends along the 3, and then this guy gets the 3, and now there's a delay there. So there's a 1/3 of a second delay as it creeps its way along, which is kind of cool in some sense, that it doesn't all just happen in one instant. Like, let's watch it. If I go from 8 here to 12, we should see it go like boop, 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 boop. Yeah, that's really neat. I actually like that. Visually extra appealing. Okay, so this is what we want for each set. And they should all have the exact same numbers, so that's all good. Okay. So I can delete that 60 part. Adds a decreasing count of up arrow. And then over here we can put -20 must be greater than number of crafting cells, as this is the delay from sending the negative signal back to the original wish list. Okay, cool. And now we copy that so the descriptions follow that. So, I'm not going to do the video now. We're going to be done with the stream here in a minute. But essentially storyboarding, what we're going to do is kind of walk the player through, like, what are the essentials of an Automall? So, essentials versus options of Automall. essentials. Knows what you want to make. Wish list. Passes this signal to memory cells. We'll just say crafting cells. Knows what you have, subtracting it from what you want to make. So it stops eventually. That's kind of the like bare bones essential. Past that, you can really ignore a lot of stuff, right? Like you can ignore the fact that you might have all your buildings make 10 of something. So you can just you can ask for one of something, it'll make 10 of them. And then it might even make 10 more because those 10 are on a belt that you're not measuring. But in a big scale base, who cares, right? Like that still works fine. You just make 20 of something extra. You'll use it. So like that would be a fine Automall for a lot of bases. You wouldn't want to do that in pYanodon's because 20 nuclear reactors might break your base for like 10 hours. But space age, maybe it's fine. Or maybe someone doesn't care. And then there's like to be some form of memory cell, memory in the crafting cell to maintain trying to make a thing until it's started actually making it. That's kind of a sub essential, but it's like you have to figure out some way for it to remember what you told it to make and keep that locked in so the bots have time to bring the stuff and the stuff has time to get loaded into the building. You need to do that in some form. And then from there, it's all kind of whatever. So options. Count perfect. Reset. Frozen indicator. What other optional things have we added? Trash unrequested. For input count perfect or ingredient. Reading belts, inserters for count perfect, shopping list. Oh, okay. Well, we're running out of space. Shopping list, requesters, adding to wish list, and putting in buffer regular chest. Count perfect is definitely a big part of what has caused us some issues. Reset button, and then we also have the selector, randomized or multiple ways to select from wish list for crafting. That one's a pretty big one too for pYanodon's, because otherwise you can get into my Automall's locked because it can't make the thing it wants to make because it needs thing B, but thing B can't be made because all my assemblers are locked trying to make thing A. And that can happen pretty easily, but by adding in the random input versus select descending, you're not going to run into that barely ever. It's almost impossible to run into it because, you know, your base just isn't going to work itself out that way. Like, what are the odds? I guess it's possible. You could have two buildings. If you think about your list from left to right, you could have a building in the middle of that list that's needed for a building here and here. And then you have your ascending and descending that are working their way towards the middle of the list. and then they get stuck because the item in the middle is not ready, and then the random ones select other things and end up landing on the ones that also require it, yeah, your Automall is going to get stuck. That's what the reset button and indicator are for. If that happens, you'll get a warning after 10 minutes. You come in here, you hit the button, it'll fix itself. And then from there, there's basically a 0% chance it happens again, because the random ones are going to pick random buildings. And the odds that they, again, keep landing on stuff that needs the stuff you need is very low. And you can further reduce that chance by adding into your wish list a few of the ingredients that make things get stuck. Because then, since those are always on your wish list, as soon as you use one of them, it will be the bottom thing on the list, forcing it to get made by the next available assembler that builds up from the bottom. And so, I guess with sorting, though, if you only wanted one, I don't know. It's unlikely to get stuck as long as you have some on your wish list in the first place because of that. Because then as soon as it needs one of something, it'll make that one. Anyway, that's going to be kind of the route we explain things in. We're going to talk about what are the essentials, what are the options, and then how to. We'll start with wish list creation, which is like constant combinators, maybe shopping mall, or shopping list combinators. Subtract logistic inventory, other inventories. Subtract crafting cell selections, like what they're currently making. So that's the wish list creation. Then there's the crafting cell creation, which involves selecting from wish list, setting memory cell or setting memory combinator, setting assembler and requester, count perfect for requests is an option. Setting up reset for memory combinator upon craft complete, or bulk craft complete. You could set it up to craft 10 of something and then reset it, right? Like you could request 10 of the ingredients by multiplying the ingredient list by 10. So that's totally an option. And these are not all the required pieces. These are just what I did. So I'm listing them out. And then in the crafting cell, we also have outputting selection for subtraction from wish list. And then what else did I do? That's pretty much it. Yeah, I think that's it. Hey, D4Son. Yep, I've been online for way too many hours. I'm basically just done here. I'm just kind of finishing out with like what I'm gonna say in the video, but I'm not gonna record it today. This went way longer than I thought it would. I assumed this would be like a 5-hour stream after doing the video, and maybe even after playing some pYanodon's. How that was wrong. So then there's that. Crafting cell, memory cell, knows what you have, subtracting it from what you want. That's part of the wish list creation. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the whole thing. I've oversimplified it, but then this would be like 3 goodies, like shopping lists, reset button, frozen indicator, selection options for random, sorted, ascending, descending. Anything else? I think so. It is actually pretty simple. I think I'll be able to explain it fairly well in the video. We were able to cut out a lot of the weirdness, and now the way that this works, I feel like it's pretty straightforward to explain. So That is cool. Yeah, I feel like I can explain this pretty well by now. Exactly, and the other good part about this is that our base has had... I don't normally idle, but I'll allow it in this one case. We've had hours for our base to idle. Another caravan ran out of food. All right, well, I really gotta get out of here. Thanks everyone for hanging out. It's been a great time. Enjoy the VOD, D4 on. It's totally fine that you're busy. We're all busy. That's life. Today was one of the few days I wasn't busy, and I wanted to spend it playing with Factorio, because that's so fun. Now I'm kind of wondering, do we need to change? We should, yeah. We should definitely change this to match. I'll do that when I'm back to recording the actual Pi series. We'll update this part of the Automall. Unfortunately, the rest of this part has to stay the same because it is a mess with the logistics channels. Thankfully, what I set up for the other one, if I change the requester to 1, should still apply to this one. So. All right. Well, I hope you all have a great night or great day or great morning whenever you're watching this. If you've watched this from the future on YouTube, wow, good job. You watched an 8.5-hour stream. If you watched every minute, leave a comment just telling me that you're insane, because you are. If I was watching this, I would skip around. I don't know where I'd skip around to, though. That's the hard part. I think this will be a very intimidating stream for people from the future to watch. So if you just... You're like, I like the sound of Krydax's voice, and you just watch through the whole thing slowly over the course of weeks, then let me know. I'm curious if anyone watches this whole thing from the future. Oh, that's ridiculous. I wouldn't. But, you know, some people like certain things. See you later, Gravy. Thanks for hanging out.